Hello, 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 hello. How are you? You like that intro, Doodlebug? I got a couple of them, but I like that one too. Tonight we're not doing true crime. Mini Monster is supposed to be joining us. I have called him and I have messaged him, so hopefully he didn't pass out on us. So I figured we would just do kind of a decompression live, maybe like, I don't know, talk about Bigfoot or, whatever you guys want to talk about. And it's an open panel, so I will drop the link in chat and I will pin it to the top. Thank you guys so much for being here. I definitely appreciate everybody that comes and hangs out with me. And I will probably try to call him again and see why he's not here with us. Because he's supposed to come and hang out with us tonight. So we'll just see what happens. All right, here we go. So it's been a crazy week of true crime as usual. Anytime we have a high profile case, it generally gets a little nuts. So it's pinned to the top if anybody wants to come up. Tracy again. Hello, hello. Thank you for coming in. So I just kind of want to talk about anything but true crime, but you guys know me, so we'll probably end up in somewhere in true crime before it's over with. And hopefully Mini Monster will join us because he said he was going to grace us with his presence. And I'm not seeing him. Let me message his better half and see if she knows where he is. All right. Hopefully he didn't pass out on us. What can you do? So I figure what we'll start out with is, as many of you guys know, if you see my guy up here on my shelf, it's my Bigfoot. My dad carved that for me. And I love me some Bigfoot, guys. My dad actually he's mounted on an old piece of oak from Kentucky, and it's shaped like angel wings, like naturally was found that way and lacquered. And so Dad says that Bigfoot's like our angel that takes care of my missing people that are in the woods. So, like I said, you do what you do. You can't help it. So we will try to stay away from true crime as much as possible, but you guys know how well that shall work. We shall see. Okay, so I am not going to even attempt to do share whole screen because I'm sure it will go very bad. So we're not going to do that, but I am going to try to do it like this and hope that it runs a little bit better than trying to do it full screen. So hopefully it won't be all shoppy knowing my swamp signal. We'll see how that goes. So this
When you think of the Bigfoot's natural habitat, you think of the Pacific Northwest. But the video we're about to show you suggests the big fella may have a Midwestern cousin prowling the forests of the Buckeye State. January 12th, 2020, we're in Salt Fork State Park, Ohio. Hiker Nathan Gray and a friend are armed with cameras and drones to document their trek through the woods when they make a startling discovery. The rib cages of several large animals nestled amongst the foliage.
Can you hear it now? We'll start it over.
Are pretty good.
When you think of the Bigfoot's natural habitat, you typically think of the Pacific Northwest. But the video we're about to show you suggests the big fella may have a Midwestern cousin prowling the forests of the Buckeye State.
Ooh, the Buckeye State.
January 12th, 2020, we're in Salt Fork State Park, Ohio. Hiker Nathan Gray and a friend are armed with cameras and drones to document their trek through the woods when they make a startling discovery. The rib cages of several large animals nestled amongst the foliage.
Ooh.
Looks like the ribs are pretty good.
The duo continues to explore the area when suddenly they spot this. A creature, large and humanoid, walking through the trees unbothered by or unaware of their presence. Nathan manages to get his camera even closer for a better look. Zooming in, we can see the creature appears to be covered in some type of hair or fur, with lighter, almost white hair around the top of the head.
We had no idea what it was. It was just moseying on along, like it didn't have a care in the world.
Get online in minutes.
We don't
Web.com's AI builder makes it easy.
Let's get rid of that.
Field researcher Cliff Barrickman is not at all surprised about where this footage was filmed.
Tons of Bigfoot reports come out of this particular area. Southeastern Ohio, in the area of Salt Fork State Park, is a thick, wooded wilderness. The Appalachian Mountains are no joke, and Ohio is pushed right up against them. Anything out of Southeast Ohio should be looked at very, very closely.
Hey, you never know what's lurking
However,
in the Appalachians.
in this particular region of the U.S., the locals don't use the name Bigfoot. They call it the Ohio Grassman, based on the large dens it supposedly makes of grass and from its diet, which reportedly consists mainly of tall grass from Ohio fields.
It's the Ohio Grassman.
It's the grass.
One of the most infamous sightings was in 1978 when a local family claimed to be haunted by a grassman that was later nicknamed the Minerva Monster.
These people reported large, scary monsters. They would actually stalk them in their home. The family that was reporting these sightings believed that the Sasquatch killed their German Shepherd by snapping its
poor
neck.
baby.
The police themselves came to the conclusion that this was in fact a credible report of something incredible happening.
That sort of violent behavior may explain the bones Nathan and his friend found in the woods.
The audio's good.
And while it doesn't explain the Grassman sightings from decades ago, Barrickman says there may be another possible explanation for what's in Nathan's video from 2020.
One other theory that's been put forth is that these animals are just normal animals that are being misidentified after the Zanesville massacre.
In 2011, an exotic animal collector released 50 animals into the Ohio woods.
Oh, I remember
including
this.
Bengal tigers, lions, cougars, and even a baboon.
You guys
But
remember
one of the animals
this?
that was not killed is a baby grizzly bear. Could this animal here be a survivor of the Zanesville massacre?
The chaos in Zanesville was a catalyst for Ohio's exotic animal ownership laws that went into effect in 2014, which shut down any other potential tiger kings. So is what we're seeing in the video a
You
grizzly,
don't remember it?
a grassman,
I'm not looking at
or
that
something else? Our experts are tracking the evidence.
Zanesville.
Wildlife biologist Stephanie Manka dismisses the idea this could be a surviving grizzly.
If this really were a grizzly bear, we would expect to have more reports, fecal samples, bear claw marks, some evidence that a bear is living in that area. And this scene looks really consistent with a human in a costume.
Welcome to Greenway Kia, where bigger is better.
Nobody
Why
cares
settle?
about Kia?
Let's focus on this thing's arms for a moment. Note that all apes have arms longer than their legs, enabling better quadruped movement and efficient brachiation, the ability to swing between trees. But according to
JCN,
anthropologist
welcome
and
in.
Sasquatch expert Jeff Meldrum, we're
You
not
guys don't
seeing anything
remember
like
that?
that here.
probably
You see the upper limb is barely to the crotch. That suggests human limb
Dude, we'll look at that
proportions.
next
And
after this
the head
video.
is kind of large, more like a hood. It looks to me like someone in camo gear with a hoodie and insulated pants and heavy boots on.
Maybe. All right, here comes the verdict.
Our verdict, it's a hoax.
Though
Though you have to give the guys credit for planting those animal bones. Nice try, fellas. December 2017, Whitsett, British Columbia, Canada. It's a snowy, overcast day in this remote village. Upon hearing something eerie in the woods behind his home, a man pulls out his camera and records this.
Thank you guys for hanging out with me tonight.
Take another listen. It's a guttural howl emanating from the forest. The witness pans the camera around, trying to find where exactly it's coming from. Field researcher Cliff Barrickman draws a comparison with these noises and the famous Sierra sounds recorded in Northern California in the 70s.
That's the ones we know. That's the audio that we know. That
the Sierra sounds are singularly important in the study of Sasquatches. The sounds represent a wide variety of very strange vocalizations that were emitted from unseen entities in the woods. It sounds like people actually speaking an unknown language.
Crazy. Thank you guys all for coming in. Peggy, thank you for coming in.
Important
Tracy,
to note,
again,
whatever made the Sierra sounds has
Google,
never
you're
been
awesome.
identified.
Thank you
As
for
with the
being
recent
here.
sounds in British Columbia, Barrickman
Tracy
thinks they
Ann,
could be
I
the
appreciate you
sounds
guys
of
coming in.
Sasquatch communicating.
We believe that Sasquatches are probably moving about in kind of loose groups.
Even if they move in small groups like gorillas do, Barrickman says they often spread out.
So, in the kind of habitat they like to live in, they wouldn't be able to see the other individuals in their family groups. They would have to call for them, whether it's mating or socialization or feeding or whatever.
I like this guy.
However, some wonder if these sounds could be connected to another recent horror story from the region. Between 2007 and 2019 in the nearby Salish Sea, 20 disembodied human feet encased in shoes and sneakers washed
Dude,
up
do you
onto
guys
the shore.
remember that?
Some suggest that this could be evidence of a killer Sasquatch, while others think this could be a serial killer running amok.
Yeah.
Is this a deranged human screaming in the
some
wild?
of their pictures are really
Canada
graphic
is a vast,
too.
wild wilderness.
Just like an
Could a
ankle
serial
and a
killer be
foot
loose in the woods of Canada?
in a shoe.
It's possible.
That's a crazy story.
The Harrison River Valley, located to the southwest of British
You don't
Columbia,
remember that? You've
is
never
home
heard
to
that?
the indigenous nation known as the
Yeah, dude,
Chehalis.
it was crazy.
They consider the
Hold on,
Sasquatch a sacred caretaker of the land.
Uh,
They even use him as a totem of their nation. Let's see what our experts think about this Canadian creature. Biologist Floyd Hayes fills us in on what we would normally find or hear lurking in these woods.
There are many species of animals that communicate by vocalizing. In general, the sounds are somewhat correlated with the body size of the animal, with larger animals producing louder sounds. The British Columbia wolf is a subspecies of the gray wolf, and it lives in this area and it grows rather large. It makes very loud howling sounds.
That leads us to forensic audio analyst Dr. Rob Maher, who first compares this
Yetis.
audio to that of a large wolf.
So we can compare
yeah,
the
we call
sound
them
of a
Bigfoots
wolf.
where I'm from. Down here in Florida, they're swamp apes. And if we can get him over here, I can probably get Mr. Monster,
this is
aka Mr. Sunshine, to tell you guys
the
his
wolf
swamp.
howl. If we look at the Whitsett howl
skunk ape
sound,
story.
we see more high frequency information, and the contour is different than the wolf.
So no exact match for the local fauna. But what about a Bigfoot? Maher brings up the famous Sierra sounds for comparison.
The Bigfoot recording has more energy in the lower frequency range, and it's more of a whoop rather than a shriek
The
sound.
whoop, whoop, whoop.
What if you could do
Oh,
SEO
with the
smarter
ads.
and faster?
I really don't want to pay for premium, but ads get on my nerves so bad.
The Bigfoot recording has more energy in the lower frequency range, and it's more of a whoop rather than a shriek sound.
Tracy Ann says, when I was a kid in Memphis, we heard a lot about Bigfoot being in Arkansas. Okay.
They seem to be two distinctive types of sounds.
Shawnee National
So no
Forest
Bigfoot.
in
But
Illinois.
what about the idea that the sounds are
Hotspot.
connected to some disturbed serial killer haunting the Canadian woods? Maher says no.
Trying to make the sounds that are up in the higher range up here in several thousand hertz, I'm a little skeptical that a human could make that sound.
So what could be making this horrific noise? Turns out, maybe nothing. Or nothing real, at least.
In the spectrogram, we can see these vertical dark areas where the sound disappears during the recording. One of the reasons you might have these dropouts would be that the audio had been edited or changed. It raises a lot of questions about the integrity of that recording and whether it's really authentic.
Our verdict? With no exact audio matches and some questionable evidence about the recording, we're going with potential hoax. And while we didn't find a Bigfoot this time, British Columbia's forests cover an area of 149 million acres, the size of France and Germany combined. So there's plenty left to explore. Hickory, North Carolina, August 2019.
Oh, North Carolina, y'all.
Doug Teague is walking his dog, Crazy Daisy, in the woods near his home when he has an encounter worth recording.
Looks like he's looking over top of that stump.
It's a bagooger. It's a bagooger.
He's moving, he's moving, he's moving.
It's a bagooger.
Daisy, come here. Daisy, come here.
I've seen this one, y'all.
It was very black with a pretty silver sheen to it.
Doug, a Bigfoot enthusiast, says the creature resembled an 8-foot gorilla.
Kind of looks like a gorilla the way it's been over.
Good question.
Maybe.
The video is inconclusive. Let's get a closer look. It's not easy to see, but we can trace the outline of something sitting there through the trees. But Doug said the creature was doing much more before he started recording.
I heard a couple knocks. Just put it off as a woodpecker. Didn't think much about it. And
it's a hell of a
rock
woodpecker.
was through that rolled down the hill. To the right, there was loud grunts, numerous loud grunts.
Tales of large ape-like creatures lurking in the forest of western North Carolina are as common as the region's yellow poplars.
Sighting reports there go back into the 1800s.
Y'all, why do we always get blurry footage? Like, what is it? What is it with the blurry footage, or the, you really can't tell what it is? We live in a world of where you pay over $1,000 for these nice phones. I pay what, $500 for mine. And we can't get some clear footage. Come on, y'all.
Before.
In 1979, a Bigfoot-type creature known as Nobby was reported multiple times only 40 miles away from this particular location.
I love this guy.
And Doug says he has something else, video and casts of footprints he made at the time of the encounter.
Casts are kind of my thing, so I was excited to get in deep with this.
Cliff Barrickman, who runs the North American Bigfoot Center, compares Doug's print casts with another he considers credible.
Look at this cast, look at this cast. We have the toes across the front, what looks like an instep or an arch, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You have a divergent little toe right here, which I really like. That comes down. I think it's safe to say that's a very strong resemblance between the two.
The opposing thumb, almost like an ape.
So Doug's video is kind of vague, but the footprints look like powerful evidence, right? Well, not so fast. There's a storied history of hoaxers who've made Bigfoot prints just to toy with the believers.
Right.
So let's take the video to our experts, starting with anthropologist Kathy Strain.
Usually blurry, right? We need some clear footage.
I didn't want nothing to do with life.
And not your ads.
Meet Lucero, a person whose vibrant spirit was
negative.
One of the casts that he has, and it is extremely believable. The toes are all fairly even at the top.
Strain says,
oh, I done screwed this over.
Inches long. I can see the toes clearly. I can see the heel clearly. I think they're beautiful evidence that what he experienced that day was real.
Okay.
But when we take the prints to wildlife biologist Lucy Eckersley, she's less interested in their size than the distance between them.
They're actually up to 6 feet apart. And when you think about that in comparison to the size of the animal that creates them, the animal would have to be around 15 foot tall to have a gait that long.
Eckersley says you can't tell the size of the creature in the video, so maybe it is that big. But she pointed out something curious. Listen, there's something we're not hearing.
I hear the bugs.
If this was a Bigfoot, I would actually expect the dog who is with Doug to be really, really anxious. Dogs have an extraordinary sense of smell. So if this was something brand new, maybe something like a Sasquatch that had a totally different smell to a human, the dog would probably not be keeping quiet.
Well, see,
So
I
if
don't
it's not
agree
a
with
Bigfoot,
that.
what is it? Could it be a bear?
It's the pit
Maybe.
bull.
But remember,
Like,
Doug said it through rocks.
I'll give you
Bears don't
guys
do
an
that.
example. So
They
today
kind of
I
wrestling
took him out
between-
at lunch to do his lunch business, and he saw a squirrel. Never made a sound, just proceeded to drag me across the yard to the tree and stare at the tree for like 5 solid minutes. Never made. Are you laughing? It's your dog. Seriously, and I'm not talking about a small dog. If you guys have seen my shorts of the people, he is not a small dog, and literally stood there like, I'm gonna climb this tree, Mom. Never made a sound. So not all dogs are, barkers. Now the littles, on the other hand, they are barking at everybody and everything. They don't even care. You're gonna know they're here.
in their paws, but they can't necessarily throw them.
Eckersley proposes another theory.
From what I can see, the animal is hunched over and appears to have fur covering its entire body. So it could be something like a silverback gorilla that sits in that posture.
But hold up. Gorillas are not known to hang out in North
I'm
Carolina.
gonna say we
which
just got
raises another
gorillas in North
possibility.
Carolina,
It
y'all.
could be a human who is wearing some kind of suit to make it appear like they are covered in fur.
Yeah, but I don't
All things
know.
considered, I really don't know what this animal is.
I don't know either. What's the verdict? What do y'all say?
I agree. The footprints and casts are fascinating, but not conclusive. And the video is a bit of a wash. We just can't see the figure clearly enough. Our
Like
best
he says,
guess,
I lived in a
man
rural
a
area
suit.
with lots of
But
cattle
we
and
can't
farms.
completely say
Used
it's
to go
not the
walking
Bigfoot Doug
quite
said
long,
it
4 or
was.
5
He's
miles, but
convinced.
never got to see
Bluff
anything.
Creek, California, 1958. Hundreds of massive footprints are found in the soil by men
And
constructing
once
a road
the
into a
video's
remote
over, I'll
area
tell
of
you
Northern
guys my
California.
Bigfoot story.
A headline in a local paper gets national pickup, and the name Bigfoot is born. The contractor on the project was Ray Wallace, and when he died, his kids told the press that their dad was Bigfoot all along, and had used these carved wooden stompers to leave prints all over the Pacific Northwest. Case closed? Not according to believers.
The carved wooden feet alleged to be the source of those footprints simply do not match the footprint record that has been collected and studied from that region.
In fact, compare the print on the right, which Meldrum believes is a real Bigfoot print, to the known hoax on the left. Meldrum points to the identical oval-shaped toes of the fake that are not reflected in the other footprints. And while the hoaxer's credibility has been deteriorating, belief in the earliest reports of Bigfoot has been gaining strength. We're talking about the folklore of Native American tribes.
Native Americans have had the longest relationship with the creature we now call Bigfoot.
Field researcher Cliff Barrickman points to the images like this, the so-called hairy man pictographs, thought to have been
Cattle
created by the
farmers
Californian
often found
Tule
mutilated
River tribe
cattle.
around the year
Was
500
it a
AD.
Yeti or
They
an
say this is a depiction of a Sasquatch that they just happen to call hairy man in their particular
You gotta be
language.
sicko.
Male is
Mutilate
literally
cattle.
8.5 feet
Like,
tall. And
seriously.
his arms are spread 6 feet wide.
Some of us enjoy
Note this
eating a
interesting
hamburger.
detail. There are other animals depicted in this cave.
Centipede, deer, beaver, coyote, you name it, they're all real animals. So why would this one example show something that is fanciful and mythological when everything else there is basically a drawing of things that are still found there?
Yep, and you got to think
Now, I want to show you
pictographs.
something, possibly the most confounding artifact we have ever seen.
They're not.
This is a
you
photo
know,
of a ceremonial
Native
mask
American.
of the Tsimshian people of British Columbia, Canada. It was collected around
Steak is
1914.
delicious. I
Take a
agree.
close look at the skull, the nose, and the teeth. This sure looks like a primate of some kind. Just one problem. There are no known primates indigenous to North America.
This is
This
true.
mask was such an accurate and naturalistic depiction of what could only be a great ape. The very prominent eyebrows with very sunken eye sockets. The nose.
But like, if you're a nerd like me, back in the dinosaur ages, we had upright walking ground sloth. So you have to almost wonder, did the ground sloth? My chair is gonna kill me, y'all. I miss my old chair so bad. This chair is gonna be the death of me. You guys get to see me fly across the office back here. It's because my chair done slung me. Anyway, back to what I was saying with my scientific self. We had ground sloths. Like, and they were very curious. And there's actually been footprints found that are prehistoric footprints that were found with human footprints. Almost like they were watching.
nostrils that are laterally directed, a broad nose, but really significant is this distance between the nose and the upper lip. So what would have been the inspiration if some form of great ape didn't exist in North America?
If this mask, believed to have been carved in the middle of the 19th century, really is a depiction of a real creature, we still have to explain how that creature got to North America. One current theory is that Bigfoot originated from some common Asian ancestor, possibly Gigantopithecus. Over the millennia, that species could have branched into other legendary hominids, like the Yeti of Asia or the Yowie of Australia, while the subspecies we call Bigfoot might have migrated to North America via the Bering Land Bridge.
The most likely scenario is that a population of giant
And this is a Sealy Posterpedic
that had dispersed
hair.
through
I
southern
hate
and
this
eastern
hair.
Asia had expanded its range into North America.
But if that's true, where are the Sasquatch skeletons? We find bones of fossils of other things like dinosaurs. Why not Bigfoot? Dr. Meldrum
Maybe
says
they
that
bury
fact
their
doesn't
own.
discount Bigfoot's existence.
It seems like there's fossils everywhere, but when you consider the periods of time and the number of organisms through that period, it's a remarkably small fraction that ever are fossilized and discovered by paleontologists. We continually find fossils of species that we had no idea existed. The absence of evidence doesn't mean the evidence of absence.
Cool. So that was a good little video of Bigfoot. So I'll tell you guys my Bigfoot story. Some of you guys may have already heard it, but I'll tell it again. So, someone who used to be a friend hidden in caves. That's a good one. Like I said, maybe they bury their own. I mean, if they're humanoid, maybe they bury their own. Maybe they hide them in caves. Absolutely. And, you know, there's caves that have not even been explored. And then we have caves that have been partially explored. So my Bigfoot story. So this happened in Shawnee National Forest in Illinois, which is a really big hotspot for Bigfoot. So someone whom I used to call a friend had a cabin up there. And like he, you know, if you know me, you know I love Bigfoot. Have since I was a little girl. Guys, look at the logo. If you look at my logo, it's literally a Bigfoot with a Bigfoot like walking inside the Bigfoot. So I went up there to hang out. And like when I get there, he's like telling me stories and he's telling me about how like the push mower ended up like way back in the backyard. And, you know, and this is in the middle of a state park, but you can get lots there. Like you can go up there and you can, you know, put your camp there and, you know, you can build a house up there and they're all county roads. So he had a pit bull, right? So we're watching movies, you know, and we're sitting there watching movies and like the driveway had railroad ties on it. So it was probably about 2:00 in the morning and you could hear something like knocking on the railroad ties. And I was kind of asleep and awake. So I finally fell asleep, right? He was in the recliner and I was on the couch with the dog. Dude, let me tell you what. About 4:00 in the morning, I woke up to something trying to get in the cast iron bars on the windows. I mean, I'm talking about trying to get in. I sat straight up. When I sat up, the pit bull was at my feet. He looks up at me like, what the hell was that? I'm like, what the hell was that? So I wake the guy up that I was my friend. I wake him up and I'm like, hey, something's trying to get in the cabin. Nonchalantly, as everything in the world, literally opens his eyes, looks at me and goes, it's Bigfoot. Go to sleep. It's Bigfoot. Go to sleep. Oh, honey. I did not sleep a wink after that. And, you know, I look back today and I wish I would have grabbed my phone and like went out there and got footage of whatever the hell was trying to get in. It was crazy. So that's my Bigfoot story. And I'm convinced it was. I'm absolutely 100% convinced. It's a hot spot. There's a lot of information about Bigfoots in that area. So thank you guys for all being here. I appreciate you coming in and spending your Friday holiday weekend night with me. Do you want to come tell your swamp ape story? Come in. You're not on your game. You can come over here for 5 minutes and tell these people your story. They want to hear your swamp ape story. Yeah, went right back to sleep. Oh, no, ma'am. No, ma'am. I couldn't sleep the rest of the night. I was wide awake. This was back when I was smoking, the devil's lettuce. So I literally sat there and smoked myself to calm down. Like, that's how freaked out I was. Because this, I would have been okay with him, like, chilling outside the cabin, maybe playing some drums, knocking on the railroad ties out there. But no, ma'am. Go out the next morning and there's a log. And I'm not talking about a stick. I'm not talking about a branch. I'm talking about a log laying beside of this railroad tie. Scared the hell out of me. I never went back up there. I'll be totally honest with y'all. I was not trying to get eat by Bigfoot. Hello, I just wanted to know there's a great documentary called The Legend on Tubi. It's worth watching. Thank you, Perilyn Queen, and thank you for coming in. That is awesome. Thank you so much. All about new stuff, like love new stuff. They want to hear your story. Your game is updating, sir. You can come over here for 5 minutes. He's playing his game. We'll wrangle him in a few minutes. But you still smoke the devil's lettuce? Hell yeah. I live in Florida, so like medical down here is crap and it's super expensive. And it's not worth it. They want like $400 for a card to say it's okay for you to go to a dispensary and pay like 3 times what you should. So Hunting the Legend, I love that. And I will be checking that out. So for those of you guys that have not heard of, don't remember the Zanesville Massacre, we are going to take a look at this. It's pretty, said we were going to try to stay away from true crime, but like I said, meh, you never know where we're going to end up. So I'm going to pull this up and we're going to take a look at this. And this is like, I remember this happening. Like this was all over the news. All right. Hopefully, oh, nope, I had it. We're going to make that big screen so you guys can see. I've got it on the little screen. And that's just because I have the swamp signal going, guys. And I don't want it to be like super choppy.
Humans have had a close relationship with animals for
Colorado
thousands of years.
legal here, but yeah.
Scientists agree the domestic dog has been a trusted pet for around 15,000 years. And cats became part of the household from 10,000 years ago. And now it's estimated there are at least 600 million pet cats in the world. Exotic pets have also been kept for thousands of years. It's well documented that the Egyptians kept baboons as pets, and exotic animals kept in the home feature in many ancient texts. In modern times, the keeping of exotic pets has increased. A staggering statistic is that there are more tigers in the US alone than there are in the wild. Animal owners truly believe they are playing a role in preserving the numbers of exotic animals. But on the other side of the debate, there are those who believe it is a cruel practice to keep any animals in captivity. This series explores the issues from both sides, from those who know the dangers,
legal in Missouri,
but see the benefits.
Hopefully we get recreational
soon. The keeping of exotic pets. Their stories follow.
There are 48 animals that
the only thing I hate about it going recreational here is, it's still government. Like, you have the coffee shops and stuff, but it's still government regulated. And, I'm all about small business. So, if you're just out here, doing your thing, growing your green and selling to your people, I hate the thought of taking away from small business. Just saying.
We had to put down. Those animals included 1 wolf, 6 black bears, 2 grizzly bears, 9 male lions, 8 lionesses, 1 baboon, 3 mountain lions, and 18 tigers.
I remember it all happening on a Wednesday evening at about 10 till 7 is when I received the first phone call. We became international news by the next morning.
It was just a disaster waiting to happen.
Zanesville is a sleepy town in Muskingum County, Ohio, with a population of just over 25,000 people.
Little bitty town.
Until 2011, Zanesville was best known for its Y Bridge and many beautiful parks.
You have problems out of
It's one of the
TV.
last places in the world you would expect to find an exotic pet owner with so many animals. But on one fateful day, the worst example of exotic pet ownership brought Zanesville to the attention of the world.
Zanesville's a very small, agricultural, very family-oriented community. Everybody knows everybody, and everybody knows what everybody's doing. It's a small town.
It's
One
like
of these
Cheers.
small town residents was lifelong inhabitant Terry
Everybody
Thompson,
knows
a decorated
your
Vietnam
name.
War veteran whose main role had been as a machine gunner on a Huey helicopter. His wife, Marion, was an avid horse rider and a local school teacher. Many locals knew the Thompsons kept exotic animals, but Terry was better known as the man who flew a light plane under the Y Bridge.
Yeah.
A notorious hoarder whose property was scattered with old cars and a dangerous mix of guns and wild exotic animals. Terry had drawn attention to himself many times over the years with his unusual behavior. Local police sergeant Todd Knavel has vivid recollections of Terry Thompson.
We had dealt with him off and on. He had just been released from prison just a few days before this incident on a firearms charge. We had dealt with him in the past also about the animals, just checking on their welfare and the safety of the public as far as the containment systems that he provided them and such. He had several animals then, 70 some, I believe. He had tigers, he had lions, he had black bears, he had grizzly bears. He had different apes. One time he had camels, numerous horses. There was just animals everywhere. In the garage, there was a couple of tiger cages. There was a bedroom where a mountain lion, I think, lived. There was monkeys in the basement in a cage.
That's terrible.
Yeah, Terry was different. Terry always kind of pushed the envelope.
Monkeys
but
don't
Terry
belong
was
in the
Terry.
basement.
He was never really disrespectful to me or anything. I was always concerned that either Terry or Marion would be attacked by the animals. I realized they had a good rapport with the animals, but they're still wild animals.
That's why he won't
And
come
something
close
to trigger them. I
to
figured maybe someday we would go up there and find one of them severely injured or killed.
The sergeant's fear was realized on the evening of October 18, 2011. Terry's notoriety was about to extend beyond the small community of Zanesville. As the day drew to a close, it is believed that he cut open the cages of more than 50 of his wild animals, setting them free before taking
Tigers
his
don't
own
belong
life.
in the basement. With the ads. Dude, what is up with YouTube tonight?
Senator Troy Balderson was born and bred in Zanesville and had been a member of the Ohio House of Representatives since 2009. This incident was a trigger for him to amend the legislation surrounding exotic pet ownership in Ohio.
About a mile down the road that evening, there was a tournament soccer game going on. There could have been a lot of tragedy, and there wasn't. For the most part, no one was injured. That was one of the biggest accomplishments that I feel that came out of the situation.
Next thing I saw was a black figure. Turned out it was a bear.
It was
Sam Kupchak is a retired school teacher and lived next door to Terry. That evening, he was out in his own yard attending his own horse, Red, when he saw Terry's horses acting strangely.
I saw the horses that were over there. There's probably about 60 horses I estimate that they had. They were going around in a circle. And I said, well, they're not supposed to do that. Something's going on, you know.
Then Sam saw something even more out of the ordinary.
I actually got Red up there by the corner. We walked down through here.
We are ad heavy tonight.
I just felt like something was looking at me. And I kind of turned to the left. And big male African lion he came down. This is about the spot he was sitting. He just sat down right there. Just kind of, like that. And
I think as a creator,
like
if you actually create on your channel, you shouldn't have to freaking
and then after I was down by my barn, he was pacing back and forth on the fence. As you can see, this is like a 7-strand ball, not a barbed wire, just a smooth wire. And if he wanted to leap over that, he was big enough that he could leap over that fence.
What Sam soon realized was that the lion was just the beginning of what was about to unfold.
This gets crazy.
So I actually saw like 6 animals. The original bear, and then the lion, the male lion, and the female lion, and another bear, and the wolf went by, and the tigers.
Sheriff's office? Yeah, I think I just seen one. It looks like a jaguar or a wolf or something.
I received a call that some of the animals were out. We weren't sure to the extent of the situation, but I was requested to come to the scene. When we arrived, we were advised by one of the patrol sergeants that he had been up in the compound area looking for Terry or Marion and had seen a body laying out in a field. That was our first priority, determine who it was and if they were injured or deceased. We were first approached by, I believe it was 2 tigers come out of a barn towards us. And as they rushed the truck, we were forced to dispatch them. Then we arrived in the area of where the body was, and it was quite apparent whoever it was deceased. There was a white tiger chewing on him. About that time, we were advised that there was 2 cats ready to exit the compound area on the south side of the property. So we had to go over there and dispatch those animals. I didn't know how many were out, but once we got up there, I had made contact with the sheriff that appeared that everything had been turned loose. And I mean, there was bears, there was tigers, there's lions running everywhere. It was a huge concern because it was later in the evening. You know, if it got dark, the only thing securing that property is just a regular barbed wire fence like you would have for cattle or whatever. You know, these animals would have easily cleared that. And in a short time, they'd have been in populated areas and injuring, you know, humans. There was some that had escaped the perimeter, but we had set up officers along the perimeter to contain that. I discussed with the sheriff what our situation was. There was no other option except to dispatch the animals. We started engaging the animals at different distances. Some were shot 30 to 50, 70 yards away. But then it came to where we had to go to the barn areas and that because they were in there. And yeah, we had one lioness come at us. We ended up having to shoot her, and she was stopped probably 3 feet from us when she finally went down. Most of us had AR-15 shooting the 223 round. I was concerned that maybe
See, guys, this is what infuriates me about this story is they could have pulled in like professional handlers and I don't know, maybe tranked these animals, but no, they took a different route and decided let's unalive a bunch of animals that don't know any better.
Wasn't enough power, but after we engaged a few animals and saw that, you know, the rifle was doing its job, then I felt a little better that, you know, we could be safe. It was a coordinated effort to try to keep everything safe and contained.
Showing up on the first
With
page of
their ads.
Google.
They're going to get them ads in, ain't they?
Sam became an unwitting bystander to a grisly scene.
I saw the deputies pull in, and my first thing was, well, there's going to take more than 2 deputies to take care of this, because if all those animals are out. And I saw a truck, and there was several, probably 4 deputies on the back with the guns, and they drove back there. And within a few minutes, I could hear shooting. It just sounded like a big fireworks display. It just kept on. It seemed like it went on forever. I saw them going across the field, just like hunters, you know, with a gap between them with their guns. 49 animals they killed, 1 missing, and 6 that were in the house. So it's 56 total animals that were
I
there.
hope you guys can hear.
It was quickly determined that it would have been impossible to control all these wild animals using tranquilizers. And the decision to use live ammunition undoubtedly saved human lives.
To the best of my knowledge, there was 1 tiger left. And the veterinarian there, I think her name was Wolf, she went over and got a perfect shot with a tranquilizer, hitting perfectly where she wanted to. And she, I guess, made the determination how much to give him, you know, how big he was. And he was in the weeds and so forth, and he come immediately charging out of there. And if the deputies weren't there, he'd have probably got her. They had to shoot it.
When it comes down to a situation like that,
They didn't have
I realize
to.
You know, the animals have rights, but humans have more. And you couldn't justify risking human life for the animals. They had to be somewhat scared. They were out of their containment systems, running loose. You just didn't know how they were going to react. You could kind of surmise that he had let them go, but it wasn't until, you know, the investigation was completed later, we were pretty much, we knew that's what had happened. You know, even if you'd found them in some of their containment systems, he cut the fences so that you couldn't recontain them. I'm glad it turned out that no one got hurt. To have that many animals loose, we were just very lucky that we caught it when we did.
Sad.
You're not ready for something like that. We had to deal with what we had to do. And that's why I think they've come out with legislation on this kind of practice. It's not feasible. Safety for the public or for the animals.
Oh, honey, this is a
Immediately
safe
following
place.
the
Say what
incident,
you want.
Ohio ultimately banned the ownership of exotic
What you think
animals
for a second? I'm
and
gonna
their
hold back.
transportation across state lines.
I think they should all be
We don't
ashamed
want
of
to see
themselves.
these animals lose their lives.
So these
over something
animals
like
were
this.
all kept, exotic
They are
animals or
wild.
not, they
I
were
mean,
kept
these
by this
animals
man.
are not domestic.
They knew human contact, and a bunch of uneducated assholes with badges decided to go out there and murder all these beautiful animals. It could have been handled completely differently.
Domesticated. They are wild animals. That's what I kept trying to focus on. That's what I did focus on when we did this legislation. They're wild. We knew something needed to be done. The administration knew that
They
something needed
weren't
to be done, and we
wild.
had to stand up and do the right thing for the state of Ohio. And that's what, I had to make that decision also. Challenging as I knew it was going to be. I knew there was going to be a lot of negative feedback from taking on a piece of legislation like this. Before I started doing this legislation, I did travel the state of Ohio and going to sanctuaries that, that's the challenging part. There were people that had sanctuaries that were doing it respectfully. You wanted to look at both sides of it, but you also had to take the responsibility to make the right judgment, to set the mind of we weren't going to do this. We weren't going to allow you to have wild animals without certain restrictions that you had to abide by. We had a facility at the Department of Ag that was built out there that took in the people that could not find places for their wild animals. They could take them to the Department of Ag. We stored them there until we could find some place to go. There are good places out there with facilities that are capable of handling these animals. And, it's someplace for these owners that can take their animals, but they can still have a relationship with. They can still go visit. They can still go feed. I think that was important to a lot of them.
So, it's still there and always will be there, in your mind about it. I'm just so thankful that nobody got hurt, and it's terrible that he had to die. It's a very sad thing. All those animals are buried back there along the road where they buried them. They dug a big, put them all in there. See, they laid them out. So that was a bad picture on the internet that made people irate because all those animals, when you saw that scene, and the sheriff was very upset. They don't know who took those pictures. They put them out, but I mean, but they had to put them, lay them out so they would know they had them all. And the caretaker was the one, like I said, that was counting the heads and telling them, well, yeah, we do have them all, or whatever with it. But that made it a terrible scene too, because you see all of them lying there, like that. So it wasn't too nice to see. But they're beautiful animals, and you hate to see them get killed. But if you got a choice between the animals and people, you got to save the people, and that's what they did.
But it could have been handled so much differently.
Hey, how's it going? Just got a new shipment in here from YouTube.
Handled so much differently. Dude, I wouldn't know how to act to have one YouTube plaque.
Exotic pets take all shapes and forms, and often the owners have an incredible and very special bond with their animals. And this is undeniably the case with Lisa.
Oh, baby money. You see this little itty bitty baby. It's cute as can be. But that little itty bitty baby is going to tear you apart.
At no point should you ever feel complacent with a monkey you've never met before. This monkey was only after the owner's camera, but it's an intense reminder this is a wild animal.
Yep, exactly. It was a human that had them there. It wasn't the animal's choice. And
are
he had a
getting
mental
attacked.
breakdown, like at all their containers, released a bunch of them. And
Lisa and Mugwai have been friends
it was
for
a whole
24
thing.
years. A commitment that's incredibly rewarding, but also very demanding. Unless you're an educated monkey owner, you're in for a disaster.
Every single monkey bites, and it's going to bite you, no matter what you do.
And they're like
so,
toddlers.
A monkey has to be tamed, and then it can be trained. So it's a process that you have to go through, and it takes a lot of taming to become a good monkey.
When you have a good monkey, it's easy to make new friends. But if your monkey is a little wild, it may bite strangers. Many vets will only examine a monkey when it's sedated to avoid any unwelcome wounds.
When these animals hit 6 years old and start going through puberty, they can become wild, vicious, dangerous animals. The training that they've often learned, the domestication they've learned at that early age, that pretty much goes out the window, and you're dealing with literally a whole different animal.
Monkeys frequent the tourist circuit in Thailand, and they may seem super cute, but you always need to keep your guard up and pay attention to what may become aggressive behavior. Don't be deceived by their so-called friendly antics. These monkeys are wild.
A lot of these animals carry diseases that are communicable to people. They're called zoonotic diseases. And a zoonotic disease is any disease that can be transferred from pet or animal to person.
We have
And
monkeys
some
here
of
in
the diseases
Florida
are quite
that's
serious.
got herpes.
Non-human primates carry herpes
saying.
and monkeypox and Ebola. So again, if you don't know what you're doing, sanitation, care, so forth, then that's something that you can take on, or a family member or a friend who's visiting because the disease is now spread around your home. You have to step back and look at all that's involved, do your research and education, depending on the pet and what's involved. The take home here is never should be taken lightly owning an exotic pet, regardless of the size or the species.
We still have monkeys in the United States that are carrying disease. Probably only a third out of the 40,000 monkeys out there and growing each and every day, they are not vaccinated. We've been vaccinating these monkeys for years and years and years. And we do a serology test to screen everything that imaginable that they could possibly have.
This isn't a pet for someone keen on owning a low-maintenance animal. Monkeys can be a handful.
She's very calm though. She'll sit and she'll watch a movie with you, have some popcorn. She doesn't get into a lot of things. She used to when she was 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So over the age of 12 to 13, then they really start to be a part of your life.
Capuchin monkeys reach maturity around 5 years, at which point their personality can become even more demanding and potentially aggressive. If you're the prime carer, you really need a lot of training to make sure the relationship stays on track.
Okay, so they're not even talking about that.
She is 8 pounds. So that 8 pounds coming at you full force.
I love monkeys,
a
but
lot of monkeys there.
skip past
Really, seriously, it's a lot of monkeys. She's strong.
A monkey on the attack.
And then I'm going to show you guys.
The Greater Wynnewood Exotic Animal Park in Oklahoma hosts some of the country's most interesting big cats, and is home to star personality Joe Exotic.
Originally, I was born in Kansas. I grew up in Wyoming. Moved to Texas. Was there 16 years, and I ended up here when my brother got killed in 1997. We built this facility as a memorial to him because his dream was to go to Africa. I've been doing this 32 years now. Started actually almost 16 years before I moved here. And that's what me and my brother had, was an exotic pet store. And that was where I got my first lion 16 years before we started it. I have built myself my own prison because you can't leave here. I went to Walmart 3 years ago, came back and one of my staff members lost an arm.
Hey, this is Bobby at the GW Zoo. I need a helicopter. I've got an employee that was attacked by a tiger, and he's hurt bad. Is it care flight, I guess? We have bird back here. Okay. Okay, thank you.
That's something that I never, ever want to see again. So I've never left here since.
It's a potentially fatal attraction, but Joe's captivation with predatory animals has persisted.
Animals has always been a fascination to me. I picked up sick animals when I was little. And
well, I said we were going to stay away from true crime, but now we got this cat daddy on screen.
The showman side. It's just because I say what most people are thinking, and they're too scared to say
I'm
it.
looking for something that's freaking hilarious.
Anything I do, you can give me a bowl of Cheerios and a glass of milk, and I can motorboat around that bowl all day long. Entertaining. I love to entertain.
Joe's love of entertaining has led him to pursue many careers in the spotlight, which have seen him adopt the stage name of Joe Exotic. Most recently, he's combined his passion for exotic animals with his successful country music career.
Singing is kind of an escape from reality to me, and I can write songs about how I feel, the way people act, misery, happiness, and that's just something that I use for an escape.
Negative.
We know the.
Oh, this is going to drive me nuts. We can't find this.
Sure, he's a little eccentric, but he does have ambition. In 2016, he ran for president against Donald Trump.
Somewhere.
I laid in bed one day during the presidential election, and common people like.
So we're not going to do a Joe Exotic. So I'm going to cut that off because I don't want to watch about Joe Exotic. And we're going to hold off on that because I don't know if this is it, but we're going to look at this one. And I'm going to see if I can't find the one. Yeah, the cat daddy. Cat daddy. So you guys want to hear a funny story about daddies? So I go to CrimeCon here in Orlando last year. And Brian Hinton was there. If you guys have seen my Twitter, I'll pull up my Twitter for everybody that doesn't have Twitter, and I'll show you guys my Twitter. I'm looking for something super funny, and it's really bothering me that I can't find it. It's driving me nuts, and it don't take much. Okay, so we're going to share this tab instead, and I'm going to show you guys something. So this is a picture of me. Oh, where'd my Twitter go? The old man and Brian Hinton at CrimeCon. So that's me, Brian Hinton, and this was when he was still in his wheelchair. So I literally stalked this man until he got back to his welcome, Kimber. until he got back to his table, right? So he gets back to his table, and I literally called him Daddy News, okay? True story. The man looks at me and he says, "You know, it really used to infuriate me at first, but it's kind of grown on me." And I was like, "I got 2 hugs from Daddy News." So yeah, it was a little had to share that with you guys. Hi, Kimber. Can you hear me? Is that really Kimber? Let's put up a safety screen till we can make sure. Where's my safety screen? I'm not muted, am I, y'all? Kimber. Can you hear me, Kimber? Dude, CrimeCon was so much fun. Oh, she dropped down. All right, so I'm not sure if that was her or not, but we'll bring her back up if it is her. CrimeCon was freaking amazing. I loved it. I absolutely loved it. All right, she's back. Let's see if this is really her, because we're going to put up the safety screen. Kimber? Can you hear me, love? Hello? Is that you that I've been thinking of? I don't know who that guy in the wheelchair. What do you mean? He is my fiance. You hear me? Okay, I don't know what happened to Kimber. She comes up, she drops down. So we'll just keep that on we'll keep that on the side over here. I don't know. Yeah, that's my old man. So he was in a car wreck, and he now he's walking. He was in a wheelchair. So when we went to CrimeCon, he was still in his wheelchair. The wreck happened in July. CrimeCon was in September, I think. Yeah, I believe it was September. But super proud of that. I have a lot of other pictures on there. Kimber was backstage. Kimber, if you can hear the sound of my voice, honey, I could not hear you. Come back, baby, come back. Okay, I'll stop singing, guys. All right, she's back. Let's see if this is really her. We're going to throw up the protective screen.
I swear it's me.
Oh, it's her. Hello.
It's me. Salty's on her way. I was on Discord with Salty. I was on a Discord chat with Salty, and then I couldn't hear Salty, and then all of a sudden she started talking, so that may be why. But Salty's on her way too.
Salty. Hello.
There she is.
She's in chat.
Yeah, Salty.
She's not letting her presence be known. She was all incognito up here. How did he get out of the wheelchair? Well, he got out of the wheelchair because he is a Florida man, and he went through, he was in a coma, came out of a coma, 4 surgeries. He has a completely rebuilt titanium hip. Both of his legs are completely rebuilt. He broke his neck, a brain injury, and was told that he wouldn't be able to walk for 18 months. He was full-time in the wheelchair for about 6 months. And we had went to Goodwill, because you guys that know that's my decompression on the weekends is I go to Goodwill. We got a walker. So then he would force himself. I'm not sure if it would work. You can try, honey. Come on up and sit on the front porch. But so he decided that he was going to walk with this walker, and he did really good. If you guys go back on my channel, like in my shorts, the shorts stop. Well, in the last live, we took a look at the shorts, but I documented his recovery through the shorts. And then about 3 months ago, he decided that he didn't need the walker anymore, and he would just take off with a cane. So then he started walking with a cane, and we did wheelchair part-time and cane part-time, and then now he can actually walk without his cane. So he has immaculate, and his surgeon, when she looked at his x-rays like month 3, she was like, your healing is insane, like absolutely insane. How are you healing like this? And I said, he's freaking nature. I don't know. That's all I got. Freaking nature.
Is
so
this
yeah.
Mr. Monster?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, he went. I mean, we went through hell with him getting through recovery, and which he was in Daytona Hospital first, and I do not think highly of them. Hello, Salty. Can you hear us? Does it sound crazy? I don't know if she can hear us. Speak, my friend.
I can hear you, but I also hear what you said a second ago as well.
Oh, it's a delay. Yeah, and you're an OG to this. You don't got your YouTubes or nothing? I don't have a boom mic. I'm on my Turtle Beaches.
I'm on my phone, so.
Oh, you're on your phone?
If I close my YouTube, it takes me off of the panel. It throws me out.
It shouldn't if you just leave if you leave StreamYard up. Did it work? I'd say yes, he fought. Like, I've come a long way. But yeah, definitely. Lots of prayers and positive vibes, and it yeeted her. Ruh-roh.
Ruh-roh. I bet you didn't know if it was really me. All those attempts I was making, did you?
Well, I got my what do they call it? The peen screen up here. I figured it was you with your profile picture, but oh, she's gonna kill me. I can't remember who it was. Was it Gray Pearl that was saying like everybody's getting cloned?
Yeah,
Which
my name's all over these streets.
Is it? See, and I've only had one incident since I've been on here. Literally one incident, and this idiot, it was during the Kylie Rodney case. This moron comes up in my back screen, and like I didn't even get a ping. Like, come on, some moron standing there with a lotion bottle squirting it at a mirror. I was like, you can't even like come up with your little soldier, dude. Are you that ashamed?
But yeah, I was Hey, language, honey. My husband's watching a ball game. He's cursing. But no, I was my name's all over the streets right now.
Isn't what the hell is wrong with people? Like, you can't come up with your own shit? Be cloning people? I can honestly say, knock on wood.
They're not cloning me. Well, they're not. Okay, now they've got ideas, but anyway.
Oh shit.
They're just using my name.
Just using your name? Yeah, people are stupid, man. They'll go on and they'll like steal your profile picture, and then they'll put your name out there, and then you go into a chat and somebody's like being really weird, and like if you're from a community and you know that person, you're full of shit.
Yeah, but they're just using my names in their
That's crazy.
In their chats now, but they're not. I mean, they're using my names in their discussions now.
Oh, you mean
Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
God forbid be a good person in this community.
Yeah, it kind of sucks that I tried to be a good person, and but anyway, yeah, I'm sorry I did. I'll just be a butthead, and she can't get it to work. Any suggestions?
The only thing I know is if you have a browser, come up from your browser on StreamYard, which I think you have to anyway if you hit the link, and then just don't have YouTube open. Like if you've already clicked the link, it should be in your history on your browser. Or I can... And then just come straight up on StreamYard instead of having YouTube open. I don't know why it would yeet you. They keep doing all these updates, man. And they need to stop it with the updates, like seriously. Because every time they do an update, something crazy happens. Let's see.
Do you like your Turtle Bay headphones?
I love these. Yeah, absolutely. I love these headphones.
I have to wear one all day at work, so I just don't know.
I do too, but like the ones I wear at work are like little cheesy ones. What are they, like Plantronics or something? I don't know.
That's what mine are. Mine are Plantronics.
But these have like the big... I'm smoking. I don't want to put that in camera. But these have like the big... and I have to do one ear because I'm contracted all day with both. So I can't do both ears.
I'm contracted all day with both too. I'm like,
I can't do it. And he's still like not 100% stable. So I try to keep one ear out just so if he falls or something, I can hear him, because we've had a couple of falls.
yeah, he don't need to be falling.
So I always try to listen, like not creepy listen, but like listen to him.
I don't want to be I don't want to be creepy about it.
Being creepy. He knows I be all up in his business.
Don't be creepy about it. Don't be creepy.
Oh, you know what? I'm trying to do a different way to send the link to StreamYard, because it could be where it's coming out of studio. I would not be surprised.
Oh, can you hold on? Can you post the link in back chat and I can send her this link to the StreamYard?
Yeah. Yep, I sure can. Copy.
And then she can come in from. Then she can copy and paste it to the. Okay.
Do it that way.
Let me see if I.
Hey, can you hear me?
Oh. Hello.
Hey.
Are we delayed?
No, I don't hear anything. I hear like normal sounds.
Do you want me to cuss? If I cuss, you'll know it's normal sounds.
Oh, it sounds right now. I don't know what I actually did finally, but I kept messing with stuff, and yeah, here I am.
Do you still have YouTube open?
No, apparently it just closed. I don't know what I did differently this time. It was like something that Mom said a second ago. I was like StreamYard, so I haven't been on my account in a long time because I'm not streaming yet. So anyway, I went in there, and anyway, here I am. I think I figured it out. Well, let's keep our fingers. Figured it out for now. That's all that matters.
That's all that matters.
I'm glad you ladies came up.
So we're on Mom's front porch. Where's
That's
Mini Monster?
awesome.
He was supposed to be up here tonight. I texted him and told him you stood me up, dude. I bet he fell asleep.
I know that feeling.
I bet he fell asleep because, like, last weekend I did. I tried to like run the audio for Maddie, and he came up on panel, and then him and Doggo got to talking about games. I changed the title on the live. I was like, yeah, it turned into a whole like gamer live. So he called me tonight and he was like, hey, do you want to stream tonight? I was like, I worked all day, dude. Like my brain doesn't work at night on my own panel after work. He was like, oh, come on, Mom, da 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 da. And I was like, okay. And I sent him the link and everything like, I don't know, an hour ago. Shit.
Yeah.
Is that your schedule, 12 to 8?
My schedule is 8 to 5. It was nice meeting y'all. I'm going to catch y'all next time. Thank you, Paroline Queen, for coming in. Thank you so much for coming in.
I work 7 to 3:30.
Do you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to have a good shift, but, I took this new position and I just dread it. I'll be honest, I just dread it.
I know. I hate being busy. I'm not that. I have a sister who likes being busy, just thrives on that kind of stuff. I'm not like. I like being my kind of busy. You know what I mean? Like something I want to do.
Yeah, that's me. That's what I was fixing to say. I want to be busy doing something I want to do, not something somebody else wants me to do.
I think we just hit that stage of life, right? We're like, okay, it's time to do me all the time, not part time.
Right. Yeah.
I feel it. It's like when I get off work, I'm like trying to catch up and watch, check for updates and everything. And like, this is what I want to do full time.
Right.
And advocate and do what I do for the missing. That's what I want to do full time. And this position, it like takes away from all that, because my other job, I had downtime a lot. So, when we were on downtime, I mean, hell, that's my time. You know what I mean? The systems are down. What the hell am I going to do at work? So I do like sneak dates and stuff, checking it. And now it's like lunch, 30 minutes, which sucks because I'm used to an hour. So I'm trying to like scramble through everything and go through Twitter and reply to messages, and then by the
Yeah,
time I
because
get off work,
it can be time consuming what you're doing on social media, and it is time consuming, and there's a lot that goes into it. Not that you don't want to do it, but getting the time to get it all in, and doing the research that you do and the things you do, it does take time and dedication.
yep. And now I'm like attached to my computer all weekend, which I really don't mind it, but I liked it better when I wasn't like completely just like drained after work, and I didn't,
Yes.
I don't have the energy to do what I need to do and be able to focus. And I used to
Yeah.
be able to mod 2 lives and, keep up with this and that. And it's like you can't get it all together and still function and be, a functioning
Well,
part of the
yeah,
community.
and you seem like me, maybe a little wiry. So, like, I don't sleep a lot, like most people. But
Mm-mm.
after several weeks, especially now that I've gotten older and been through things, but because I've always had insomnia, but if I don't, like, I can go weeks without getting much sleep at all. But then it hits me, and like it takes all I can do to stay awake after the end of the day. You know what I mean? Like today, I got back up with Kimber, and I was like, dude, I about fell asleep on the bed because I literally laid there finally just like, you know what, I gotta lay down for a minute. And when I did, I almost went to sleep.
I
I
do
had to
that.
get up.
I do that. I don't sleep a lot, and I'm a night owl,
Yeah.
and then I won't sleep a lot, won't sleep a lot, won't sleep a lot, and then I'll just hit a wall, and I'll get off at like 3:30 one day, and I'll fall asleep right after work, and I won't wake up till it's time to go to work the next morning. I'll sleep like all night until it's time to go to work the
It,
next morning.
I've done
I
it
think,
too.
yeah, I'm sure you have because you put a lot into everything you do. I feel like, and we have to be honest. Lately, with this particular case that we've all been looking at, it got a little overwhelming, and it's kind of like
Very.
calm down.
Yeah, it was very, very overwhelming in the beginning, and I tried to like be in the background, which I wasn't
Yeah.
doing here on YouTube. I was doing it on Twitter, and I co-host the Twitter Spaces, which he's with his grandkids right now, so he takes a break. And like we had Lighting the Way, which is an amazing advocacy group, and a search team, and all these other people that were planned to come in on a Sunday night, spaces, and I literally got home from running errands, laid down on the couch. My min pin got up there with me, and I blame it on her. It's totally her fault.
Oh no.
She got up there with me and got underneath me and was like snuggled like a little baby, like with her feet all stuck up, and I was gone. I was
Oh
gone. I
no.
woke up. I
Yeah.
was 30 minutes late to the spaces. I was like, I'm so sorry. I'm supposed to be a co-host, and I'm like,
Yeah.
out.
Well, at least you were co-hosting, and they were still able to probably go ahead and start, until and let you get there. So I used to
Yep.
host Twitter Spaces in the Web3 world. I did it for like 2 years, and um, even doing that on a regular, it's draining. It can get draining if you let it. So, but we do what we do because we enjoy it, and we do it for a reason. But it can be a lot of work, but it's fun at the same time. Kind of rewarding if you do it right.
It is. It's very rewarding, and it's having that feeling of being able to help. When there's so many that
Yeah.
don't, and
Yeah.
then you have
Yeah.
the community that wants to help, and like it's fulfilling. It really is. And like it warms your heart and it warms your soul, and it's that feeling of completion that you followed something through
Yeah.
from the beginning to the end.
Well, and
And
that's one thing. When I found you, I was really drawn to what you do, and started to get to know you and everything, and realized you're here in Florida with me and different things. And we have a local girl. I call her my local girl who's missing, and it's been 11 years. We don't know where she is. And I was going over a little bit of that with Kimber a little while ago. We actually were talking about that. We wanted to come and hang out with you. But anyway, you have things that I'd like to know. The billboard stuff and different things. We need to get some new things generated in her case, you know what I mean? To get some
yeah,
talk maybe going. But I want to talk to you about stuff that we could do. you know, because I am in contact with her mother. I have never live streamed or put that out there like that because it's not like that.
Right.
So, you know, she's aware of who I am and what I do. She is local to me, and so I'm fully doxed to her, but she knows I have a true crime channel, and she knows I do want to present her daughter's case, and she's cool with that. They've done it on I think it was like an Oxygen special, one of those specials, you know, did a documentary on Tiffany. I found a couple on YouTube that I was surprised because I didn't know there would be any because it was so long ago. Found a couple. One of them did a good job, but it had a lot of inaccuracies and things like that. You know what I mean? So yeah, I'd love to talk to you and pick your brain about things that could be done in a cold case like that.
Anytime. You know, we can do billboards. Those are a great resource. It's just a matter of getting it as close as we can to the area where she was either last seen or last known of. National flyer drops. Those are great to use. Like,
and she's in the database. What is the name of that database? Do you know Lauren on Twitter? Lauren, her mom is the lady who was murdered. Oh God, what is her last name? She's really pretty, blonde. She's really sweet. She does a lot of really good work. She works with the search dogs. Shit, what's her name? Anyway, her mother was murdered, and she's not shy about talking about the case. So I'm not telling you anything that's not knowledge. And but they do a lot of great work, you know, and I kind of forgot where I was going with the train of thought there because there was so many things, but why I even brought her up at this point. Excuse me, guys, my gummy kicked in for real at the wrong time. But no, go ahead, Mom, because I want to hear what, you know, the things you would suggest you do with doing this for like you do with the cold cases, because we need to get people talking, you know what I mean? And don't you think putting up the billboards alone would put her face back out there?
Yeah, absolutely. You talking about this Lauren Mallory?
Yes, her.
Yep. Yeah, she's amazing. She is
Yes.
awesome.
She's good. She's not like a drama chick. You don't see her in any kind of crazy stuff like PIs get into. But she's real. I got a lot of respect for her.
Yeah, she's phenomenal. She is absolutely phenomenal, especially what she's been done, you know, recently with her mom's case. And I mean, she is a force with the missing community on Twitter.
My God, she's a force to be reckoned with, right? When that girl got started and grew up and realized what had happened to her mom, she wasn't going to stop. And she got her body re-exhumed and everything. And when there's movement in the case, she does post about it. But bless her heart, I hope they get to the bottom of it, what happened. Because it was not a good scene. It was bad. You know, I don't know if you've ever looked at the case and saw the story of what happened that night, but it was pretty bad. You know, it was pretty brutal. And so I hope that one day she gets the answers that but it led her down the road of, like you said, the advocacy of doing things and the rewarding of it. And it led her into the search and rescue aspect of things there in Rhode Island. And she has legit dogs and she does legitimate things. And it's just great to see that kind of stuff because there needs to be more of it. And even like throughout Florida, like I got to looking the other day because of you, I got to thinking about you and I was like, well, damn, let me look at this. So I Googled like search and rescue near me, right? To see what agencies popped up, you know, because a lot of them will work together. Like, you know, after hurricanes we have here, the groups come in the churches and the volunteers, and they sometimes turn into search and rescue missions.
Yep. One of the great teams that we have here in Florida, which, like, I've got contact information for Doug Bishop. He broke away from all that whole mess. But
that's what it was, Lauren. They have a database website, and I can't recall the name of it. And Tiffany's in there because I went to look to make sure. And Mr. Steve has links to the one on his website. Him and his wife have a large database on the missing, and Mrs. Steve is like super dedicated to it. and they're once they get settled, because they moved to Florida to be with the grandbabies, and when they're going to be, they're working on some stuff, and they're working throughout Florida as well. They got a great website as well. So if you guys want to check out Mr. Steve's website, and there's a database there on the missing as well. So anybody, if you know,
Mr.
make sure they're,
Steve.
yeah, True Crime Web, right? Isn't that the name of it, Mom? True Crime Web, Mr. Steve. Yeah,
Mr.
they
Steve
do
is
a lot of
phenomenal. Like it's so much. He's an
amazing.
amazing.
Yes, he
Yeah, when my
really
channel
is.
was
And
teeny tiny, I had him over here, and he was on my panel, and then a couple of other panels, and then of course, you know, he goes on with Chris and Mob Crew, and like I've actually met Mr. Steve in person. We went and had coffee.
yeah, girl, that's
When he
so
came
funny
down.
because he told me that really, because he knows of where, he knows I'm in, what area I'm in. So he was laughing one night about Mrs. Steve likes to go to the races, and I go to the races, whatever. I grew up in a racing family. So he's like, email me True Crime Time, because I know Waffle House, right? I love some Waffle House coffee. He's like, we'll meet at Waffle House and go have coffee. So I need to send that email.
Yeah, he's phenomenal. He emailed me the other day, and me and him were talking back and forth, and he's supposed to, when he gets down here, we're
Yeah.
gonna hook up, have coffee again. Yeah, he is phenomenal. He's phenomenal. Like I'm
Yes.
so happy to see him grow the way he has, and the nonprofit that they've got going, and the websites, and just
Yeah.
I mean,
The work
he
that
and
they
you
do
know,
on the cold cases, these missing cold cases, they're really going to start focusing on those. And that's great to have a really knowledgeable law enforcement officer, you know, retired or not, working that kind of
he
stuff.
is great. He's great, and I pick his brain on a regular basis. I always
Yeah.
have. Like
Yeah.
I love Mr.
And he loves that. 'Cause if you watched a lot of his presentations, he's done like for the Delphi case and Idaho 4, and he'll do recreations of stuff like the buried bullet in Delphi. He buried bullets out in the property in 3 different ways, and then they got left there for X amount of days or whatever, and then we go back and we dig them up and we examine them and we talk. It's amazing stuff. What could Dylan see that night? He puts a damn neon sign in his basement in his mock room. You have to watch that video. It's amazing what he did that night. And we were like, whoa, all you gonna see is some bushy eyebrows. I'm sorry.
Have you ever seen the video of him dragging Mrs. Steve through the woods?
No, I missed that one because I love it when she helps him. Girl, you know what he said about the one he did in the basement with the mummy? He had a mummy down there, and he had it on a trolley where he could move it, and that was the fake suspect in Idaho 4. And somebody joked in chat about Mrs. Steve's going to come home and see that because she was out of town. And he said, "Oh, no, 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 no. I got to put him up before Miss Steve gets here because y'all know she'll pop a cap in his ass." We were all laughing.
Peggy,
What
no,
part of Florida are
actually,
you in, Mom?
I'm in Orlando.
Okay.
Yep,
Yeah, I'm over here in the Panhandle. Yeah, she's
that's
down
why
there in Central. I'm on the other end.
that's why Maddie's case hit me so hard, is because I'm literally right here, like
Yeah,
in
it's
my
in your
back.
back door.
Right. Yeah, and
Mm-hmm.
I mean
And that's how I felt
hit
about Gannon Stock, you know, because Letitia tossed that baby off the bridge that I cross all the time, right here in my town. And I was like, bitch, if I had been crossing the bridge that night and seen that U-Haul foot of that bridge doing that,
that one.
I wish I had. You know what I mean? I wish I had.
Oh yeah, I totally get it. And no, Peggy, we didn't have Waffle House coffee. Funny story, we actually had Dunkin' Donuts coffee. And we get there
Oh,
and we sit at the table, you know, we get at the table, and he was still in his wheelchair. Mr. Monster was still in his wheelchair. So he's sitting there, you know, at this little, me and Mr. Steve were at the bar tables, and he's sitting at a shorter table, you know, kind of just pushed him up to the table. We go over, we order our coffee. We're so deep in conversation. None of us realize that we've been sitting there this whole time, never got our coffee. So I go up to the counter and I'm like, we ordered coffee like 30 minutes ago. Can we get that? And she goes, I totally forgot. So brings our coffee over there. I no more than get 2 sips out of it. And she comes over to our table and she's like, are you guys about done? Because we're closing. So we got thrown out of Dunkin' Donuts. Yes, girl. We got thrown out of Dunkin' Donuts and stood in the parking lot. I finished my coffee.
Dang. Whoa, Dunkin' Donuts. That's not cool. Waffle House open all night.
Yeah. No love for Dunkin' Donuts, what they're throwing out people. And yeah, Chris is amazing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nasty. Yeah, I can't with that woman. I cannot with that woman. She acted such a damn fool at that trial. Oh my lord, that woman.
Hey, when you mentioned Stefan Stearns a moment ago, I caught a plunder drop earlier. I don't know if it was from today or yesterday or whatever, but it was one of her most recent. But she has found a website that he was on, and so she went on to the website and did her thing. And it looks like he only followed like one person, like immediately, she said. And the name that he used was the same name on the Reddit account that he used. And she read this bizarre thing he wrote. It's not, it's got some vulgar stuff content. I don't mind saying it, but I don't really want to say it. Y'all have to go look at it. But the thing he was talking about was really strange. And so apparently, next to his handle was the words typed out switch, and she explained that that meant that you could either be the dominator or the one being dominated. You could be either or in a situation, and I was like bondage or whatever. I was like, damn, Stefan. And then she showed these pictures of him, and I was like, I'm like, you mom. I was like, no, I couldn't even look. I was so creeped out, you know what I mean? It was like I couldn't look at it. And but there's strange things about this guy, and the fact that he did this for so long to the same little girl over and over and over, and all of us are just as women and moms are just having such a hard time with this one, and it being right there in your back door, it's going to affect you like that, you know.
It really has. Like, I've been so deep off in things with him, like the Reddits and how
Yeah.
and disgusting. I mean, hi,
Did
Lady
you
V,
hear?
welcome in.
Have you heard some of the backstory on his childhood then?
His childhood, like how his mom was
Yeah.
allegedly. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, so I think the guy's been weird forever. It's really sad that whatever he was doing went unrecognized for so long. Yeah, I'm assuming that's what happened.
Yeah,
So
he's
do
a
y'all
sicko. Go ahead,
do y'all
Kimber.
feel that Jen's involved? That
I do.
Jen was
Let
involved
me.
somehow?
There was something that I was gonna. Well, I can talk about it more openly here, and especially now that I can actually talk to you guys. But yes, there's a good chance because I do know of 2 cases personally. One was somebody I grew up with, and I didn't know it for a lot of years until later, but it's all true. She was molested by her mom's live-in, and turns out mom knew all about it, but nothing happened because the way things were back then. Because I'm like, I think I'll be 57 next month. I don't know. I was born in 67, whatever that means, whatever, how old I am. Anyway, I'm getting
Yeah,
old.
you'll be
So,
57 next month.
okay, yeah, thank you. So, yeah, when I was little, but so I'm assuming like this is like 70s, right? Like early 70s, I guess, by this time, mid 70s. And so nothing was done except the family took her away from the mom. And I don't remember what happened to him. He's like went off, right? And yeah. And it's like, no, that's not how things are done. And then there's another girl I knew as a teenager. We all partied our ass off. She started dating this guy. We warned her. We said, look, this guy's got a bad hit. He was older. He has a bad history. He used to date a girl who was a local girl. Her family owned a bar. She went missing. Somebody killed Paula. Everybody said it was him, but the cops, I guess, could never prove it. I don't know. I was like young when that happened. But you fast forward, here I am a teenager, and this dude's dating my friend. Well, then she has a baby. That little girl starts getting older. Then it turns out my mother-in-law was dating my friend's dad. That little grandbaby of his climbs up in bed one night, snuggled to watch TV, whatever, read a book. But she asked Grandpa if he'd like to do something sexual instead. And his heart he freaking lost it. Like, what do you
Oh my
mean? What do you mean? And she starts telling him stuff. Yeah. Turns out Mama knew the whole time. He went to prison. She went to prison. So, which they
Damn.
deserved it. Right here in Florida. They fucking both went to prison as deserved. But that's 2 cases I know of that the mom absolutely knew. But there's a lot of cases where they don't know just as well. But as long as Maddie's went on, and as bizarre as this guy appears to have been, I think red flags would have went off somewhere.
Yeah.
Not only that, I almost feel like that Jen, from the way that one interview with Stefan where she was rubbing his back and stuff, and he was fake crying or whatever he was doing. It's it's almost you almost get the impression like she helped him groom Maddie.
Well, don't say it couldn't happen. And because if you look into cases like, this, and they've happened, and it doesn't mean
that right, and that's
Yeah.
just my opinion, but you almost get that impression that she did the way because she's like loving she's like it's like a motherly type thing towards
No,
him.
you know what though? The girl that I knew that,
It's creepy.
but when nothing ever happened, the mom knew of that case. It's complicated, but became so acceptable to the mom that was happening, I think, but jealousy sets in. Now, she's jealous because you're paying more attention to that little girl than you are to me.
Yep.
Even though I'm aware of what's happening. And I often wonder, because we don't know, Mom, did you pick up anywhere in that interview with Stearns and the interview we just heard recently with the cops? It's never clear where Jennifer was that night, what time she got home. We know she claims that she was home that morning and saw Maddie getting ready at 8 a.m. But why did Stearns get her from the party? How did he end up with her? And where was Jen when they went to bed?
Exactly.
That's never been. And so I've often wondered, did she walk in and something happened? Because she didn't like what she lost control. I don't know. Do you know what I mean? I don't like to start rumors and theories. I'm just trying to have a conversation about it.
Oh, girl, I've been through. Don't hold back. I've been through everything over here. Like I have nothing for Jen Soto. I mean, and if I am wrong in the end, I will fully apologize. But at this point, just behavior and the way that she's acted, and what happened to Maddie, the time frames, the red flags, the things that you would have noticed physically. I mean, come on.
And even if you gonna say you didn't know the abuse was happening, are you gonna sit there and say that I saw her getting ready at 8, we took her to school? And I don't know, and I think the cops maybe have told them in the beginning, there is a girl on camera at the church, but we don't know, who it is. And they just let them believe that it was Maddie. Because remember, they kept saying she's seen at the church, but the cops never confirmed that. I think the cops just let them say that. But I think they knew that wasn't Maddie. I think there really was a girl on camera at the church, but the cops knew the whole time it was not Maddie.
And what about her coming out saying, "Oh, well, my sister saw the footage"?
Yeah, no, sister didn't see no footage.
You lying ass.
She was starting. I think she realized quickly that she better keep her mouth shut because people were paying attention to what she was saying. It's hard to keep track of what you're saying in those interviews. One of the girls that interviewed her very, very early, I was like sitting on my phone, and then a news thing come on. It was a local channel there in Orlando, and that voice, so wait a minute, that's Hannah. And I looked, and sure enough, it was Hannah McKenzie. And I was like, damn it, girl. So I messaged her real quick. I was like, hey, I need the lowdown on that lady you just interviewed. And she's like, it's a hard read. I was like, I know, right? But she never really went beyond that with me in a conversation. You know what I mean? I don't want to, that's her job. So that was the end of the conversation. I feel like if she ever wanted to reach out and tell me something, she knows what I'm about, she'll do it, but whatever. But yeah, the news people picked up on that stuff immediately. And I think the cops did too.
I think that's
'Cause
why
you
they had
notice-
so many interviews in the beginning.
You know,
I
what
believe
that,
it's my opinion. I believe law enforcement was like, "Hey, you guys she's letting y'all interview her. Go do it again."
Yeah. Did you realize when they were doing the interview with Stearns, the police, and the lady cop says, "Is that the media?" And it was. She's like, when she tells the other cop, she's like, "Go tell them whatever, like, to back off. I'm like trying to conduct an interview here with Stearns." So the other cop, I guess, walks away because we just hear the audio. But she sure enough does. She's like, "Is that the news?" And Stefan's like, "Yeah, they wanna." His damn whiny ass voice. And you know what? One big takeaway I took listening to that shit, when he was complaining about his deaf old parents and those dang poodles, that shit annoyed him to no end. And I was like, what? You're sitting there, Maddie, we know what you did. You're whining to no end about how you ain't slept, you haven't ate, you've been on them tranquilizers. Ativan, I'm sorry, is not a tranquilizer. I know firsthand. You probably took enough and you were probably giving some to her as well. Why not? Especially if it was a 0.5 milligram. It's not going to, you give her enough, it'll do something.
Yeah. And tranquilizers aren't just handed out either, bub.
No, you.
I can't wait to hear what tranquilizer was you on exactly.
Right.
Because ain't but one I can think of.
I have, the doctor diagnosed anxiety disorder and post-traumatic stress syndrome, and I was on Ativan for about 2 years. And it worked. It was great, but I was on a low dose. You know what I mean? I know that stuff doesn't just knock you out unless you take enough of it, and he's probably took enough over time. He probably took enough. You know what I'm saying? But what tranquilizer was that? Because Ativan is legit an anxiety medication. It's not classified as a tranquilizer.
No, it's not. It's isn't it? I think it's in the benzodiazepine.
It's not like a Xanax. Yeah, it's like a benzo, but different almost.
Right,
It's not like a Xanax. It's different than
No.
Xanax. Way different. So who knows? But I feel like when I heard him say Ativan, though, my first thought was, were you having to give it to Maddie? Because at a certain point, that child's getting older, right, Mom? Kimber, she's getting older. She's going to start realizing this is not normal. When they're little, they don't know at first.
We'll see. And I wonder another thing too, y'all. I wonder if Maddie had gotten to the age where she had started realizing
Yes.
that it was not right, and she had started telling him, "No,
Yes.
stop." And I wonder if that was, part of it, and maybe she told him she was going to tell.
Was that the night she fought back?
Right. Was that the night she fought back? Was that
Because
was that
Mom,
the
if
night
you,
she
yeah, yeah,
was
was
that
it
the
the
night she
night?
fought back?
Because you don't never know. And say even if he was using, say, like a low dose Ativan, over time that child's going to develop a tolerance to that. It's not going to be as effective as it
Right.
was a year ago or 6 months ago. And we know for a fact he'd been doing it for a couple years. So I don't know that he was doing that. I'm just saying if he was, it could have been going on for a while and she would have built up a resistance. So
Right.
was she strong enough finally and old enough to fight back? Did that trigger an event that night? Because Mom, have you heard through the grapevine here in Florida what possibly happened to her? Like a head trauma?
What I've seen was in a news report, and it's somewhere in the crazy Discord that I've got for Maddie. It's in there somewhere. But in you read through the article, and right below, almost to the end of it, it's talking about when the ME's not going to release the ME report. It says that she died of domestic violence.
Yeah, because it's not going to list anything but that. It's not going to. Who was I watching? Shit. 2 different people based in Florida, and like ex law enforcement, ex something and others, and that was what allegedly had been said to them, sources, that she a head trauma or something, like a head injury. But then there was 2 warrants on gun trace warrants. And so I watched some experts talking about the breakdown of what all was in those documents as far as the search warrants go. And it looks like they did recover at least 2 different firearms somewhere, and they ran a trace record search on those 2 firearms, like where it had been, previous owners, where it was sold, that kind of thing. But we don't know if that was used in this crime or not, because we don't know how she passed away. So I don't know. And they also had put a tracker. Now, I thought this was pretty fucking wicked of the FDLE and the police there in Orlando, the police department that investigated. It was that because they were the lead. FDLE was offering all their assistance, full force, but they got warrants very early on and put them on all 3 of their vehicles. There was apparently 3 vehicles. I think he had 2 and Jen had 1.
Yep. I think
Wow.
one of them was his parents. Hi, Lady V. Welcome up. Peggy, welcome up.
Hi, everybody.
Hey. But yeah, so they was tracking their vehicles very early on to see, I guess, where they were going afterwards and whatnot. And then they were also doing the same thing with their phones. They could tell all their incoming and outgoing calls for a time period there.
Yep. Yeah, kudos to them. I mean, FDLE, they do some amazing work. Like they really,
do,
really
don't they?
I think the Amber Alert
do.
system sucks, but other than that,
Yeah.
I mean,
I think they all do. I think it needs to be a nationwide system on that damn Amber Alert, and it needs to be done right, and just get it. Y'all tell me y'all can't do it. We know better. But yeah, FDLE, there's a lot of agencies across the country that do business with FDLE and their departments. So as far as testing things go and evidence and that nature, they've really built a good department.
yep, you got to think even in Gannon's, or was Gannon?
Yeah,
Gannon's
because
piece,
Gannon was in Florida when he was found here. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I remember.
like the piece of plyboard was brought down here to South Florida. I believe it was South Florida. I've got so many cases in my head, but that's where they brought them down here. And then even Harmony, there were evidence that was brought down here in her case too. So we have some great resources down here, but you got to think that I love the fact that we do have some really good, phenomenal law enforcement, and we have great resources. But you got to think of the crime rates down here is so insane that you almost have to have those resources to back up.
Yeah, don't you feel like FDLE started really building and getting strong around like the late 80s? Like Miami Vice was no joke, right? I mean, back in the day, the influx of, it's still bad no matter what, but the influx of everything, the drugs, the guns, everything, all the bad was coming from everywhere. And a lot of things were going on. People were jumping on rafts and floating across the, the Florida Straits and risking their lives. It was crazy. And
so, like man-made rafts.
Yeah.
Do you guys mind if I ask a question?
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just wondering because I was sick and I'm a little bit behind on stuff on, and so you're thinking that he maybe gave Jennifer and also Madeline like tranquilizers of some sort or nerve pills or something?
Well,
it's very
we don't.
I wouldn't look past it.
Yeah, we don't know. We just know that he said he was taking Ativan himself,
right?
And so it made me wonder: was he doing that? We don't.
Yeah.
We will not. We won't know that because under Florida law, Maddie's autopsy is going to be sealed. It cannot be publicized at all. Because of her age and because it's a domestic violence case, and the nature of her death.
Ever?
So, no, never. It won't. That's Florida new. It's a new law in Florida, that and the death penalty for what he just did. So
I'm grateful for that.
Yeah. So yeah, the new law also protects Maddie in the fact that we won't ever see that autopsy. And you know, I'm okay with that. But we'll get a report once they go to trial, because Florida has the best sunshine laws in the country. Everybody has adopted a model after our laws. And so we get a lot of documents here. You know, we don't get the usual crap everybody else gets. It's pretty easy to get documents and stuff like that. And everything's supposed to be done in sunshine. That's why it's the sunshine law. So we'll get a report and we'll find out at trial, probably if it gets that far. There's a good chance this dude might get a plea bargain. I don't know, Mom. What do you think? He'll, because if he gets,
I hope
I hope not.
Oh, I
don't
hope
think they
not.
will, because they, well, I figured they may want to make an example out of him with the new law, but they already are talking about how they're going to, the law will be challenged for constitutional rights or whatever. But I'm like, well, let him challenge it. Let him be the test, whatever. Just don't deal him out. Don't plea deal him.
Do you think they might plea deal him out to get Jen?
No, because, well, he might turn on her regardless, thinking his whiny ass could use that to get him out of trouble a little, maybe a little easier on him or something. Who knows with his weirdo. Yeah.
I mean,
but
in my opinion, the new documents that the docket
I think
got,
she knew.
I think she knew too. Like this guy is already. I mean, just my opinion. You know, everything's alleged. Go do your own research. Nothing's being said as fact.
Right.
This is completely my opinion.
No.
But you have him like taking 3 showers and that's it. And a long time frame. And then he was making paintballs from the paint. I was like, well, at least he wasn't eating the paint. But you know, it's like, are you trying to like plead insanity before that's even an option? Because that's not going to work with me. Sorry. Not going to take the insanity plea. You're full.
No, because you had nothing, there's no indicators beforehand that he was mentally ill. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you didn't just snap, dude. You were leading a normal life apparently. I mean, you can't just
normal is somebody that does the disgusting things he does, in my opinion.
Right. I mean, yeah, he appeared normal. Let me rephrase that, right? He appeared normal. So in Florida's funny because there's a case here where we had an 18-year-old kid. He killed his mom and he ended up getting the insanity plea. And his aunt, who advocates for her sister, she hosts a podcast with a local news journalist. So in Florida, there's a mental hospital, and that's where you go to this Florida State Prison Mental Hospital. And every 6 months, he gets to go before a board and a hearing, and she has to be notified, and they make a decision: is he still insane, or is he not? And he gets to go now. And it's like, what? No. And she's like, if she had realized the scope of what letting him take that plea was on the insanity plea, what that meant, she would have never signed off on it. But she thought she was helping her nephew. Yeah, he did horrible thing, but if you're telling me he's crazy and he needs this, I want him to go get this help. But that's not what happened. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So now every 6 months she's put through hell over and over and over, and it's ridiculous. So I hope he doesn't.
Remember the name of the kid you're talking about, but I did hear about it.
That's crazy.
That's the one on that podcast you had me watch.
Yes, Pam's nephew.
Yeah.
What was his name? Brandon Adelot. Sharon Adelot was her name. Sharon Adelot was a teacher here in my hometown, and her husband also was a teacher at one point and got into a sexting scandal, and they ended up divorced, and he pretty much over time brainwashed his son against his mom. And then Christmas Eve came, or Christmas Day, I can't recall exactly which one it was. He was supposed to take his little sister over to his mom's. They were going to go hang out with mom and do their thing like normal and go to the families. They all hung out on Christmas Day. But that morning when he got there, it was just him. And as soon as she opened the door, he just went nuts. That's the best way to put it. And it was brutal. And yeah, and now he's sitting in the Florida State Prison for the mentally insane. And there's a good chance he might get out. He's not been in, I mean, it's crazy.
How old was he? Was he like
He was 18 when it happened,
18?
and I think now he's 20. Maybe 24, 26. It's not. I remember when Sharon was killed, but I can't remember how many years ago it was. Maybe I don't know. I'd hate to guess and guess wrong.
Well, I know that mental illness exists out there.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm well aware that it does, but, and I will say but, because I don't believe that everything is done out of mental illness. I think some people are just pure evil.
Amen.
And there is no mental illness. I think some people are just pure evil inside. And that's what I believe. And there, people can go, oh, well, they're just no, some people are just pure evil.
Absolutely.
And that's what I believe.
You can look at that dude's black eyes, man, and see that soul that's not there. Do you know what I mean?
And that's what I'm saying. He's just, and it's not a matter of mental. He's just pure evil.
Yeah.
It's not a matter of him being mentally ill. He's an evil monster.
Not at all.
It's a matter of he's an evil monster. You can't look at him and go, oh, well, he's mentally ill. And no, he's a monster.
He was calculated in his moves.
Yes.
And he full on groomed that child and used that mother to do it, or she was a very willing participant.
Right. So how can you can't look at that and go, well, they're mentally ill. No. So you either have to get on, well, either you have to say he's mentally ill, or you have to go death penalty. And I'm on the side of death penalty because I believe he's a monster.
Yeah, people.
You can't be on both sides.
It's like the Iceman. Do you guys remember the Iceman? That dude.
Yes.
That man is out and out evil. I believe in pure evil. I agree. It's not all mental illness, but we do have a lot of mental illness.
I do believe that mental illness is a very strong issue in this country. And I do believe that there are people that do things because they are mentally ill. And don't get me wrong. And I do believe that.
Most of the time, they're not. It's varying degrees. I'm sorry. It's varying degrees of mental illness. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Some aren't as bad as others. And you can't tell me that somebody like Stefan, in my opinion, that can fake a normal life and be doing this and knowing to cover his tracks isn't just out and out evil. That's not mental illness. That's just
it's evil. He's evil. He's an evil person. And then, he'll go to prison, and when he goes to prison, and of course he'll sit on death row for 9,000 years and appeal.
9,000 years, right? I know.
He'll get appeals and all this, and everybody will go, "Oh, well, he found God."
Nuh-uh.
Well,
you better hope you did, because one day you're going to be meeting him, and he might not open that door. That's on you.
Exactly. But you know what?
That loophole makes me mad. That loophole right there makes me mad. Oh,
And you're like, well, Stefan, if you'd have found him before you did all the things that you did, then you might not have done them.
She didn't have a normal adolescent little girl life. He robbed her of all of that.
You robbed her of her innocence and her childhood.
And the first picture we ever saw, she had those big dark panda eyes. It just broke my heart.
And you know what? It strikes me. Go ahead.
It makes me sick to see a picture of her, of Maddie, and him and her mama together, because I just think, because I know that he groomed Maddie, and I think that Jen played her part in the whole thing. And I just look at Maddie and I think that poor child.
I can't with the pictures of the three of them together, or him and her together. I won't share them. I won't post them. I won't give him the time of day on that. He's when I look at Maddie's photos, and it's like you see a happy little girl, but on the outside, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
she tried, like she is happy, but you can
She put
almost
on
tell.
that smile,
Yeah.
just trying to just mask all the pain. And I mean, you could just see how, like I said, her eyes just, not only the dark circles, but just her eyes just, you know, are so sad looking, you know?
That made me wonder looking when everybody pointed out her eyes like you're talking about. And then if you think about that and think about him claiming that he's on medication, the Ativan, if he's giving her medicine, maybe she's not even aware she's getting this medicine, right? If he drops one in her drink and it whatever, I don't know. But, and if she's, you know what I mean? It could be because she's not sleeping or whatever. And to hear that Jen said in the documents that she allowed him
Yeah, that's
to sleep in
disgusting.
the bed with them. And what was it, Mom? She, even there were times she was at home and when she needed to sleep, she would ask him and Maddie to sleep in a different room.
Because of her anxiety. Her anxiety, she would send Maddie with the
That's
monster
right.
to sleep, you know.
That's right.
Robin
Her
don't
anxiety. Bitch, what
Hey,
kind of...
what they admitted was creepy.
Wait a minute. All she had to do was take one of his Ativan for her anxiety and put her baby girl in bed with her next to her and went to sleep.
There you go. What'd you say, Peggy? Peggy, can you hear me, love?
I said even most things they admitted were creepy.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely creepy. That the whole thing about him is creepy. He is so looks creepy. He presents himself creepy, and then after the first set of documents that come out, it just makes you question like humanity. It's like how can you be that sick of a human being? Like I just can't wrap my mind around it.
And you wonder how he got by with it for so long. You know, I mean, he's had others. I mean, his roommate had said he was videotaping his girlfriend in the shower and stuff, and basically they paid him off, you know?
Yeah.
If somebody had just said something earlier, you know, I don't think I could.
They've probably went back in his history. Yeah. They've probably went back in his history to see if he had a connection to any women.
Situation.
Yeah.
As a
I mean,
child,
what do y'all...
I did.
Let me ask y'all this. Why do y'all think they haven't arrested Jennifer yet?
They're building
My
a
opinion, I
case.
think they're trying to gather everything and build Kimber, and build a strong case against her because they
Now, do
don't
we know
want
is
in this.
she in a? I'm so sorry.
You're
They
fine.
want
I
it to,
just
they want whatever they've got on Jennifer.
I don't think they want a case.
Hello, Mom. Let's
That's
just talk
my
together. No, you're fine. Go ahead, Mom.
So I honestly think that they're like Kimber said, they're building a case against her because Florida took so much pushback and still does this day. And they don't want to see another Casey Anthony. They don't want reporters chasing people through airports and shit again.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Kimber.
And they want to make sure whatever they have, they're trying to gather all the evidence, and they want to make sure whatever they have against her sticks, so they can put her ass away too.
Do you know, did she end up going to mental hospital or anything at the beginning of all of this? Do you guys know that? I had heard rumors, but I don't know if it's true or not.
I heard something about it the other day that she went.
She was.
Do
she
what?
went to go get. Did she go get like stabilized? Because a lot of times in Florida they have like the hospitals that have like an area you can, I don't know, like you can go check yourself in or whatever. You can go get stabilized. You're there 3 or 4 days.
Right.
Longer if need be, whatever the case, you know. I wonder if that's what she did. I just
That's what
wonder.
I'm wondering as well.
And that's
because
a
to
72
Baker
hour.
Acts, yeah.
So, but was this after Maddie went? Was this after all of this happened with Maddie?
After they found her.
That's what I heard. Yeah.
This was
Okay.
Yes,
So
but
if this
she,
was, okay,
she allegedly went to like mental health facility or something, but it was not long after all of them when Stefan got arrested, I believe, and I feel like it was because you can't, in Florida, there's Baker Act, but there's some specific criteria to Baker Act somebody.
Right.
And there was nobody to Baker. The state of Florida is not going to Baker Act her ass. So anyway, that leads me to believe, and she wasn't court ordered, so she probably checked herself in. I need stabilizing. My child just got, this just happened to my baby or whatever she said. And that's probably what she did. And they let her back out. But she was already on medications herself, because Stefan said during the interviews, didn't he say that she herself was on medications as well for her ADHD? And so I'm not sure what meds Jennifer was actually on herself. If she's got anxiety bad enough that she can't safely put her baby to bed at night, then she really needs to see her doctor.
Absolutely.
But see, I think the reason that I didn't know Jennifer had done that, but I think part of the reason that she did that, because like you said, there's nobody there, because it has to be a family member or somebody to Baker Act you.
Yeah. That's allegedly.
I didn't know that much about that. That's allegedly. That she did. But I think this is allegedly, in my opinion, all that good stuff. But I think the reason that she did that is because she knows she had some involvement. So if she checked herself in and checked herself out, I think that Jennifer's trying to lay the groundwork for an insanity plea.
Yeah.
Trust
That's
me.
where I was going. That's where I was going with that.
Very possible. Now the rumor is now that she's with family. So if you've been doing this for a while and you know that they have the 72-hour hold after that, she didn't go back on media.
Well, I can tell you what, if she was my daughter, she wouldn't be with me, because I'd have done knocked up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Peggy. What did you say, hon?
Yeah. I'm sorry. I just they said they found videos on that creep's phone.
Yeah.
Yes.
Who was taking those videos? There had to be a third person.
That's a good question. That's a really good question. Who was taking those videos? Was it all just him, or was there another person taking the videos?
No.
And
There had to be at least one more person taking those videos.
Right. If there was one other person, I mean, the only other person that lived there was Jen. There's a possibility he was using a tripod, but
yeah.
Was it her mom or some other creep?
That's possible too. That is possible too, because these sickos, they use they're not necessarily known for sharing, but they do share photographs. It's almost like trading cards, and I know that sounds really sick, but it's almost like trading cards, and people they make money off of this stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
They make hella money off of these videos and off of these pictures. And, that's where like the dark web, and I'm not promoting the dark web by any means, but the dark web, when I first learned of the dark web, it was a lot of like snuff films and, there's websites you can go on, and it's just full blown pages and pages and pages of doxing people. And I'm not talking about saying your name on YouTube. I'm talking about like your credit card information and your bank information.
Yeah.
What you ate for dinner the night before, what your first grade teacher name was, what color underwear you had on when you were 5. You know what I mean? Like real doxing.
That's what I've heard too.
Wasn't there some kind of app that he was using where the images disappeared? I thought Dago said something about that one night. There was some kind of
Snapchat, you mean?
No, it wasn't Snapchat. It was some app that Dago said that.
Hold on.
But I can't remember.
All of the warrants are listed on that page, and I don't recall anything like that.
I may have been mistaken, but I thought he said there was some kind of app that he was using. The government was trying to get rid of this app because people used it.
I know what you're talking
I think
about.
he used a couple of apps, but there was on his actual phone when they recovered it. There were 1,500 or 1,700 photos and images, videos, whatever of Maddie and in her, like her own folder. And under Florida law, they have to go to the DA's office, the defense does, and make an appointment and go there to view the material because it's CSAM, which now I have to wonder, like Mom was saying, there's a lot of money in that business.
Oh, yeah.
Was he selling those images? And to who?
Yep. As sick as it is a big business.
Yes, it's so sad.
And these people are never cured. It's not like they're going to be rehabilitated. They never get it.
No.
Gosh, I'm trying to remember the
I
name.
so agree. You can't cure.
No, I probably look crazy. I'm
They'll
scanning.
never be cured. They'll never stop.
No, they never will stop.
Mm-mm.
You don't, Peggy, you don't want to look into the dark web. That's a very scary place to go.
Yeah, very. I mean, if you ever thought about it being something that's not humanly possible, you're gonna find it there.
Yeah.
No, I have enough nightmares on my own.
The long, long time ago, when I first heard about it, I went on there with the Thor program, Aurora, whichever one it was. Anyway, I think it was Roar. It was like really, it was really scary.
That's one place I've never been is the dark web.
I stayed on there for about 5 minutes and left.
Right?
Enough. Yeah.
Well, just doing what, and I guess like what I do here in the Mind of Monsters, I mean, that's the channel name, you have to look at both sides of things. And like I hate to say I'm desensitized because I don't feel desensitized, but I guess in a way,
right.
If you look at it from a bigger picture, I am kind of desensitized.
I am too.
Yeah, I understand.
I'm able to look at these things and not have nightmares where, they're, like I said, again, not promoting anything like that. It's just.
I'm desensitized, I guess, because I've always researched a lot because true crime is something I've always been interested in. So it doesn't bother me, but I've just never been looked into the dark web because I'm like, I don't really want to go there.
My mom was into this stuff when I was growing up. And of course, I'm 62. So I grew up with, John Wayne Gacy, Ted Bundy, all of those people, and sometimes I feel bad because, something will happen to a child or something. And it's not that it doesn't break my heart. It does break my heart. But I think I have built a little bit of a wall there to separate it. And I feel really bad because they're all crying. And I'm like, I feel horrible and I want justice and I'm mad. But I think I'm desensitized to it as well because you have to have something to stop before, otherwise you can't continue to do this. It'll rip you apart too badly and you'll end up in a nervous breakdown over it if you allow yourself to.
It'll break you.
It will.
Yeah, you have to kind of compartmentalize and it's not personal and you can't take it all to bed with you. Can you think about how law enforcement feels when they see and deal with it every day and how they have to handle it? And that's, I think that gets lost with true crime sometimes because you're going to talk about sensitive topics and things, but they're part of the crime. So you have to talk about them. And you can warn the people that it's going to be a sensitive topic, but if you can't handle it, then that's when you need to just step away and do your thing.
And I think you need to have something other than this too. Like I have my nail art. I'm a nail artist, and I have my resin and my artwork that I work on, you know, that gets me out of my headspace. You know, I'll be listening to things that are going on, but I'm really more focused on something else so I can glean the facts, but not have everything so traumatizing, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. You try to
You
take the
have to
good
find your happy
parts.
place.
Yeah.
You do. You have to find your happy place. That's why on the weekends I usually splurge and we go, we go and do things and we go out places and a lot of times I'll say, I'm not going to be on my channel. I'm not going to get on my channel. I end up on my channel. But I'll upload shorts and stuff like that because I try to like on the weekends, like during the day, like Saturdays, we try to go to Goodwill and like I antique shop and like that's my
Oh, I love
release
that.
away. That's my
Y'all
release
going
away from true
fishing?
crime. And we actually went and got some new poles and I told him I want to go fishing because tomorrow I'm actually gonna take Maddie's cactus to her memorial because the flowers that I planted for, I was so pissed. Oh, I was so upset. The flowers that I planted for, I guess they weren't close enough to the fence, which I tried to put them far enough away from the fence that they wouldn't grow into the fence, and they got mowed down, which
Yeah.
really upset me a
Oh,
lot.
no.
Yeah, I was
I was
pretty
wondering
upset.
when I heard you mention that, and I was like, "Wait a minute, what do you mean they got how dare them?" You
What
know.
happened?
But
I'm sorry. I missed what you just said.
I had went and we did a live stream, which I've been to Maddie's memorial 4 times now.
Right.
So, um, we had went up there and went to her memorial, and I didn't live stream the whole thing. What I did was cut videos together, and then I'd edited some of it out because my stepdaughter was with us. So I didn't want like her blasted all over my channel. You know what I'm saying? She's
Sure.
Maddie's age. I didn't want
Right.
that. I didn't want that on the channel. So a lot of it's not in that video the day that we went. So the next time that we went, it was just me and him, and we went and I streamed it, and we went up there, and her memorial was beautiful. And we took her like a few little trinkets up there, and then we have a famous nursery, Lucas Nursery, that's like right down the road. So we went to Lucas Nursery and like this, oh my God, bless the guy's heart when I got to Lucas Nursery because I literally go walk into Lucas Nursery, huge famous nursery, like ships all over the world. And I found the sweetest little guy and I walked up to him and I was like, hey, so I have probably the oddest question you'll ever be asking your whole career working here. Where can I find flowers that will do okay on the side of the road in the middle of nowhere, St. Cloud? And he kind of looked at me funny. And I said, I'm an advocate for the missing and a true crime creator. And I advocate for people that are murdered, unsolved crimes. I'm an advocate. And I told him Maddie's story. This guy was amazing. I mean, phenomenal. He walked us around the whole nursery and he showed us the different flowers that were native that were going to be able to survive and thrive without somebody being there to take care of them all the time. And
yeah.
he was just phenomenal. And I think I spent like $50. We got 2 real pretty flowers and then we got a set of bulbs because one of my other mods, Dandy Linus, I think they're all in Discord watching a movie. They do movies on Friday night or they'd be in here too. But she wanted bulbs. She's my hippie child. So she didn't want like plants for her. She wanted bulbs for her. So I bought the big bag of like bulbs, and they're the videos on my channel. And I had to like edit it when I got home because I've got like a short shirt on. It's one of my wiener dog shirts. And on the back of it, it's got a wiener dog in a cowboy outfit. And he's got his 2 6-shooters and it says you got to protect your wiener. Well, I didn't think about the fact that it was super short. My butt crack was hanging out the whole time. And this guy drives by and he's like honking. And I'm like, I'm not a planner either. Like, I am not a garden person at all. Like, I can rebuild an engine on a vehicle. I can do all kinds of amazing things with a motorcycle, but plant a plant, that is not me. You are not going to get a plant out of me. Like, I have cactuses that, bless their souls, they're 2 years old and they're still alive, but I do not jack with them. Like, I leave them alone. I've replanted them, got them in what I want, and they're safely on their own, and I do not mess with them. So I'm like down and I've got the garden spade in my mother-in-law's garden spade, and I'm all digging into the ground. The skywalk, he drives by and he's like, honk, honk, hey, hey. And I looked up at Mr. Monster and I was like, is my butt crack hanging out? I was like, and you've been filming this whole time and couldn't let me know that all of St. Cloud on Old Hickory Tree Boulevard, like 20 cars, have now seen my
Oh
butt
my
crack.
God.
So I'm like, wonderful. At least it wasn't live because I probably would have died if when I come home and rewatch it and my whole ass is all over YouTube. That's all I need spread it around YouTube is to
Wish
crack
it
my
would have been
ass.
live. I'd have
Oh
been
my
like,
Right?
butt crack mom.
Right?
Dude,
You would be,
I
you
would
would
have had
end
a
up in
whole different
somebody's
name.
video.
Man, that shit
Yeah.
got clipped. But I put
Oh, they
little
would have clipped
smiling
that.
sunshines over my butt crack. So they're like bounce across the screen real quick so you can't see my butt crack. And but I dug the bulbs and we put the bulbs down and stuff. And this is so cool, guys. So the bulbs that I put down, of course the flowers got weed eated, but the bulbs that I put in the ground, I dug the hole, put them in the ground. They're not supposed to grow till the end of summer. Like they attract butterflies, they attract hummingbirds, like they're just a
Oh,
really
yeah.
a rain lily is what they're called, I think. Don't hold me to that, but I
Oh,
think
that's cool.
and so the day that Stearns is charged, I get up in the morning because I have this creepy stalker deer. You guys have probably seen pictures of him on my community wall or my Twitter. It's like this deer, something's wrong with it. It stalks me. It'll like come up to the slide glass door and it's like looking in.
Oh
I'm like,
my
what
Lord.
the hell, man? Get the hell off the porch, or sun deck. I'm like, get out of here, you creepo. So I go out there to see if my friend's like stalking me in the morning, and I look.
We
And
like
one of
deer,
the
but they don't stalk us.
Right? Mine don't
Great.
stalk me either. They hang out way out there by the woods.
Dude, something is wrong with these deer. I mean, like they are lurkers, like worse than some of us in
Wow.
chats, man. I'm
They've
serious.
seen your butt.
So
They've seen
That's
your butt
pretty
crack.
bad.
they
They've
probably
seen your
have
butt
seen my
crack.
butt crack. This is fact. It is absolute fact that
That's
they
what
have
did it.
probably seen my butt crack.
That's
But
what did it.
So I go out there the day that Stearns is charged, which is also my oldest son, Mini Monster's birthday, and the day that I put up Ellen's billboard. And I walk out on the back porch, and her flower bloomed, and I was like, "Are you shitting
Oh,
me?" And I walked
yay.
out there, and I'm like, "There's no way in hell." I mean, this is super early in the morning, so I'm like,
Wow.
"It bloomed. That's crazy." And then later on in the afternoon was when the updates come, and we heard that he was actually charged. And I ran in, and I was like, "Oh my God, guess what? Guess what?
Wow.
Her flower bloomed today." And I was out, dude, girl moment. I was like, I honestly feel like that was Maddie saying thank you and
That gives me chills.
kind of saying,
Ooh.
I'm okay. Like, thank you for what you're doing for me. And
Wow.
I'm in a better place
Yeah.
now. And I know that probably sounds super weird, guys, but
No, it does
No,
not
it
sound super
doesn't.
weird.
like it really did. It felt like, I don't know. It felt like I can't explain it, but that's the flower.
No, I get it. I
Wow.
did. Yeah. That's like
That's
really special because you're right. It is her it's saying just what you said, you know. Um,
I believe
that
in
was
those
her.
things.
Yeah, that was her speaking. There's a memorial right next to the bridge for Gannon. And
Poor
I've
little
been
Gannon.
there, and I've left things and I ride by and you get this feeling, you know what I mean? You
Yeah.
just the feeling and like finally they found me and because it was weird because I remember like I know where I was when I heard about the little girls in Delphi going missing. I know where I was when I heard about Elizabeth Smart going missing.
Yeah. I
Casey
do.
Anthony, same way.
Yep.
Kaylee Anthony. And I remember hearing Gannon's story on the news, but it was Colorado, right? And I'm like,
right.
well, that little boy. Then like a couple weeks went by, and there was some sketchy stuff going down with the stepmom. And I remember seeing an interview with her, and I really wasn't following super close, but I would hear stuff on the news periodically. Well, and the next thing I know, they find this suitcase at our bridge, and it's him. And
Hmm.
when they announced, because I remember when they found it, and we knew it was a child, and I thought,
Right.
my God, who does that, right? What the hell? And then when I'm thinking local kid, the interstate, maybe they could have got off the interstate and come that way. But, and it turned out it was him. And I remember, and they said there was a missing kid from Colorado and it was his name. And I was like, holy, then I got to thinking, what the hell? How did he get here? Right? If he's from Colorado and I knew he was missing and I knew there was something shady going on with that stepmom and now he's here. How did she sell him? I didn't know what had happened.
Right.
So then I started taking a deep dive into that case. Yeah.
What was amazing to me was they only check those bridges every 2 years, and it just happened to be
Yes.
the time to check that
Happened to
one.
be 2 years. Cause see, we have these bridges, even like after hurricanes, regardless of having their last inspections, they're going to have to get it again. So they probably do more than 2 years on some of these bridges because we've had to repair bridges. We've had to close bridges, after hurricanes. And that one was actually a newer bridge because there's 3 bridges along there and one of them literally collapsed during one of our hurricanes. And it was a fairly new, but where she did it was kind of like you have to come off the bridge and then park, but you're like, people can see you. But I know it was like late at night, like midnight-ish, because she didn't know, the dumb bitch, thank God, didn't realize that U-Haul she rented to drive across the country with him in the back had GPS tracking on it.
Mm-hmm.
Thank goodness.
Right to that bridge. Yeah, I mean, in the area, you know what I mean? I guess they never realized she stopped there. Or once I guess once he was found and they started investigating, maybe they figured that out once they pulled the records on that vehicle. But it placed that truck near the bridge and at the hotel she stayed at, not far from that bridge. I was like, man, and then hear that with mom going through that with Stearns and Maddie, we can't help but take some of these cases personal and get that feeling from these kids. Yeah. And they do appreciate it, and if it can help, my God, if there's a woman listening and she's hearing these stories and us talk about red flags, maybe it will trigger thoughts within them. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Absolutely,
That's right.
I agree with that.
No matter how you do it, as long as it's done credibly and in the right way, is a great thing. Because
yes,
you don't know who is replay crew or who's going to pop in and lurk in the bushes and might need to hear what we're talking about. This short, these are what I'm taking to Maddie tomorrow if my computer hasn't froze. All over the place.
Also, luckily,
Gator.
She threw that suitcase into the water and it would drift up to the ocean, but it didn't.
Mm-hmm. It's got Arms of the Angel in the background, and YouTube likes to strike me for music that I used on their platform. But this is the before when I went to Hope Depot and got replacements, and the pot, the container, I guess it's not a pot, the little tin container that I put them in, it has handles. So that way, these people that are freaking weed eating, which I appreciate them keeping a memorial cleaned up. They can pick it up by the handles and move it.
Right. It wouldn't be that hot. That's cute.
That is very cute.
But and I got the lime green one for the channel, and then the cross says "Cardinals appear when angels are near."
Oh.
And I put
I love cardinals.
One with the thorns on it because I feel like that's what Maddie needed. She needed those big, strong thorns to stab him away from her, to keep him away from her innocence. So thank you, Golf Inspector, for coming in.
Y'all, my dog just tried to eat my gummy. She tried
to take not the gummy.
Those things are
Did
too
y'all hear
expensive.
mine over here? Mine was over here raising 9 kinds of hell. The little wiener that you guys see that likes to freaking panel bomb me. She's normally my panel guest up here.
I like your
She's over
wiener.
here. I love my little wiener.
I love
She's
your wiener.
over here bitching at me. I mean, she's like, meh, 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 meh.
Well,
I'm
I
like,
spit in my gummy and, because I forgot I had some in there. So I was like, oh, I'm going to go chew one. And then I was chewing it, and she was just looking at me. I'm like, you're not getting my gummy. Get out of my face. You can't.
Man,
man.
I realized I got the wrong flavor earlier. I don't like sweet stuff. I've never been a sweet eater. My jaws will lock up if something's too sweet.
I thought you got the jalapeno.
No, I don't like. That's all they had left of the kind that I do like. That's the only flavor. So I've been getting a different kind. But I was in a hurry, so I was like, "Give me a jar of those," and I didn't look. And yeah, I ended up with some shit called I mean, it wasn't that bad, but I don't know. I've only had one, but usually about halfway through, I can't deal. But what is it called? Some kind of cookie. Oh, French cookies. I was like, why get some cookies? I don't like shit like that.
These
I
are
want
cherry
fruit.
limeade. These are cherry limeade. They're not bad.
There
They've
you
been up in,
go.
they've been up in the cabinet for a while. I don't guess they expire. We'll find out.
No, they just
they,
They get stronger.
they get better with time. They're like
Oh,
wine.
oh
They're like
Lord. You might want to kick me off
Need
panel
some
now, Mom.
dust on the bottle.
hell yeah.
Dude, the other
they
day
didn't-
he got chocolates from his mom, like a chocolate, the like chocolates, like edible chocolate, right?
Yeah.
So he brings it down, or I went up and got it, and he got it from his mom, brought it down here, give it to him, and like I didn't pay attention to how many he ate. Like an hour later, I'm looking at him, and he's in Fortnite like this. I'm like, why are you so hyper focused? He was like, dude, I think I ate too many of those chocolate. I was like, God, now you're a freaking zombie over there. Hi, Tony. Welcome in.
Tony's
another one
wiener
of the
does not require food.
Tony's wiener. Oh, Lord. Here comes Tony. Doodlebug Art. It says, it's crazy how I feel. I always go to where Donna I was found just to say I care. Exactly, dude. Exactly. And like
Yes.
this is one of the little pieces. I don't know, my ring light's probably gonna. There we
And
go.
let me just speak on that because I know.
Oh, that's
I'm sorry.
What
Yeah,
was that?
It's a little mushroom
With the butterfly?
and it
Can
has
you
a
eat
butterfly
it?
with like jewels.
Can
No,
you
you
eat
can't.
it? It's a mushroom.
You can't
Can
eat
you
it. It's fun. Yeah, I mean, I don't know eat mushrooms, but
Kimber.
I took Maddie a unicorn. It's a little unicorn, and the other day, dude, I had a moment. I get on her Facebook group, and I see this unicorn that I took up there. And it's in this, like the picture is taken in this chick's car. And I'm like commenting on her stuff. I'm like, hey, what are you doing? Like, why did you remove that from her memorial? So the advocate that's actually working close with Maddie's case, she messages me. She's like, we put it in her keepsake box. Nobody stole it. I was like, I am so like scarred from my flowers disappearing. I was like pitbull mode. What the hell are you doing with that? So
Take that unicorn back now.
Right. You take it
I understand
back.
people that do that. I just don't understand people that do that kind of stuff.
Mom's
But
like,
they
I will
put it
hunt
in
you
her
down and I will take that unicorn back.
Yeah.
I want to
Look,
take the
I'm a
unicorn
sleuth.
back.
You will not hide from me, lady.
I'm a
You know?
sleuth. I will find that unicorn.
Gummies or no gummies, I'm on your trail.
I will
Right.
check for
But this
DNA.
one,
I want
I
that
got
unicorn
this
back
today,
now.
and I'm gonna take it up there because they said that her unicorn, because it was glittered, it was getting tarnished, so they put it in her keepsake box, which I think is
Oh.
really, really nice of them that they're
It
keeping like
is
a special
very nice.
box of like special things that come from people, and you
What
know,
do
they're
they
I
putting
do
like
that. That's nice because I get that because I do that. I have a little box. I have like a box basically, and I keep certain things in there, and they are things that come from the cemetery that are keepable. You know what I'm saying? If it's time to change something or something, but if it's
Oh,
broken or
sure.
whatever, that's different. But if it's like special that came from somebody special or whatever, I don't know why. I always have done that. So that's really nice that someone's doing that and preserving
So
those.
what do they do with those?
she's a local, and I don't want to put her name out here. If tomorrow when we go, she's actually going to meet me there, so if she wants to come on stream, you know, I'd be more than happy to have her on stream. If not, I'll end the live whenever she gets there. But they're taking like certain things, which like when I uploaded my videos, I had messaged this advocate like a long time, like when this very first happened, and I was like, "Hey, I'm an advocate. I'm a local. I've been to the memorial. Is there anything that I can do?" So me and her have been communicating back and forth, and I saw her on a live one night on another channel that I don't frequent very often, and I was like, "Oh my God, hey, what is up?" And I'm like private messaging her. I'm like in chat and private messenger too. I'm like, "I'm in chat. Oh my God, hey, how are you doing?" So the other day, whenever I had my meltdown over the unicorn, she commented on the Facebook post, and then me and her were privately messaging, and she's supposed to meet me up there tomorrow. So, and I know there's some shirts that they're selling, and it's going to go to like to help children of domestic violence and abuse and things like that. So I'm going to get the information on how to, because I never got a straight answer in the live, and that infuriates me when you go on a live. I don't care if you got 500 people in there. Answer the questions in chat when I put a big red question mark in front of it.
Yeah.
How do I get a t-shirt? I want to buy them. I want to donate them. This is what I do. I want to give
What did
them.
they do with the stuff with in the keepsake box?
They're what she said they're doing is they're taking certain things that are getting aged that they know that come from people that are, doing it from the heart or just locals, or like her grandma put like a pink flamingo up there and some other things like that. And they're putting them away. So that way they don't get tarnished or anything like that. And then I'm going to get the full details from her tomorrow, whether or not they're going to touch them up and put them back, or if they're going to rotate stuff out, or like what exactly is happening with this keepsake box. Because I'm a little bit of a pit bull when it comes to Maddie.
Yeah, well, exactly. I don't blame you, because you're gonna want to see, and you want to protect it, and even like you just said, like even to maybe change things out, with the seasons. Because Ganon's change. There's things that get broken by nature. Things happen, but people bring things at different seasons. Christmas time there'll be Christmassy stuff out and different things, and you can save some things and take them back. And change out. So that would be cool if she well, and she's probably thinking along those lines, honestly.
I'm sorry, what is that?
I don't know.
Don't know what that was.
Everything open. Nope, it's not me. I'm bad about putting tabs in the background, so I'm innocent this
Well,
time.
you ladies are wonderful people. There's sometimes, I'm sorry, sometimes I'll just like sit and watch without saying anything. I'm 62. I really don't feel like trying to explain everything I have to say in a message or chat. It's like, oh my God. I would just rather come up on panel and get to know people and all that. But you guys are just, you guys are wonderful. And I really admire what you do, Mom. I really do. I have to say too, I don't know how you feel about other creators' names being mentioned, but in a positive light.
No, go ahead. I'm not against creators. My Nightbot's full of creators.
I've been watching, Nonsense and Ert and all of them, and it really has changed a lot of the way that I think. I always try to play devil's advocate, I always try to think of the other side. And, but there's some things that they've brought up that I never really thought about before. And I think what they're doing is a positive thing. I really do, because more people like you, and then, I go to Lost Souls at night, and she's very factual. We don't deal with the rumors and innuendos and, we'll speculate, and talk about things like you do. But if it's not fact, she doesn't want anything to do with it. And I'm glad I found you from over there, because, those are the type of people I want to be around.
Oh, I love Scarlett. She's phenomenal. She is very fact-based.
She's amazing.
She is phenomenal, and that was a crazy panel. Like, I just jumped up to put my 2 cents in, and then I think it was like 5 o'clock in the morning, and I looked down and I was like, "It is 5 o'clock in the morning." I've been
Oh, I know.
It is 5 o'clock in the morning. I've got to go.
Dude, I was like, "Oh my god,
And
I'm
I
not
got to
gonna
get up
function."
in 3 hours.
You know, I'm not gonna be able to function, and I think we went fishing the next day, so I was, like, literally sitting there, like, pole in hand, like, I could be asleep right now. I could totally go to sleep, but it was such a great live, and just, you know, we were really, like,
It
in-depth
flies.
conversation, you know what I mean? It was
Yeah.
amazing, and then the expert's crazy self come up there, and it just, like, the whole stream took a left turn, and I laughed so hard that night. But it was really, she's phenomenal. And Nonsense, I love Nonsense. She's amazing. I've caught a couple of her lives. She's from Duchess's community, I believe, isn't she?
Yes, I
Yes,
believe
she is.
so.
Yeah.
Miss
Duchess is
Peggy, the
phenomenal.
link is pinned at the top of the chat.
Yes,
If you
ma'am.
want to jump back up here, mine's got the link to StreamYard pinned at the top of the chat. All you have to do is click on it, and it'll bring you back up.
She is amazing.
Because I will forget to drop it.
She's amazing too. And it's really nice that, I'm finding a lot of you with the same heart and caring and loving and, instead of drama, oh my God.
Yeah.
I don't know where he is, but, you know, I think he was doing a paranormal live earlier, but another channel, if you have not checked him out,
Who was that?
amazing. True Crime with Doggo. True Crime Cafe with Doggo.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I go
He
see
is
Dago.
phenomenal. He is
Is it
phenomenal.
Dago or Dago?
Dago. What? I said
Dago.
Doggo.
Dago. You always say Doggo, and we laugh.
Yeah, I go to his channel sometimes too. I do. I go over
Yeah,
there
I've
too.
seen you in chat there, Lady V. In
I've been
Dago's
up on
chat.
panel a couple of times, but
Yeah.
I didn't quite know how to take Dago, so I was like, well, maybe he's not agreeing with me, which I don't care if I agree or not. It's not that we should be able to disagree, But
Yes, ma'am.
I
I
don't know.
agree.
He comes off so rough,
He's
I-
not rough. He's actually sometimes Dago's loud. He's not. It's not that he's rough. He just talks loud. Because sometimes
Yeah.
I have to turn him down. I'm like, dude,
Yes.
you're loud. I have to turn him down on my phone. I'm like, gosh,
Yes.
he's loud.
Yeah, you'll hear
He's a
sometimes
very
people on
sweet
panel are like,
natured guy,
He
big-hearted
really
guy.
is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
big-hearted guy. He doesn't like I mean, he doesn't like when people get made fun of heavily, and when it gets to that point,
Right.
he's a very tender-hearted kind of guy. But
He
it's
is.
it's
He's
always a
very.
good community there. Yeah.
He's very hold on. I think my gummy kicked in.
Non-confrontational.
Non-confrontational. Thank you,
Yeah.
Salty.
Yeah.
He's very non-confrontational, but he's a very good-hearted.
Well, since I've
gentleman.
watched him a little bit more, I can tell he is a big softy. You can tell that after a
No,
bit. And once you get past the loudness.
So and that's just sometimes I'm like, but they go back away from. Sometimes I'll be on panel. I'm like, dude,
Yeah.
back away from the microphone.
Look, I'll have it on in my car because I'll have it Bluetoothed in my car from my phone, and everybody's talking normally, or they're reviewing a video or something like that, and then all of a sudden he'll come out and say something super loud, and I will jump like no shit. It scares me. I'm like,
dropped my
dude, like,
phone.
really, right? Like,
I
dude.
dropped my phone. I love him. I love
I
Dago to
know.
death. I love him dearly, and he's great. But I've dropped my phone because we'll be sitting there and it'll be quiet and everybody's muted, and then he'll go, and then I'm like, oh my gosh,
Yeah.
jump out,
It's
jump
funny.
off panel. You're like, what the
Right.
Oh God, that's right. We're all up here.
I just peed my pants because you scared me, Dago. But he's a very tender-hearted guy, and
Yeah.
he's one of the good guys. He really is. I
He
think
really
a lot of
seems
Dago.
like it.
And I haven't been in the true crime community, but since February. So I'll just tell
Really?
you.
That's
Yeah.
it?
Yeah, I've
Wow.
only been here since February. But I just go around and jump up on everybody's panel because That's how I am.
Hey,
She's
that's how
cool.
that's how
Yeah.
I'd rather come up and talk to y'all than I would to try to type out everything.
Yeah, Kimber's a natural though. She is.
He is. I've seen you around, Kimber, and
I run out of room because I just have so much to say. So I run out of room. So I'm just like, send me a link. Send me a link. I got so much to say. So everybody just sends me a link and lets me run my mouth.
Look, dude, tonight I got the link to work finally. I'm like excited because y'all know how many times I've tried to come on Dagos and it not be working.
I'm
What did
so
you
on.
do? Did you go through StreamYard?
I did.
You did.
But then
yes,
when I
gotcha.
came in, I still had to figure out how to close the YouTube. But I figured it out. If I
Okay,
just
good.
remember how I did it next
I
time.
see deliberation room. Miss Peggy made it back.
She's back. And Dandy came in to grace us with her presence.
Hello,
She says,
everybody.
Terribly late.
But
I know you guys were in Discord watching a movie. I popped in there. I was lurking in the bushes. Y'all know I'd be off in everybody's bushes.
Hey, it's called being an observationalist.
I'm telling you, voyeur, observationalist, lurker. Hey, I'm all about it because I'm all off in your bushes. Because I've learned, I've been on YouTube since 2017, and I've been in the true crime community for almost 4 years.
Bless you, honey.
So you learn real quick that you kind of lurk around in the bushes and you watch the chat and you watch the creator, and like if you're sure you're not going to get any of that on your boots and like scar your boots up, then you chat.
Exactly.
Well,
yeah.
Sparingly.
What I have learned, you can also, even if they're a really, I'm sorry, but I'm going to cuss.
Not cuss.
A shitty shithead creator, I just let it all loose then. But even if they're a really shitty shithead creator,
there's only one I do that with.
You can go lurk on their channel and you can learn stuff.
Oh,
you
yeah.
don't have to type. You don't have to type. You don't have to say anything.
I
Because
think,
there are
by
some
the
of
way,
them
if you
that if you want a piece of information that you're missing and you go lurk on their channel, some of them will dig it up and you can get it from them.
Yeah.
And you know who they are, and you can get it from. They will dig it up, and you can get it from them because some of them are not afraid to dig it up.
And then some of them just the other person's content to show you what the other person dug up.
Well, see, and I like that because there's certain channels, and I'm not going to bash channels as much as I would like to just blast out names, but there's certain channels. I wouldn't give you the view if you were the last creator on this platform, but I will go watch somebody else and give them the view hours to review you.
Exactly.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's how that works.
Yeah, it's like the Real Housewives of YouTube.
If you ever see Mysterious Manor TC, that's me. I just started a channel. I'm going to do a little bit of true crime, but my friend and I, Princess Lena, we talk almost every night, and we end up on some of the coolest subjects like conspiracy theories and all kinds of stuff. And I thought, well, if we put Mysterious Manor, we could talk about anything because it's like mysterious circumstances or like a mysterious creepy old mansion, manor thing. So it can mean like a couple different things, even though it's MANNERS. But anyway, that would be me if I had. And the only reason I'm saying this is because I'm on YouTube at work. I'm listening all the time. And I never know which channel I'm going to be popping up in chat somebody, I just change over a channel and I see something. And so that's the only reason I'm saying anything. But
I have a backup, but girl, I don't even have no content over there whatsoever because I do good to keep content running on this one to run 2 channels. I don't see how people do that. I do not see how you got 3 or 4 channels. How the hell do you find time? And
I got 3
to do 3 or 4 channels. I can't do it and upload content on all of them.
I have Nell Elegance, which is what I'm on now because for some reason I logged off. Well, I had a situation thing and I deleted something. so I had my hang on a second.
And Doodle's right. She said careful because
So
some of them just make crap up.
Oh yeah.
They make crap. They make so much. Sometimes I'm like, you know what? That didn't really happen. That's just like some of them making some crap up about. We got cobras and alligators in Tennessee. Now there might be some alligators over in West Tennessee, close to the Mississippi, but there
Yeah.
ain't no alligators in Middle Tennessee. You know that as well as I do, Mom. There ain't no.
There ain't
We
no
ain't
Mhm.
got no cobra, and we ain't got no cobras here.
No.
no cobra.
And there's black bears. There's black bears in East Tennessee.
No damn
Florida's got
cobras.
rattlesnakes and heavy population of black bears. And
Well, we probably got. Now we do. Not baby, love you. We got some rattlesnakes here. We got
Yep.
rattlers. We
Well,
got
we do
water
too.
moccasins. But
But
now
you ain't got no cobras.
no, we ain't got
And
no.
them's too expensive to be releasing into the wild. Have you looked at the price of a cobra? Ain't nobody trying to release that.
You know, I was gonna buy a cobra last week, but you know, I just don't have anywhere to keep it anymore.
Shit. You know, all I know about a cobra is like a cartoon when I was a kid, and like they stand up and they have like wings or something. You know, they flatten out and they dance or whatever, like the king cobra.
I went and bought a basket and a flute, and I was gonna buy the cobra, but you know,
And the basket and the flute.
yeah. And I was gonna sit there and play because that's what they do on TV. They play the flute and the cobra comes out of the.
That's
Yeah.
right.
So
Yeah, do you know why they
yeah.
move like that? To keep the attention of the cobra so it doesn't strike them.
Right.
Yeah, right.
Them, yeah.
Well, see, I think they spit at you, and then it puts something in your eyes, and then you can't see, and then they bite your ass. So you know, I'm
Oh,
like,
Lord.
Venom.
Now we got
Jesus.
llamas and cobras together.
Oh my
oh
gosh.
my,
Wow.
It's
oh my.
dangerous. Don't go in the wilderness.
I'm telling you,
Yeah,
everything wants to eat you down here. Everything wants to eat you.
Yep.
Everything. Like where I am. So we had the trash cans, or some people call them waste bins. You know what I'm talking about, the trash cans, big green where the people come to dump the damn things.
Yep.
We had them out back. So this place, I'm covered in security cameras. There's security cameras on within every 4 foot of this house. There is security cameras all the way around, and we've got security lights all the way around. Like I was on panel one night, and the security lights started coming on. And I'm like, looking, there's a bagooger out here, because I never know
Oh
what the
yeah,
hell's gonna
you
come
were
up.
on. I think you were on Dago's. I think that was on Dago's panel because we were
Yeah.
talking to you, and you said, "I got to get inside."
Yeah, hell with that. All the lights coming on, and I can't see good, and I don't have my glasses, and I couldn't see what it was. I am not sitting out there. I don't give two shits, because I've been sitting out there before, and I'm sitting there, and I'm like, is that a dog? What the hell is that? And my youngest son was still here, and Tater was like, Mom, I don't think that's a dog. It looks like a cat. And I'm like, there ain't no damn cats in it. And then it hit me. It is a damn cat. It's a Florida panther. Oh
shit.
shit.
Oh my God.
So I'm like grabbing my laptop and everything. I'm like freaking the lady with the shopping cart running down the street. You know, I've got like all my shit tucked underneath my armpits. I'm like trying to get in the house. And then one night we were sitting out there, and I don't remember. I think it was a bear that he saw, but this was before he had his wreck. So he'd been, you know, partaking of the devil's lettuce, and we were sitting out on the back porch, out on the sun deck. I call it the back porch. I'm from Kentucky. But anyway, we sitting out on the sun deck, and I'm like, "What is that?" And he's like, "I think it's a bear." And I'm like, "Are you sure it's a bear?" And he's like, "Yeah, I think it's a bear." So the closer it got to us, I go to stand up to come in the sliding glass door. He takes me out and runs in the house, and I'm like, "Oh, screw me, just leave me out here."
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean?
Sorry,
Food and
Mom.
everything's still outside. I'm like, you could fucking have it all. Take it
Sorry.
all.
Yeah. We were in Colorado one year, and we were camping in a tent, and we got up the next day, and the lady that runs the camp, she was like, "You guys had bears all around your tent last night." And I'm like, "Please don't tell me that. I would like to remain just like totally oblivious to that." Well, so with the next night we went to bed, right? And we had like a tent for my husband and I, and a tent for our two little boys, and they were connected by a tunnel. So we were like 2 feet away from the boys, right? And the next thing I know, I'm laying there and I'm just starting to go to sleep, and I hear this scratching and rumbling and rumbling and rumbling and all of this fuss and everything. And I'm thinking, oh my God. And the next thing I know, my oldest son jumps on my chest. He had a nightmare. Girl, I just almost took him out with my pistol.
I would have come plump out of my skin. It was a bagooger. I wouldn't even be thinking about kids.
Bagooger.
I'd have been gone. Y'all could have the whole damn camp because I'm in the truck sleeping.
Man, it's
Oh
freaky the things you come out up on. It, when we moved out here, my son already lived out in the country, and then after my daughter-in-law passed, he ended up buying this place also in the country. So anyway, I'm sitting out back, and there's deer way out in the field that on the edge of where the woods all start. We're surrounded by state forest, and I always see the deer out there frolicking along the edges and whatever. And my camera on my phone's got a really good zoom, so I can always zoom in really good and take pictures. They're my spirit animal in the Native American terms. So,
cool.
Yeah, so I'm sitting out back one night. I have one neighbor that's close to me. The other ones are like, I can see them, but they're far away. Anyway, this girl's behind me, and her backyard's well lit, and mine's pretty well lit. So I'm sitting there. I'm always sitting outside, and I looked up, and there were 2 deer in her backyard. And I thought, well, dang, they're awfully close. That's like way far from where they should be back in those woods. So I watched them for a second, and they looked at me for a minute. Well, just beyond her house, there's a very small patch of two to three trees and some shrubs, because we are literally surrounded by 3 giant fields where they grow crops all summer. But beyond those fields are the state forest woods and stuff. So anyway, when they jumped that little fence in her yard and went towards that little spot where those couple of trees and the shrubbery are, I heard something, and all I could hear was like a rustling and a scratching sound. And I thought, what the hell? And I listened for a minute, being from where I'm from and knowing what I know, I listened intently. And I thought, shit, something's getting them, attacking one of those deer. And all I could think of, Mom, is it was a panther, because the neighbor says there is one way back there, because he rides the 4-wheeler way back there. But it was very quiet and stealth-like, and the noises I heard it make. You know what I mean? Just the scratching and this low growl. And I feel like it attacked its prey and got it and drug it away. It was there was no noise other than that little scuffling I heard. It was crazy.
We have
I couldn't see it.
We have coyotes, gators, bears, panthers, and I mean the coyotes are not scared. Like they come right up. Like I'm sitting out there.
Oh yeah, they're not
and I look
scared.
over and there's a freaking coyote. And I mean I'm from Kentucky, so for those of y'all that don't hunt, they're not for eating.
Yeah.
They're nuisance, and they kill your animals and your farm animals.
Yeah.
So it's legal where I'm from to hunt them as long as you do it the correct way. And so I know what a coyote smells like. I've been coyote hunting many a time, because you get a good piece of dollar. You get some good coin out of a coyote pill. And plus it helps with farmers. So like I've got an uncle that owns a huge farm, and he's got cattle, and he's got like 700 acres. So we'd go over there and we'd coyote hunt. I would sit on top of the truck, like literally on the roof of the truck, to coyote hunt, because I ain't playing. And dude, I'm like, oh man, I could smell it. And I look up, and it's literally feet from my sun deck. And I'm like, oh, hell no. No, sir. And then we pulled up one night in the Mustang, and we parked the Mustang on the backside. And as soon as I got out of the car, I was like, do you smell that? And he's like, yeah, I smell it. He's like, what is that? And he makes a smart ass comment. Did you fart? And I'm like, no, dude, do you not smell that? That's a coyote. And literally right behind us in the tree line, you see, what are you doing? Oh, he's doing too much over here. I'm literally in the tree line. Like, this thing is right behind us. I'm like, what the hell? What am I going to do? I'm like, I'm just going to tell you right now, you better get that cane in gear, because you finna get eaten, because I'm not going to stay out here with you.
I was raised in the country as well, and we raised a lot of different types of animals, and we had a bobcat that was 60 pounds, And he got scared one day and ended up on top of my husband's head. Well, we have I have a picture of it. It's hilarious. He was a big baby, but we have a bobcat out here this summer that he was like 50 pounds, the one we had, 50 or 60 pounds. This bobcat out here, he's got to be at least 80 pounds. He's humongous. He's the biggest one I've ever seen. And I think he's been messing with the coyotes because we have the same law here. We can shoot them and take their ears in or whatever, you know. And but I haven't heard near as many coyotes this summer as I've heard before.
Where I'm from, we have bobcats, coyotes too, and we have bobcat season. I think you only get like 3 tags. I haven't been bobcat hunting in a long time. You only get like 3 tags, but they take over if you don't.
We have a lot of coyotes here, but a lot of the farmers will put, I don't know if they do it elsewhere, but they'll put donkeys in with their cattle. Because the
donkeys are a great alarm.
Yep, and they'll kill a coyote too because they'll back up to them and
kill
that
kick
ever
'em.
loving
Yep.
snot out of them.
I'll tell you something else. Fun fact: a llama or an alpaca, those are great to put in. They're not only mothering; they'll actually they'll become a part of the herd. Like they'll take over like whatever animal you're putting them in with. They'll take over those animals as their own, and they're great alarm systems. Like they see anything and they are snitching. They are snitches.
I asked my brother one night because he's a veterinarian, and I asked him because I told him because you can hear them over there because the UT experimental farm's real close to us. I don't live in Knoxville, but they do have an experimental farm in Springfield. And I told my brother, I said, well, there's baby calves over there. What about them baby calves? And he goes, Kim, I'm going to tell you. He said, those coyotes are not going to get those baby calves. And I said, well, how do you know? He goes, they will not get a baby calf. He goes, the herd will surround that baby calf. He said, those coyotes will not get that baby calf unless it's sick or wounded and the herd breaks away. He said, because the herd will surround that baby calf. And he said, they will headbutt a coyote to death. He said, the only way that a coyote is going to kill a cow is if it is sick or wounded. He said, because they will kill a herd if they're after a baby. He said, a herd of cows will kill a coyote.
Just like an
I'm
elephant.
like, really? I said, really? And he said, yeah. He said, they'll headbutt it to death. He
Yeah,
said, they'll kill
elephants
it.
do the same thing. She's right. Elephants do the same protectiveness like Mom was saying with the llamas and you're saying with that. They do the same thing.
Because I was like,
You
what
guys-
about because I was like, what about the baby cows? Oh my gosh, they're gonna kill the baby calves. They're gonna kill the calves. And he goes, "Damn, you've got to calm down. He goes, they're not gonna kill those baby calves. He goes, the herd will surround it. And he said, and those cows will headbutt it. And he said, you don't want to be headbutted by a cow. I promise you that. He said,
No, I've
never.
been headbutted by one. It's not fun.
He said,
So
he
this
said
is
they
my
will
stalker.
they will protect it. But yeah, those they get. I mean, they've because there's some woods surrounding us, and they'll come over here from the experimental farm, and they've taken some cats, and of course I don't leave my animals don't go out.
Wait, what? Yeah, mine don't either. But what kind of experimental farm?
There's a school here called UT Knoxville, and they have an experimental farm over here too. The farm is up close to Gatlinburg. It's in Knoxville, but they have what they call a UT agricultural or experimental farm here.
Okay.
In my town.
Geese
They're
are very
experimenting
good.
with agriculture.
Yes,
Interesting.
Wow.
Yes. Well, they had a cow over here not too long ago. They usually always have one. It's fistulized. Because I'm like, there's a fistulized cow over there. What are they going to do? My brother's like, well, he'll go to market. I'm like, oh, okay.
Shit. Oh, shit. No, let's start killing our own. Like I'm like with Doodle there. My dad is being from Northwest Florida. I was raised by a man who deer hunted. It was just that's who he is. And when it's not hunting season, it is fishing season and racing seasons in between the two and mixed in. That's it, you know. And other than he could be working, take care of your family, whatnot. But yeah, It's crazy how when you live in an area that does have a lot of wildlife, you know, and the things you see. When we moved out here and I was headed back to town, there's like literally, I think it's like really 14.5 miles between me and town. And when I got almost into town, there's a military helicopter base area down there. So anyway, I had to there's a red light. And as I was approaching the red light, all of a sudden, this big, huge black bear appeared out of nowhere. And we have a heavy population of black bear down here. They came and tagged them one time and was tracking them around and doing a study and shit. So he just ran right out into the road. And there was a car beside me because this is where it opens up and turns into a 4-lane road. And so there was a car beside me, and we both had plenty of time to stop, thank goodness. And we stopped, and he goes to the median, turns around, runs back in front of us again, and right back toward the woods. And I'm like, I'm beating my son at this time, going, take a picture, take a picture. He's like, Mom, stop hitting me, stop hitting me. I'm like, did you see that bear? Like, thank God he didn't run out and smack the car. I mean, Jesus.
Yeah, but there's a lot of stuff in Florida that does want to eat you. The gators, the sharks.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I would want to deal
The
with that.
sharks. I live on the Gulf of
Well,
Mexico.
and then you have nonsense with their scorpions.
Yeah,
That's-
right.
I think I'd rather have an alligator around me than a scorpion, to be honest.
Look, if you know with gator mentality, I go on the rivers a lot in Northwest Florida, and I go into areas where you can see the gators, especially if you go at night, you can see their eyes. And we have seen where the mama has her baby and you can see her going back and forth. And that's not a place you want to go, right?
Oh, no,
Unless you're stupid. So don't go near the edge of the water and hang out. Stand back first, look for markings where the gator could slide in and out. I mean, there's rules living in Florida that people should know. Listen for the rattle of the rattlesnake when you're walking in the woods. We did it all the time growing up.
The smell of watermelon too. With
And
yeah,
when I'm on the Gulf, I mean, I don't think I am not watching for freaking sharks. I was so paranoid about a shark getting me, but I have a very strong respect for the Gulf of Mexico. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, me too. Because
I was born and raised on it, and I respect the shit out of that water. It will take you in a heartbeat. The undercurrents and the rip currents that kill people here every single year is sad.
Yeah.
Now, a lot of times it's tourists. Yeah, I don't
When I
we
go
don't
on
get shark
vacation-
attacks per se, but you know, it's a
riptides,
possibility.
and I'm like, if the red flag's out, I'm like, I'm going to the pool. I'm not stupid.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to go out there and get killed just to go to the beach. I'm sorry. I'm on vacation.
Well, and if you ever watch those videos too of, when helicopters and everything fly along the coastal lines, they're closer than you even want to think they are.
Oh yeah. We
It's like
have
when I worked
drone
with the dolphin.
footage that you can see that like that. We have the pier that stretches out into the Gulf at Pensacola Beach, and there's one at Navarre Beach. But people have done drone footage above those bridges or those piers, and at the end of those piers, they're out there swimming. I don't go out there.
No,
You're lucky.
well, and
Yeah.
I grew up in the Jaws era,
Yeah.
That never.
I don't go. I don't go past waist deep in the Gulf, not just because there might be a shark, but it's dangerous. It's got to be super calm Gulf day with no waves, and you can see forever, and you can walk along forever. That's a really good time. But
Well, they love the sharks love those piers because people fish off those piers and
Yeah.
they throw
Yeah, they
tail.
chum off the end of it.
Yeah.
There's reasons why they go down there. It's rare on my beaches. We've had one attack, and Jesse Arbogast was his name, and it was a nationally known. It got national attention because he lost an arm.
Yes.
And there was rumors that there was chumming going on at the shoreline, that the family was doing this and that, but it wasn't that. They were literally at dusk. You need to watch out because it is feeding time, and they
Yeah.
have been known to swim to shore, right? After the bait fish. So
Right.
I think it just was a matter of that happening, and it happened. But yeah, that
See,
was like we don't get those around here though. We don't have the great whites swimming up and attacking the surfers and shit.
it's mostly the bull sharks, and they're the most vicious. And see,
Yeah.
that's my thing. When at night when we're walking the beach, I might get in and deep enough to get the top of my feet wet, and that's it, just the top of my feet,
Yeah.
just where it comes in, just where it washes in over my feet.
Right.
But I see these people swimming like when we're walking the beach, and I'm like, okay, here's the thing. The little fish come in at night. So
Yeah.
what happens when the little fish come in at night? The bigger fish follow them in. You don't want to
Yeah.
be out there when you can't see what's in the water.
I
Well, that's
Even
why
agree.
when
you
you
have a
can
big
see.
flashlight, and you because some of the best shelling is at night, and
Right,
depending
but
on the tides. I'm
right,
like, oh
but I'd have to have a really big flashlight because,
yeah.
you know,
No, I'm
you
not going
can't.
out there either. Mm-mm.
No, because you can't see what's in the water. And I mean, in the daytime, even if something bumps my leg when I'm in there, I'm like raw
Yeah.
dogging it out of there. I'm like, yeah,
The Gulf
don't
has
want to go.
usually got wave action, so it's hard to see beyond a certain point what is out there, right? And I'm not
Right,
going out there to find out. So
right.
Well, and
And if
even if
something,
you
and if
do
something,
try to get away, you can't get away very fast.
no.
Mm.
And the undertow here is no joke. My cousin's a very strong swimmer, and I have went out in the Gulf with her more times than I care to think about. That I've actually been brave enough to do, to like waist deep, chest deep, once or twice with her. But it was really calm, and you could see a long way. And we weren't out there long because she knows me, and I can't do it. I'll start to freak out. So I was not out there with her. She went out by herself, and she literally got caught in one. And I was like on shore, and I could tell something was wrong, but it took her a minute, but she didn't panic because she knew what to do, and she swam out of it. But by the time she got back to shore, she was done. She was like, shit, I should not have done that. I knew better. I said, well, you knew it was active today for one thing, and so she learned. But it's tourists get caught up in those things, and they don't know, they panic, and they can't get out of them. And you can't get out of it if you don't know how. And it's easy to panic in that. Who wouldn't? I mean, you know what I
Oh
mean?
yeah,
Oh
yeah.
man, I would drown.
I have a strict rule. I don't go no further than titty deep in the ocean.
Right.
If it comes
but
past my
the
titties,
thing
I ain't
is,
going out
I
there.
can't even do that anymore. Last time we were at Virginia Beach with my youngest son, I was standing next to him, and an undertow pulled that sand right out from underneath me.
Yeah.
And if it hadn't been for him being a big old brawny guy and yanking his mama up out of that water, I would have drowned.
but I
So
don't
I
think
don't even go knee deep anymore.
So
I
my
don't
shark
think
story. Go
people
ahead,
have
Kimber.
enough respect for the ocean. And see, and my thing is, people when they go in the ocean and then somebody gets attacked by a shark, they're like, oh my god, somebody had attacked by a shark in the ocean, oh my god. And I'm like, okay, let me explain this to you. I'm not shocked that somebody got attacked by a shark in the ocean, because
Right.
that's their home.
Exactly.
When you decided to step into the ocean, you dropped to the bottom of the food chain. I'm just
Uh-huh.
going to tell you, you dropped to the bottom of the food chain.
That's the
You're
truth.
talking about an animal who lives for basically a very long time. Sharks do not get cancer. Sharks do not,
No.
they live through everything. And so unless somebody actually like kills them, so they don't get to, they're not diseased animals. And you drop to the bottom of the food chain when you decide to step into that ocean. You are no
Absolutely.
longer at the top of the food chain.
Nope.
So
Yeah.
you have to have and like we were talking about the riptides and the undertow and all of that. You have to have respect for that water, no matter. And I'm a
Oh,
strong
yeah.
swimmer, but I have respect for it. And you can't just go out there and go, oh well, I don't care. You can't, And when I go down there, I'm a tourist, but I'm smart enough to know, there's sharks out there. Man, go in the water.
Shoot, the first thing
Shark in
I
the water.
see, is that opening of Jaws, man. When she's out there at night, I'm like, oh God, no, I can't deal with this.
I don't get in the ocean at night, and I'll be honest with you, Florida is not the safest place to be, so I don't spend much time on the beach at night, especially not by myself anymore.
Oh, I
First
Really?
night
Are you? Look, I'm sorry. Are you talking about the Atlantic side over there, or what?
like
You
we
really?
just moved to Orlando from Daytona. So when we first moved to
Okay.
Daytona, we like lived on beachside. I was literally like 5 feet from the ocean from my apartment. Like we were literally like right there. You go under the bridge and there's the ocean. So when we first moved back down here, which I hadn't been here in 20 years, you know, other than visit and go home, I'm talking about living here full time. So hell, 12, 11 o'clock at night, I'm over there, I'm strolling down the beach, you know what I mean? And then I'm, where are you at? I'm on Daytona Beach at night. Get your ass back across the street. You know, why? You know, and then you hear about all this crazy shit and you're walking down the beach and there's
Yeah.
people like sleeping under the thing and it's like, no, okay, well, that probably wasn't a
See,
good idea.
yeah, it's not like that on Pensacola Beach and Navarre Beach or Destin. I mean, I'm not saying they're not prone to having a crime or something happen. Things have happened. I mean, Tiffany was last seen on Pensacola Beach, but it's rare that things happen. That's going to be more in seedier parts of town, right? But I know that it's a very different world between Daytona Beach and Pensacola Beach, and that's why a lot of families prefer Pensacola Beach over the Daytona area, which is a shame. Yeah.
It's like the MTV, whatever the hell it was called, the spring break.
Yes.
It never
Yeah.
left. It didn't. And it's bad in a city when Bike Week pulls out and goes to Ormond. That's when there's big red
Wow.
flags like, hey, there's an issue here.
Yeah, I would say
They tried to bring that MTV show to, was it Panama City Beach? I think they tried it at Floribama, and then but the police don't play anymore. We had so much stuff going down during spring break. It was like when I was a teenager, it was like everybody wanted to go to Daytona for that. We knew why, to go do all that partying. Everything went down in Daytona. It was the place to go. But by the time I had kids, it was Panama City Beach. But the cops don't play down here no more. With the people are like, no, that we're not going to put up with this. We live here. You know, we got to live through all of this. And there was too much stuff happening to the kids. So yeah, they don't put up with that shit no more.
We went down there one year. It's been years and years ago. I think it was like 1995 when we went. My son was like 3. But the guy that was there, one of the guys that worked at the hotel, he told us that actually that year at spring break, because we went in like July, but he had told us there were some kids that had gotten killed because they got drunk and had tried to jump from, their friends were like staying on the balcony below and they had tried to jump from like balcony to balcony. I'm like, who does that?
You wouldn't believe how many young people, college students that we have had in Florida die from falling off balconies or jumping off those balconies and doing ridiculous things. We had a couple young girls died in where their paraglider thing slams into the side of the hotel or the condo, you know, just different things. But a lot of times they do get drunk and start doing the crazy things. And I don't know why they keep falling off these damn balconies. If you don't go out there, you know.
Well, we're going to Panama City in August, but you know, we're staying on the 17th floor. I'm not going to try to do no.
Don't you go on that balcony, girl.
I'll go on the balcony, but I'm not going to try to do no, you know.
Don't make me have to come live stream from that hotel trying to figure out what the hell happened to you.
I'm not.
Hey, girls.
My brother might throw me off, but that could be a possibility.
We will hunt him down.
Hey, ladies,
shit, there's drama involved. We got a tip on the next big one.
You got a tip on the next big one.
Hey, ladies, I'm gonna drop down.
Okay, Lady B, thank you for coming up, honey.
Thank you.
Thank you
We
for
enjoyed
letting
talking
me know.
to you.
I enjoyed talking to you.
Nice talking to you.
Bye-bye. Sleep safe.
You too, honey. Thank you for coming up.
And just for reference, in case that was clipped, my brother really would not throw me off the 17th floor. Just letting everyone know that was a joke.
They said, "Yeah,
That was
no, there may be a 1,000
Disclaimer.
ways to die, but that ain't gonna be me."
but no,
Oh,
Yeah.
so, but no, I mean, because my mom, we'd go down there and we'd stay, because my mom never liked to stay up above like the second floor. I mean, my
Well,
brother were like,
blame her.
but
Have
no,
a fire.
we were like, Mom, okay, we can't see nothing from the second floor except
That's true.
the sand dunes. You can't see the beach. You can't see the oceans. We can see
Yeah.
like a brick wall in the sand dunes.
Yeah.
So one year we stayed at high up, and she would not. Derek would get even like 5 feet from the balcony. Get away from the rail. Get away from the rail. I'm like, Mom, he's fine. And then he stayed in the same room with her one year because it had 2 double beds. And he'd go over to the window. She had a big window in her room and it wouldn't open or anything. And he'd go over to the window. She'd go, Derek, get away from that window. And I'm like,
Yeah, it
Mom,
could buzz. You don't never know. I don't blame her. Come on.
that window was like 3 inches thick. I mean, you couldn't have busted it with, it would take some effort to bust it with a chair. I was like, but she was all, oh. I'm like, Mom, calm down. And then one day we were leaving and she goes, did y'all lock that balcony door? And I think we were on like the 14th floor or something. And my brother goes, Mom, unless they're Spider-Man, I don't think they're going to get up there.
They're gonna repel from
Hey.
the top.
She just looking out because I'd be doing that. I'd be like, I don't care if you told me it was locked. Guess what? I'm fixing to go double check it.
I
I'm
love
like,
Colorado.
Mom, I don't think they're going to like get up. I don't think Spider-Man's coming. But anyway, we
You just
humored
gotta
her,
be careful when you come down here, like you do. You have to be, keep your head on a swivel, especially if you're not,
Well,
you're not
Yeah.
from here. You got to keep your
Yeah.
head on a swivel. That's
See,
on land or in the ocean, either one.
when me and my
Yeah.
husband were separated at one time, and I moved to St. Petersburg for a little while. So, and let me tell you, there was, I don't know if y'all have ever been to St. Petersburg, but let's see, 1, 2, 3. There was 3 streets separating because we were on the north side, but there was 3. You go down 3 blocks, and then you were on the south side of St. Pete. And you had to be careful when you got to the south side of St. Pete because that was the bad side. So, yeah.
Yeah, St. Pete's bad. It is so bad. Like you have the upsy, ritzy part, and then, which like Sanford's the same way. Like you have a historic Sanford, you go a block that way, you're in a bad part of town. Like don't even stop. Don't stop at a stop sign. California, stop it because it's not safe to stop completely.
I lived in a part of St. Pete. One night, some people were out there fighting, beating the hell out of this guy, and they had a gun, and I was on the
Oh,
back
Doodle.
area of the house,
I
and
feel bad for you.
I just ducked. But I like we'd go to St. Pete Beach, which was really awesome. It's a really nice beach and everything. But I was like, this ain't
Well,
safe.
see,
This ain't
yeah,
safe.
Pensacola isn't as big as like Orlando or even St. Pete. It's the oldest city in Florida, but it's not as big as all those cities. But there are areas you don't want to be in, right? Just like with every city, I'm assuming it's like a mid-grade city. I'd call it because it's not considered a large city. I don't consider it large. I know it's not large, but we don't have the same level, but what we do have is bad enough. You know what I mean? Like it's like if you don't put the brakes on some of this, it's going to continue and continue because the town's only growing. Like even venturing out into our rural areas that were very rural when I was a little girl are no longer that way. They're packed neighborhoods, house after house after house, and then around those little once in a blue moon, a long time ago was just a caution light little town. The one light now has a whole little community built around it of little stores, and you know what I'm saying, like the shit you need, the gas station, the whatever's. It's just crazy how crime gets. I live in the country now, I grew up over there. I know what it's about. And during the pandemic, when I lived with my cousin, we lived with my aunt, and we took care of my aunt. She was bedridden by this time. So we were just trying to keep her at home and figure everything out. So pandemic happens. So there we are. And we're there with her, and we're outside a lot because we're both outside people. So we would sit outside during the day and at night, and I would hear sirens. It was silent for a long time, right? Because it was like lockdown. But as things begin to open, we're in Florida, so things started opening back up and whatnot. And all of a sudden, it was like the sirens again, and where that the area they lived in wasn't one of the better of the areas. So I was always hearing the shit, sirens and noise and this and that. It was like sensory overload at some point. It's like I
When we lived in
cannot.
Daytona, it was the same way. Like we lived off of Seabreeze, which is like one of the oldest streets in Daytona. Daytona actually used to be Seabreeze, and they renamed it and to Daytona Beach. And like we lived on that road, and like when we first moved there, it was so quiet. And me and the boy, we would go walk at night and go down to the beach, and then once the clubs opened up, because it's like a season, you have a couple of them that are open, but once like all the clubs open up, you had I can't think of what that damn club is. It starts with an R. Whatever it is, it's a horrible fucking place to go. And then you had Coyote Ugly and all these other, places that open. And I'd got where we were on the second floor, so I would leave the door open. We had like a gate in the middle and all that stuff. So I would leave the door open. So we're sitting there one night and we're just chilling, and my stepdaughter's sitting there playing her game on her tablet, and all of a sudden just gunshots fire out. And I'm like, what the hell, man? And look over, and they're like pinging my windows. So I grab her, throw her in the floor. And it got so bad. And like the case that I absolutely just shun with everything in my power. They talking about the red Solo cups. Okay, true story. They had a shooting one night on Seabreeze.
That's so funny you said that, because I feel the same way.
Yeah, I'm not touching that case with a 10-foot pole.
Thank
But
you. That's the same phrase I used.
no, you couldn't pay me to touch that case. Like I literally shared one post on Twitter just supporting someone that I support on Twitter, and it was a whole shit show. I had I don't give a shit about saying his name. I heard Turtle Boy come after me, and finally he gave up because I don't give a damn who you are. I don't back down. You don't like who I am, you don't like what I said, bub, block me, because that's what you can do, is hit your little block button, because I'm not going to block you, and I'm not going to stop. But so they had a shooting at Coyote Ugly one night, and like you hear the sirens and stuff, and like we were out on the back deck, and we like see the car speed off, and I'm like, what the hell? And there's actually a video on my channel, because we went out there, and I after everything was all said and done, and me and my oldest son, we filmed the blood trail. Like I was like, how the hell did they not get this guy? Right here's where he went, right there's where he walked, and this is where he got picked up in a car. And he's like, Mom, see, this is why I tell you should get your PI license. I was like, well, hell, it doesn't take a PI to see the freaking blood trail where he got in the car. That's where the blood stops. That's where, he ran down the sidewalk, ran down the road,
Yeah.
Walked around the front, and there is red Solo cups for evidence markers. And I was like, that's priceless. Woohoo, Daytona PD for saving money with red Solo cups with Sharpie marker on the side of
So
them.
do you think that's like listed in the police training backup? Like here in the backup police training manual, if you don't have what you need, use a red Solo cup.
Use a red Solo cup, and that song like starts playing in my head, and I'm like laughing. You know what I mean? I'm like walking down the sidewalk laughing. I'm like,
a red Solo cup.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy.
God, I hope they didn't collect Idaho Ford DNA or any kind of thing in Solo cups. My
I wouldn't
God.
be surprised. Daddy says I've bought clothes from Florida. I've bought home mini critters, but they aren't tolerant to the weather. I'm sorry, honey. I love Colorado. I absolutely do. Yes, I did hear that Ricotta got arrested. I know. I saw that today. Like, actually, I think I saw it last night. But he has been through some shit on YouTube. Like, he's another one that has been through, like, with some creators from the LawTube community that I'm really close to, like, some of that stuff that, like, oh man, that guy. And then I think he got arrested on nose candy charges and guns, and God,
Mm.
it's crazy. And I mean, he's like a
So
well-known
I kind of just I kind of know a little bit what happened, but I don't know who this person is. So what he
he's a lawyer, and
okay.
I kept my distance from him because he went after somebody that I really cared about a lot, and her channel actually got taken down, and then she just stopped coming on, and it really, like, it just was heartbreaking because she did so much good work, and she was a reporter for a long time, and then was a lawyer, and like she was a big part of the LawTube community, and he like went after her like full blown. But from what I've been reading and catching up on, like the other side of the stories, he's been really struggling with like addiction and mental illness and his family and like all kinds of internal things. And I know he got banned from YouTube, I think a year ago. It might have been 2 years ago. And then
Oh
he was
wow.
arrested yesterday, I believe.
Mm.
So what exactly does it take to get you banned from YouTube?
It just kind of depends on like who you are and if YouTube's like really watching your channel. Like if you
Like if you get a lot
attack
of strikes
family,
or something, would that put eyes on you and
or if you
yeah.
get sued, if you get
Oh
sued, that'll get you kicked off YouTube. Like
yeah.
if a family comes after you and reports you, they will take your channel down. Like Molly's not allowed to be. She's not even supposed to be on people's panels. So if anybody's lurking in the bushes and you've had Molly on your panel, be careful because she's not even supposed to be on here.
Oh, Molly Golightly?
She's not even supposed to be on here.
I've
She is
heard about
completely
her.
banned from this platform. She's not even supposed to be on here at all.
Damn,
But
I
like,
know a few names that need to be on that list.
yep, I do too. Let me tell you what. Let me tell you what. Yeah. And but I mean, if you get sued by family, that's a quick like
Yeah.
express the hell off of this platform because they
Yes.
will not put up with it.
You
And
have to
like
be,
strikes, they will too.
that's right. You can't cross a line just simply because you're on social media. And what gets me is when I understand the problem people had with mainstream media, but I understand how that problem developed and why. And that's a whole other topic. But to sit there and demand better of mainstream media, and that's why you're at social media, well, then what standard do we hold you to? Do you have any? Is everything fair game, good or bad? You know what I mean? And you can't, it's not cool to do some of the things we see that gets done, but it's exhausting, and I'm not the YouTube police. So I try to stay in my lane with a lot of it, and I'm like, I get caught up in some of it as well. I know to go review a lot of it, and when it's first happening, I'm trying to figure it out too. But once you do, it's like, whoa, it's enough. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
When you can tell, and that's the sad part about it, and people need to realize there's like a handful of cases right now. I think there's literally 5 that I can think of that have named YouTube in subpoenas, and not just YouTube creators channels, comment sections, subscriber numbers, chats. I mean, all kind of stuff. That even the Brian Koberger case has a warrant like that, and that's what really caught my attention once, because it was a late warrant, right? And it came out at a very particular time, and which is a whole other rabbit hole story. But anyway, when I got to really reading that document and I realized what all they were looking at and wanted to see, I was like, holy shit, whose channel is this? And what comments are they looking for? And I don't know. But Susan Morphew case has a YouTube podcast named in a document. Delphi has 3 in documents. Nancy Grace podcast in the Crystal Rogers case has a subpoena because of what the suspect said on her show. And then there's another one. Anyway, there's several real-time true crime cases where people are being named in these cases, and it's not cool. I don't have no desire to be in anybody's police docket or, court dockets. No.
Nope. And I have screamed it at the mountaintops. If you're going to run one of these cases, do it from credible resources. Talk
Right.
about the case credibly because, and I've said this way back in the beginning, you go like a missing, and I'm not picking on the missing, but I'm a missing child's case.
Yeah.
So you get on there and you run the parents through the mud and you bring up all this information and documentation and make phone calls and record phone calls and all this other stuff. Okay, let's say it ends
Mhm.
bad. We don't bring that child home alive and well. Well, you know what you just
Mhm.
did? You just inserted yourself into a case and get ready for subpoena because they're not scared to subpoena us. You think getting invited
Yeah.
on News Nation is, "Ooh, I got invited on News Nation." Wait till you
Right.
get back into court.
Exactly. And there's a lot of things, and people need to realize law enforcement, they watch those Facebook groups for a long time. Don't think they're not watching YouTube. And the defense attorneys don't watch YouTube, and they don't have a pulse on the communities. You know what I mean? They have to. There's somebody's job in the network there to know what's going on with social media, what's going on with mainstream media. That's how Ann Taylor's pulling her information to get her change of venue in the Idaho 4. The impact that social media and mainstream media is having on the case. That was one of the reasons when Lori Vallow got the death penalty taken off the table in Idaho, 2 reasons were listed by the judge. The big one was prosecution sanctions for not turning over evidence on time. They had a deadline. They didn't meet the deadline, so the judge had to sanction the prosecution, and so that was a strike. And he also cited the media or the public, the need the public wanted for this the attention it got or whatever. That's what I'm trying to say. The sheer attention the case got. So those 2 reasons took the death penalty off the table in Idaho for Lori Vallow. I was like, wow, I understand the strike against the prosecution for not meeting the deadline on time. I get that. But the media impact is going to be there with these cases. And I think also what needs to happen is the people who handle the cases for the families and for law enforcement need to get better about communicating with social media. To handle a lot of Idaho 4 went through this long list of cleared people, right? And cleared theories because we heard it all with that case. And I don't know if that's the dude or not that's sitting in jail, Koberger, 50-50 on that. I believe in innocent until proven guilty. I'll find out at trial. But there's probable cause there and all that good stuff. But all that other stuff that came with that case, and that's what people who are new to true crime came in under the Idaho case, and then you follow that with Sebastian, with the sensationalism type. Everybody gets caught up in it, and then you see the bad. In the end, people start seeing the bad, but it's not all like that. And once you lose control of a case, the way those 2 got, and there's people that fed that, you know what I mean? There are people who came in that fed all of that happening in Idaho, and there were out of control creators on both platforms, TikTok and YouTube, and it's the same thing with Sebastian for some reason. And I don't know what to do about all of that, so I kind of just need to. I don't know what to do about it. You know what I mean? I just don't want to be a part of it.
There's nothing you can do about it other than keep your
Right.
distance. I mean, look, if you look at Koberger, at first we were seeing like actually him, and then you had people that were screenshotting and they're like circling details and stuff. And what has that got? Now we're on the safari and you're looking at him from across the prairie there.
Yeah.
Because people are like pinpoint, and that's and that's on the cameraman too. Whoever was pulling that day on the camera.
Yes.
Come on. We don't need to see how many freaking pores he's got. It's not
No,
that
you don't need to zoom in on the defendant like that. And even after being warned by the judge, they were warned before that, and what?
She said, "Salty, but one is a mom."
Oh God, I know, Doodle. Shit, she's right. My nemesis. I don't know what I call that. I call, if you ever see me type Cotton Eye Joe in a chat,
I've
I'm
seen you do that.
I know. Oh Lord, here
I'm
she
referring
goes.
to someone who's in the chat. She shows
Okay.
up occasionally. WSU Mom Kim, I'm not afraid to say it. If she's in here, hey
Oh,
Kim, what's up, girl? I see you.
Kim, don't come over here.
But no,
And
yeah,
never Kim in
I
the
didn't
chat.
think so.
Mm-mm.
I didn't think so. But yeah, I got nothing for that lady. I really don't.
You know,
Doodlebug,
Caroline
you
blocked
pecker. How's your pecker toe, Doodlebug?
Caroline blocked me. I don't even know how to feel about it.
She blocked
Well,
Caroline blocked you, Mom?
She blocked me. I can see her in
She
StreamYard, but I can't see her in chat.
I can see her in StreamYard too. Caroline blocks everybody.
She blocked
I've been blocked, and then she unblocked me. I don't know, but she don't like me because of Idaho.
I don't give a damn what she likes. It don't matter if you were if I'm on panel talking about the sky is blue. She'd be like, no, it's not. It's a light blue with a shimmer of white cloud.
Yes. She will be like that.
Maybe in your sky.
Here, man.
It's a shimmer of
I
white
Cotton Eye
cloud.
Joe in the
It's a
chat, and I'm literally sitting here going, "I'm the Cotton Eye Joe," in my head.
Yes,
and if she'll
I
go,
did a. Grace, I started my TikTok account because I didn't do TikTok before that. I didn't have the app. I didn't just never did TikTok.
really, Doodle,
A-
you love it
And
when she gives you hell.
and
Really.
so much craziness began to happen with Idaho, and when I would hear someone read a document and say it doesn't make sense, make it make sense or whatever, I was like, well, hold up, let me read it. So
She
I decided to make a TikTok account and put these documents out there and let people read it for themselves. And then I realized there was like this shady stuff was starting to happen. And I realized it was really prevalent on TikTok as well. I was like, oh shit, okay. Well, if you look at my TikTok stuff, there's never any of that posted. But you will see a couple of tributes to Kim
The
and a
tribute.
few other
Doodle,
But
I'm an
I
older
still talk to
woman
her
and I
through
have
StreamYard.
skunk.
Like if I'm on panel and she goes
I'll
to
be
the chat, I can
59
go
this
see her in
year.
StreamYard. You can block me all you want to, honey, but I'm gonna comment on your comment if I feel like it is my place to chime in. So block away. lady.
I don't
See, I live
understand the
battle the
block to
wits.
start with. What was the problem? I don't
Well,
know.
sometimes I don't
know.
do anything. Sometimes I don't do anything and she'll block me. And then the next day I'm unblocked. And then the next day I'm blocked. And the next day I'm
Yeah.
unblocked. And the next day I'm blocked. And I'm like, girl, you're going to have to make up your mind because I'm like spinning over here. I'm like, what are you doing? And then I'll say something and then she'll agree with me. And then I'll say something else and then she'll disagree. And I'm like, Lord have mercy.
Well, hell, if I'm not on panel, I'm like seeing people talk to Caroline. I'm like, oh, I'm blocked. Okay.
Yeah.
I know that was happening to me too. I was like, oh, Caroline's in here. And I look, I'm like, oh, I don't see her ass. Oh, I'm blocked. Yep.
Yeah.
She blocked me. Yeah.
You
Then
know.
she unblocked me because I could see her again now. But unless she's done blocked me again now, I don't know. We'll see. I
I
don't
get blocked on Twitter all the time. Like I've been
really.
blocked by oh yes, I've been blocked by so many people. It's like one day I don't even know what the hell I said to him. And you know what pisses me off is I've met Jonathan in person. Like I've met him. I scared the shit out of him at CrimeCon. It was
Right.
fucking funny
Oh,
as
Dandy,
shit.
I like to poke fun to poke sometimes too.
And like we're walking through CrimeCon, and I saw him from the back of his head, and I told my fiance, I was like, "That's JLR. Watch this." So he's streaming, and he's like, "We're here at CrimeCon." Da, 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 da. And I walked up behind him, and I said, "Jonathan," and like creepy, serial killer,
Yeah.
Jonathan.
Yeah.
And you can see me on his stream. He jumped. I shit you not, this far.
Nuh-uh.
And he turned
That's
around.
so
And he goes,
funny.
I know your face. I was like, you do. I'm Mind the Monsters. He was like, oh, hey, what's up?
Wait a
And
minute. I think I
together one
saw
day.
that.
That's
I
me.
think I
Hooray.
saw that. Yes. Oh my God. Because my
He was
friend
like,
went to that Con. Oh shit.
I
The one in
watch it.
Orlando, right? The last
Yep.
one?
Yep.
Yeah,
I
she went to
watched
that one. Yeah.
It was
I
so
watch
funny.
him
Yeah.
every once in a while, and it's so funny because he's like, "Come on in, come on in, come on in."
That's
We
his
get along.
spill. I mean, that's yeah.
And then
Look,
all of
I
a
gotta
sudden,
love
I'm
hate with him,
unblocked,
he
and I'm
is
like,
I have a
He
love
is
hate
who
with
he
him too.
is.
I don't think overall he's like a a horrible.
Where are we stooping, Dandy? Hi, Truth Seeker. Welcome in.
What did we do?
I don't know. She'll tell us in chat. I don't know.
But I don't think he's.
We stooped low.
I think he's got. But everybody has their own ways of doing things. All creators do. I think.
I love him. Like I said, I chased him down to say hello, and I log on Twitter and I'm blocked, and I'm like, what the hell did I do? I thought we were.
I have that love hate with him, right? I love some of the stuff he does, and then some of the stuff he does, I'm like, really, dude? I can't get behind that one. But he's actually taken some of my comments or questions on Twitter to other even with Sebastian's case. Chloe had put out a thing one day and she's like open to questions. So I asked a question. Well, she answered it, and he highlighted that but he didn't say my name because he literally had me blocked on Twitter, but not on YouTube. I made him, it was something to do with Idaho or something. He posted something and I asked a question and I don't guess he liked it. And I didn't even realize for a long time I was blocked. But I might not be anymore, I don't know. But I don't ever talk to that dude. I just see his content, not all the time. It's not like I watch it all the time. I see it and I review some of it. Some of it's got really good information. You know what I'm saying? You can't go wrong there because it really does, and it's accurate, and it's backed up with documents and things like that. And I respect that, And he does go hard after those suspects, why did you do it? Everyone,
when he heckles, like when he's
you
standing
got to know his
outside the
history.
courthouse.
Yeah.
Most
Because
of the
I've seen him
time-
do it. I saw him do it to Richard Allen. I saw him do it to Brian Koberger. I've seen him do it, and
She's a chick. What
He
was her
did it-
name?
From my understanding, he did it to Micah Miller's husband, J.P. Miller.
He probably did.
J.P. Miller spoke to him first because he was at Micah Miller's vigil, on the beach, and from my understanding, he spoke to him first, and that J.P. Miller spoke to him first, and he asked J.P. Miller if he did it.
Let's see what she said. She said, IDK, I don't like talking about people repost without context, and it turns out bad. Oh, you're good, Dandy. You are good. Jonathan knows who I am, so he knows I'm just picking on him because I can. He blocked me on Twitter. I didn't even do nothing wrong. But no, I'm not. We're not talking ill of anybody. We're just talking shit.
Yeah.
But no, and I don't think
did it to Murdaugh. That he did too. And did you guys see where this was priceless? I love this so much. It was one of the I think it was Trial. I'm almost positive it was Trial. And like the camera guy is like trying to get Murdaugh, and Jonathan's like scooting into camera and scooting into camera, and I'm dying. I'm like, oh my God, I can't with him. He's so freaking funny.
And he usually brings receipts, but it's so funny because sometimes I want to find out about something, and I'll look and I'm like, well, JLR will have it, and I'll look and I'm like, sure, he sure does. It's like,
oh yeah,
it's like we found Waldo because
Did you guys
he's
follow the,
everywhere. He's at the border, he's here, he's there, he's everywhere. So if you want to know something, he's going to bring the content to it.
Well, he's got some money apparently with all them lawsuits. He could fly all around, do his thing.
He usually does bring receipts.
She said,
"Oh yeah,
shit, I love it." Yeah, dude. Look.
Yeah,
so
he brings his receipts.
That when the I'm gonna screw his name up, Calavente. I can't freaking pronounce his first name.
The midget man. Or I don't mean to be derogatory or politically incorrect. I apologize, but that was mine. I give nicknames. I can't help it. And he was the midget Spider-Man.
I called him the Itsy Bitsy Spider. I even wrote
there
him
you
a
go.
song.
There you go.
But you had
that's even better.
Jonathan with his cone, and there's actually somebody, I almost died the other day. I saw the cone in chat, and I'm like literally rolling. I was like, that is so funny because there's a group of us that know the cone.
Yeah.
Like that cone was like, yeah, Calavente. Thank you.
Yes. Daniel.
Oh, shit.
Daniel, it was like, yeah, I know what you're saying. I can't remember exactly.
Dandy, put his first name in chat because I can't pronounce it. But you had him with the cone.
That's Calvacante.
Yes.
Danilo. What
Calvacante.
the hell was that?
You're
man?
welcome.
But you had JLR with the cone, and then you had Nick the Hat with the tree. And I swear to you, I sat and I watched that tree for so many hours, dude. Like, I felt like I was in a relationship with that tree at that point. Like,
You were one with the tree?
we were
Yeah.
one with the tree.
I
Like,
was one with the tree.
the whole chat, like, because I had both. I was using Streamlabs, which if I'm going to do a panel, I won't use Streamlabs because it's too much shit to pull somebody up on panel. So I had like the helicopters, you know, the air tracking, and I had his live, and I had Nick's live, and like other information,
Yeah.
Twitter over here, and like my screen was like chaos, man. But you had the cone and the tree. I'm tired.
Yeah.
What were they
Yeah.
doing?
There was a lot happening in that case in real time. That was the crazy part for streamers because there was so much. And then the police, you could even pick that up. I think the scanner, you know, you could hear a lot on the scanners. Like
That's
in
what
my community, yeah, here you can listen to the local fire, right? The volunteer fires. You cannot listen to the police dispatch. You can't pick up Santa Rosa County, Escambia County Police Dispatch, or you know the cop calls. And I don't know this county. These two counties don't allow it. I don't know about Okaloosa County, and that's strange considering Florida's sunshine laws. But I can't find one scan. There's no way that I can get it. You know what I mean? They just don't have it out there. But we only get the damn. You know, we get the fire department.
Do you have do you have a police scanner, a real police scanner, or do you have one on your phone?
I've got a couple of different ones, but they're on my phones. But even the people who have the ones at home that I know, they do not broadcast. Now, the ones that have maybe a ham radio, now I don't think you don't get codes for the regular dispatch like you would other stuff. But yeah, you can't. And I can go on those apps and literally go to many other towns and cities and counties and listen to the cops all day long. I did it in Calavante's case. I did it in a lot of cases. But you go there and try to listen to them and you can't hear nothing. It's not there. You're not going to listen.
Yeah,
I'm like,
Danilo Calavente. That's what his name was.
Danilo.
Yep, and Dandy, exactly. Like Frankie she did amazing on that. Like it was like, did you wake up at 10? I don't even remember what time I got up, and I logged in, and she had almost 7,000 people in chat, and we were like all freaking out because, you know, you get that many people in chat. I haven't dealt with that many people in chat in years, and it was like, oh my God. But everybody was being just so. I mean, I think we had like 2 trolls, wasn't it, Dandy, that came in there that day, but everybody was just so like focused in because I mean, and what was so crazy was this little shit was like just sneaking around streamers,
walking
right past people, and like you're literally like watching the screen for a shadow, or you know, was that him, or was that a cop, or is that a dog, or you know, that was insane. And no sleep, like going to work on like
no sleep,
zero sleep, you know, stream till 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, literally be sitting here like this, nodding out on stream, not even freaking for, you know, other reasons, just like completely exhausted. But just that moment of they're gonna find him tonight, there's no way he will go this long. And then you end up finding out that people were putting food on their porches for this guy,
right? I mean,
I'm like, what the hell is wrong with you people?
See, that's the thing I've noticed. I get so caught up in those cases and different things, and I'm like, oh my gosh, you know, but
it's hard when it's happening in real time. That's the difference. We're experiencing these crimes and things in real time now.
Right.
Or before, it was always on the news. And, you know, when I was a kid, we just had the 3 freaking channels, you know, what was on your local news.
Right.
And then cable came along, and then there's CNN. I remember when it launched, right? HLN, they were repetitive, and they played the same shit throughout the night. But yeah, and it was the first time you heard world news the closest to real time as you were going to get, right? And you heard things you were never hearing before, and you were hearing about these children that go missing and the bad things that happen to these kids, and then you were hearing about these murders and this and that, and then it's like you know, true crime really took off throughout the late 80s. We had like serial killers and the stalkers. People started stalking women, and all this stuff started happening. It's crazy. And you know how the gang situation went in cities all across the country, and crime just, you know, it is what it is. But now we get it in such real time as how to handle it. We don't know how to handle it until we start handling it. Even like with the Calavante case, we were up because it was searching in real time. Like she said, looking for something on that freaking screen. And Carly, what's her name, that jumped out of the car on the side of the road and took off into the woods, that kidnapped herself. We're all looking for clues as this woman is running towards I mean, come on. And, you know, it's like, even I told Dago once, we were talking about these missing persons cases. And I want to think this is right before Sebastian, because it was something else we were talking about. It may have been right after Maddie and Sebastian disappeared, like right after. And I said, well, you know, you got to be careful covering these missing person cases, because they can go on forever and you will get consumed in it forever. And I was telling Kimber, I didn't know this, but do y'all know who Patton Oswalt is? The actor, comedian, actor. He played in, I can't never recall the damn show.
Hold on.
Anyway, he's a comedian, actor guy, so like probably a B plus type dude. But anyway, he was always real funny to me throughout the 90s and stuff. I didn't know, but the woman he married, Kimber, I forgot her name, you might remember. But she was a true crime enthusiast, right? And she was a writer and this, that, and the other. So they end up getting married, and she hones in on this serial killer that has been lurking around the San Francisco area. I think it was, is what it is, and all this stuff. Turns out she ends up doing a lot of investigating on her own, digs up a lot of things, makes a bunch of connections, and they labeled him the Golden State Killer.
Michelle
And
McNamara Salty. He
Michelle
was in
Mac,
King
yeah.
of Queens.
Yes, he was on. Yes, he was. That's it. King of Queens. I could see their faces, but I couldn't recall the name. And so anyway, she writes she's starting the book and all this, and she even met with Paul Holes. He's a big time investigator and an IGG specialist. He did some work in Delphi, is how I first come across who he was. Anyway, she did a lot of great work. She ended up passing away in her sleep. I think it was like 48 years old, but they had a daughter together. And like months go by, and the autopsy comes back, and it turns out she had too many of her medicines in her system, and she had a heart condition. So anyway, time goes by, and the Golden State Killer is caught, you know, and they do convict him, and they go through the method of how they got him and all that stuff. But he wanted her book finished, you know, in her honor, because she had put so much time in it, and it took away from her time with the family. And he supported her throughout the whole thing, but he couldn't help but feel like it consumed her in some way. Do you know what I mean? And yeah. And I was a really good, I was in the car, and when there's nothing streaming, it'll start randomly playing like Dateline or some shit like that, right? And this story came on, and it said his name. I was like, wait a minute, I know this dude. And I'm listening, I'm like, whoa. And I let it play and listen to the whole thing. It was great, you know, and I was like, wow. But
There
it
is a
shows
great
how,
documentary.
yeah. I mean, you get attached, you know, and we dig into these things, and we do it. We just got to learn to find that balance, I think, you know, figure out the balance there.
There's a great documentary, and it was a short interview with her, and she was talking about how, you know, what everything they had done, and how, you know, he got named that, he was branded that. I believe that's what the documentary was about, was like branding serial killers and giving
Yeah.
them, not branding them, but that's pretty much what we're doing when we give them a name.
Yeah.
And she was talking about how she felt like what they did was like the birth of true crime.
Yes.
I guess that kind of makes sense, because if you think about it, that really was like the first big case that was put out there to say, hey, this is what happens in our world. Because growing up as a kid, you didn't, I grew up my grandparents were very, from the old ways, cowboy days, you know what I'm saying? And
Yes.
they were not, I mean, you didn't watch Days of Our Lives because they kissed people on there, you know what I'm saying? Much less
Yeah.
a documentary about, or the news about somebody going around killing a bunch of people.
Right.
That's
Wasn't on
gonna
the news. Mm-mm.
did not
Yeah,
see
but
that.
see, used to when it was on the news, like Salty was talking about when we were growing up, we had 3 channels. You watched it. It was on the news, but it wasn't a continuous news story. They
No,
would
and it
report on
wasn't.
it. It
Yeah.
would go away, then they would report on it. It wasn't like it is now where you can get a continuous feed of it all the time.
And
Yeah.
now they pictures, and back then you wasn't gonna see no picture, no crime scene.
No.
And the thing
Mm-mm.
is, and I guess I'm desensitized to it because it doesn't bother me to see a picture of a crime scene. It
Yeah, me
doesn't bother
neither, but
me.
mm-mm.
And I
Me
know
neither.
it would bother some people, but it doesn't bother me because I can look at them and I can go, okay, this and this and
Yeah.
this.
I can determine a lot by looking at it, and making, and I know what I'm about to look at may not be pretty, and I'm going to make the decision beforehand to either do it or not. I do, out of respect for families, get it 110%. Even like our law wasn't in place when Gannon passed away. And if I'm not mistaken, his initial autopsy was done in Florida. They went to testify during the trial. The men that found him, the bridge inspectors had to go testify. The coroner had to go, and the detectives had to go. But that law wasn't in place. So what's that girl's name? I don't remember her name, but she got a hold of all the records, from the case. Letitia Stott. Yes, and she got his autopsy reports and records and pictures and posted them on her whatever Patreon, was that what it was? And you can't do that with Maddie, and I'm cool with that. I don't need to see Maddie's to understand, because I know I'm going to find out the reason or how in the trial if there ever is one. But as far as, because the families are at risk, because I'll tell you, in Delphi, we did have some early stuff leaked, and most of it was information about evidence that the prosecution appeared to leak heavily to the Murder Sheet podcast. And then when there was some very early photos, and I have them, and it's just clothing in the creek, but that's what it shows, is clothing in the creek, and it's obvious whose clothings they are if you know what the girls were wearing. But what came out next, which was a big deal in the case, that came out of the attorney's office that got stolen and put out there, were actual scenes of the body. That don't need to be out there, because lo and behold, luckily it didn't have a super far reach, because the ones that did receive it acted quickly. Thank God. They're not out there, so I'm hoping they all did the right thing. And they all know who they are. And a couple of them are in the court documents because of that, you know what I mean? And it's a big deal when it's that sensitive. These girls were minors, right? Gannon was a minor. Maddie is a minor. And at some point, victims have to get protected as much as defendants do. I'm all about the Constitution and protecting that defendant's rights. So Koberger has a county jail to chill in. Gets to wear a suit to his hearings. He gets his vegan meals. He chose to sit in jail until his trial because he stood silent. He hasn't asked for a bail hearing, which doesn't make sense to ask for one, but I'm surprised she didn't. Why not? There's a lot of things he's getting. He's getting all of his hearings approved and listened to. The judge then set aside every other week for a hearing in this case so we can move forward. Thank God, finally. We don't have that in Delphi. We get the opposite of that in Delphi. So I'm all for getting their rights protected, but at the same time, those victims are getting trampled on by the minute because they're having to wait. Shit's getting prolonged. The families, Becky Patty just the other day, judge in Delphi, had to cancel 3 days worth of hearings that were important because the defense, yet again, wants her to recuse herself. So at that point, she had to stop. She couldn't make one more damn decision. She's got no choice but to not step down, but to put everything on hold and then decide if she's going to recuse herself or not, because she's the only one that can make the decision. Nobody else can, which makes no sense. Hey, judge, again, will you step down? No, I'm not going nowhere. Really? What's the point?
He's
You know,
Andy,
but
I understand about all these children's cases lately. It's very sad and
it is.
it's very hard.
And
It's
and you don't think
adults
about
are
it, but
bad,
every day in this
but when
country,
it's the
there's children
kids,
being harmed like that. Every day.
it's the children being harmed. They're
Mhm.
going missing, and you know there's no explanation. And
Well, far
then
too many times we know
the
it's.
monsters that harm them. It's horrible. It's just
Mhm.
horrible.
And then when it comes out, it's family, or it's a
Yeah.
dad, or it's a mom, or
And
it's a
too many
grandparent.
times, unfortunately, it is, you know. And one night, Kimber and I were talking about this subject, and you know, we don't blame moms right off the bat for anything. We want to take time, get to gauge them, gauge this scene, gauge this story, whatever. But it's not impossible because we both went over a couple of examples of mothers that have done it, you know, and everybody's shocked that they did what they did. But, you know, Susan Smith was the perfect example, gonna cry on national TV for a long time about her babies and how that black man hijacked her car in the middle of nowhere and stole her babies. And all of America is now hunting those babies, and the bitch drove them into a fucking lake.
Yep, I can't with that one.
Because she wanted to be with a man who didn't want her babies. So she didn't want them anymore. Let them go with their daddy, but no, that wasn't good enough for her. Well, is it going to embarrass you to say I gave up my kids? Are you fucking serious right now?
And then there
Some
was
women
dying.
shouldn't breed.
And this is going way back, but there was Diane Downs in Texas.
Exactly.
She hurt her kids because she thought that the guy was going to be with her if she hurt her kids. Because he didn't want kids, but she thought that if she hurt her kids, he would leave her. If she killed her kids, she thought he would leave his wife and come be with her.
Yeah.
And that didn't work out for her. There was
Susan Smith.
Andrea Yates, she drowned the babies in the bathtub, but she really legit had the postpartum depression, and that husband of hers, man, he's a whole other story.
He
But
did not.
Recent one. What is her name? The one that threw her kids. No, she threw herself out the window after she killed the kids.
Oh my God. I followed that for a little while. I cannot recall. Was it Colorado? Mom, Colorado. But yes, she threw the kids out the window, right? She sent the husband to go get food or something. She ordered food and sent him to go pick up the food from the restaurant. And before he could get back, she throws the babies out the window. And she threw herself out, didn't she?
Yep. Yeah, she did her first court hearing from a hospital bed.
Yes. Yes, she was all broke up laying in the hospital bed.
So,
you know what I think happened? I think she ended up taking a mental plea deal thingy on that. I have to look into that and see, because I want to think that that's what I remember seeing last, because I was like, damn.
You just quit seeing that case. Like, that case was like everybody was on it, and then all of a sudden it's
Yeah.
like, I can't even
think that's what happened. She ended up, she was already under treatment for shit. So there you go. The basis was already laid for that mental plea. And so yeah, I think that's what happened, though. Don't quote me on that, but I'm leaning toward that's what happened.
And then you take Lori Vallow.
Exactly.
She was the
my kids are fucking
doomsday
zombies.
mom, thought her kids were zombies, and now she's on. I mean, she just dodged the death penalty in Idaho, and now she's back in Arizona on trial. And I'm so sorry that. And all I can say is I am so sorry that she dodged the
And
death
look,
penalty.
after her trial was over, the bitch sat there silent the whole trial, and at the end spoke and said nobody was murdered here. She honest to God believed what she did was justified. So then that tells me there was a lot of hype on Twitter about it being about the sex and the power and whatever. I'm like, I can't help but feel there was a deeper element to it based on their religion, right? For real. And I think she legit thought those kids were freaking zombies. And there was some research that we looked into, and on the website, I'm not knocking this religion. I don't really like having those conversations but I'm just basing this on this case.
On the case,
But
right?
their teachings on the website, you prepare for the zombie coming.
Mm-hmm.
So they legit believe in it. So it's not like that fell out of the sky theory. But, so how much of it was who did what, which is what Chad Daybell's doing right now.
Mm-hmm.
It was Lori Vallow. He's painting Lori up to be the one that did everything, her crazy ass brother,
But we called that. We called that. Like before he even
Right?
went to trial, I was like, watch this.
Yep.
Well, sit, get
Yes.
your popcorn and watch this because he's fixing to turn this around. Lori doesn't
Mhm.
sit there and I love you, I love you, I love you, Chad.
Well,
You are my
his
king.
attorney attended her trial.
Throw his ass under the bus.
I guess it's allowed in Idaho, but Chad Daybell's attorney was at most of Lori's trial, like sat there in the gallery listening to the trial. And them motherfuckers, so they're taking notes, right? And preparing for Chad's upcoming trial because they had split those cases very early on. And
Yes.
Lori never threw him under the bus, not one time.
Nope.
And not one time. And in the end, sat there and said that nobody was murdered here and blah blah blah. I was like, man, is
She's
that
a psycho.
is she?
Well,
Yeah, and
she's
we
a
were
nut
talking.
job.
We were talking about that earlier. Her husband, the ex-husband, if he had just been believed
That's what I was
on that
fixing to
body
say.
cam footage when he spoke to the officer, Kimber and I was talking about this. They didn't believe him or take him seriously enough. You know what I mean? That something more wasn't done for
Dude,
him.
the Netflix documentary that came out, it like I streamed it, but YouTube took it down. I was like, you bastards! I pay for my Netflix. That
Right.
alone, just watching that body cam footage, I was literally sitting here like in awe, like screaming at my laptop. Like, are you fucking
Right.
serious?
That's
Listen to
what
this man.
that's what I was doing too, Mom, because I was like, he was like, my kids are endangered. She's crazy. She's threatened my life. She's threatened their
He
life.
brought up the religious aspect too.
And
He even told them.
And they just looked at him like he had 3 heads and that he was the crazy one. And
Well,
then
you
they
have to
killed
remember, aren't they in the area they're already in? This religion is prevalent. There's a
Yeah.
lot of people in that religion. So
Yeah.
what's the chances that officer wasn't in that religion? You know what I'm saying? So it didn't take him seriously. I don't know. That's all I can
Doodle,
think.
you're so silly. Well, I hope they are slow zombies or I'm had. I'm just saying.
For real, no,
Dude, I'm
Doodle's
getting
not.
older. I'm getting
Doodle
older.
ain't
Like, I can't
lying.
run like that.
For
But
real.
no, but
I might trip and fall.
We're armed to
she's
the
just
teeth. I am ready for the zombie apocalypse because I got COPD. I ain't gonna get far. I'm gonna die out in the yard, and get eaten. Is what's gonna happen.
I'm taking my weapons.
Streaming
My
on Facebook.
grandbaby even knows grandma got weapons hanging off the side because I be single by design. I like it that way. I've been single for probably, I don't even know how many years anymore. But my youngest kid is 17 and his dad and I separated when he was 3. I've been single ever since, right? And I like it that way. I don't date. I have here and there, but I don't. And I like it. But my bed on each side, I got like a taser, I got my club over here. And my grandma be like, Grandma, what's all this? Like, nothing. You don't touch it. You don't touch grandma's stuff. But it's so funny. But no, you ain't going to get me. I'm going to hear you coming.
My husband's got COPD too, Mom, so I'd have to drag him.
Yeah, I've got COPD, and y'all see me sitting here chugging cigarettes. But you know what? I only live
I
once.
just came back in from smoking a cigarette. I ain't even gonna lie.
My husband quit in 2019 and he hadn't picked them back up, but he uses oxygen at night and then he's got he takes what is that new medication that he takes Trilogy.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I've heard of that. Yeah.
And then
He'll tell me all the time. You saw
and
his
then he's
big
got his
hand.
breathing treatment.
He'll tell me all the time. You need to quit smoking. You can't breathe. You can't even make it up and down the stairs. You can't breathe. And I told him, my mama didn't raise no quitter. I will die.
Right. I mean, I hear you. It's, you know what the sad part is, my sister, she has issues like that, the one that smokes, and I smoke, and I don't, but in the summertime, I walk a lot. I'm way more active. I go to the beach. I walk around. I'm at the river. I'm doing all these things. I can't sit still, and I don't like being inside. I freaking hate it. I don't like winter. I will complain about winter, but I will not complain about summer because I'm gonna like pick your poison. Don't be. I don't like complaining about both. That's ridiculous. But so I don't like winter. I'm a Florida girl through and through, and I cannot help it. I'm born in June. I'm a summer baby, you know.
So am
But
I.
yeah, I like to be active, and I can tell when at the end of the winter, you know what I mean. I haven't been. I was like, man, I'm getting too old not to be active in the winter. I gotta figure out something. Because I can't stand to go out there when it's cold. Fuck no.
Well, see,
No, that's
I'm a summer baby too. My birthday's in August, but when I lived in Florida, I didn't like. I've been in Tennessee so long,
Yeah.
and mom will probably understand what I'm about to say. I like the seasons. Because I mean, we do have warmer weather, but I do like the seasons, and I do enjoy a little bit of snow. So I do like the seasons. We don't get a lot of snow, but I like the seasons. I like the
Yeah.
fall. And I like it to be and it's not always cold here at Christmas because sometimes we have 75-degree weather. I'm like, what the fuck?
75 degree girl. That's nice weather here.
I don't
Yeah,
want
we're
to be
talking
in
like
shorts.
104 on a good day in the summer.
Yeah.
I don't want to be in
Shit,
shorts at
110
Christmas.
index, humidity 98%. Fuck. That's
Yep.
when it gets bad in Florida. I love Florida, and I love where I live because I'm 10 minutes. I'm surrounded by state forest, woods, but I'm 20 minutes from the Gulf of Mexico at the same time. So it's like I got the best of both worlds. But I got the fucking hurricanes, and I got that humidity. Two things I can do without.
Oh, the Hurricane Ian, we almost lost. We lost most of what we had in the apartment because it was a hell of a hurricane. And like I said, I was on beachside, and it's not funny, but it's funny now that I can look back. It's funny. So he did tree work. So he was actually in Texas doing where it hit there first. You know, the
I was
storms
about to
hit
say,
there first. So
right?
he was doing tree work. Like they were doing, like he was in the newspaper and all kinds of stuff. I think it was in Corpus Christi or one of those areas. I'd have to look at text messages and where he was at. But anyway, so I got to thinking my Mustang is sitting on the low road. I'm going to go move the car. Like not even thinking freaking hurricane winds are out there.
Girl.
So I go to open the door and the door slams back in my face. So my youngest son's like, Mom, you're not going to go get the car. I was like, dude, I'm going to get my fucking car because believe me, if I go out there and my car is gone, I'm going to be pissed. So we made a rope and like tied me with a rope. Got to my car. And I couldn't even get the door open. Like they were so strong. I couldn't even get the door open. I just stood there and like watched out the window. Like, please don't take my car. Please don't take my car. Please don't.
Well, yeah,
everything on the back porch. Just don't take the car.
Yeah. It's crazy that if we get a hurricane, it's coming up out of the Gulf. It's got nowhere else to come from but the Gulf of Mexico. And we've gotten hit hard a couple of times. We've gotten hit mildly a bunch of times.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're very used to them. But Hurricane Ivan was coming at us as a Cat 4. And then it went to a Cat 4 like last minute, but last minute again before it made landfall, it went to a Cat 3. And I grew up literally being afraid of wind damage. I watched everybody in Miami and Homestead lose their roof during Hurricane Andrew. That was the most damage. They had to do tent cities afterwards because damn near there was a mobile home community in Homestead that my friend's dad lived in, and he had left, thank God. It was flattened. The whole community was flattened, but every house, brick home that had a roof was gone. So so we learned you get a mattress and you keep it nearby, especially if you get to rocking with a serious hurricane out there, because there's literally nowhere to go. And we all learn that the hard way if we're true Floridians. So, I mean, you get off the coast, that's a whole other story. But you, anyway, I was on the coast during Hurricane Ivan, and we sat on the sound side. And the sound side was the Santa Rosa Sound, and it overlooked, you could see the beach. Just beyond the beach was the Gulf. So I'm thinking wind, and they kept starting to get serious about this storm surge, this water, this storm surge. I'm starting to get worried. I'm like, fuck, we might want to leave, and they're, no, let's just stay. I was like, well, how about it get during Opal? Where'd the water stop? And I'm having this conversation with this guy. And the backyard was pretty deep until you got to the sound down there at the water. Anyway, we ended up spending the night there, and we shouldn't have, because by the time it was all said and done, everything was gone. The house was tore apart. We managed to survive in a room that managed to hold the walls. It was a laundry room.
Oh,
And
wow.
the water took a 2-week-old Bayliner boat and the trailer and put it across the street into the woods. It
Oh,
took a
my.
full-size Chevy van, put it down the street. It took a full-size Chevy Dakota pickup truck, pushed it across the street. Because at one point, when I felt it was getting really bad, when the house began to fill up with water, and I can laugh now, but I never panic because I'm not a panicker. I go into survival mode. What am I going to do next? How am I going to get out of this? Right? This house is filling up with water. So I looked at my friend, Kevin. I was like, dude, where's the boat? I want to get in the fucking boat. And he looked dead at me. He's like, boat is gone. And I was like, what? What do you mean the fucking boat is gone? Where'd it go? And he's like, it's gone. He's like, I think my van's gone too. I was like, what? Because that was a full size fucking Chevy van. You know what I mean? Conversion van shit. Not no lightweight little minivan. I don't know. But yeah, it was bad and it was rough. And that's when I learned storm surge don't play. Get off the coast. Get away from the water. You won't survive it in Florida if it's bad. And look what happened during Michael at Mexico Beach down there. That wasn't that far from me, and it was on the Gulf side, and that place just got devastated by, it was damn near Cat 5, I think.
Well, when Ian first hit, we didn't evacuate. Like, we didn't evacuate. We stayed there. And,
yeah. Were you high ground or you were low? I mean,
the second floor. And we woke up, and I kept telling him, I was like, we're on the second floor. It's going to be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. And like, I guess I've like passed out finally. I got so tired of watching the spaghetti maps, and I think my eyes would have crossed if I'd
right.
Hurricane. And I laid down, and the next thing I know, my youngest son comes running in there, and he's like, Mom, get up. And I'm like, what's wrong? There's freaking knee-deep water. Shit's floating across my house. I'm like, what the hell, man? Oh, my God. And it was insane.
The water doesn't play, and you don't realize it until you see it in action. Nothing's going to stop it. And when I realized the Gulf of Mexico went over the beach and met the sound and ended up in the backyard and in the house, and then went all the way for a long way, that was crazy to see and to go through during the night. And I know from being a native, once a storm starts, all the bridges close at 35-mile-an-hour winds. That's tropical storm force. So the beach is closed. Come during a hurricane to get you.
How do y'all feel if Jim Cantori from the Weather Channel comes to your area?
We laugh.
What? I know you guys can't see it, but Fox Off
we laugh.
Heart, and that got done at Knuckle Up back when it was Knuckle Up.
Do you laugh because you know that when Jim Cantori comes to town, it's bad?
That's what everybody says. Wherever Jim goes, you can predict where the hurricane's going to go because that's where they're going to, end up pinpointing. He's right a lot of the times, but not all the time. But Yeah, we laugh. People go out to the beach on purpose to see him. It's like, Jim's in town. We're gonna go see Jim. I've never
Right.
went to see Jim, but I know people who have.
Fox
Yeah.
off. Next time I go live, I'll wear my shirt that I got for Sebastian. It's like V-neck, and I'll show the whole tattoo. But yeah, that was done at Knuckle Up. Knuckle Up is a tattoo shop in my hometown.
So
and we were reminiscing one night about when Mini Monster was on panel.
Did you get it? Did you get one of the shirts? You won one of the shirts at Duchess's, didn't you?
Do what?
Did you win one of the shirts in Duchess's the other night?
Doodle won it. Doodle won the shirt, and then Doodle donated the shirt to me, and I emailed that guy, and he never responded. So I don't know, which I need to order some just for
Yeah, I wouldn't mind having a shirt myself because I tell you the other night, what was it, Kimber? Was it last night? I can't remember. Everything kind of runs together with this stuff, and I review a lot of stuff in the mornings when I'm driving around doing my thing. So it could have been, I don't know. Anyway, when Katie and Chris went on the Queen whatever ladies channel, but Katie talked about Sebastian, and we learned things about him, his likes and dislikes, a whole lot more, which I think helps in the way, like if you are out somewhere and you see someone that you think, could that be him, right? And you're at a restaurant, is that child eating or drinking some of the things Katie talked about? Or are you turning those things down? That might help you identify what you are seeing. You know what I mean? And his nature, the types of jokes he would make, and he quick-witted that he was. You know what I'm saying? That was he quiet and shy, or was he funny? And apparently he was very funny. So things like that, things I've been wanting to hear. Do you know what I mean? Things about him.
Oh yeah, because things about him are a huge clue to if you think you see him out. That's a huge clue into maybe knowing whether it's him or not, instead of just running up to some random kid and some mother freaking out, going, "Why are
Yeah.
you running up to my child?"
Yeah, you kind of want something else to help you get there, because we just having the picture, we saw what the other picture did that went around.
Oh
We
God,
all
yeah.
know how much that looked like him. So
Mhm.
if we base it off of the picture, we could be dead ass wrong.
Yep.
But if we say you get a new neighbor and there's a kid that you notice, that kid might favor Sebastian.
With the
Let
same
me watch this kid, and you get to watching those mannerisms and get maybe you get to know him out in the yard. Hey,
Offer
get
him a soda. Offer him a soda if he don't like
right,
it.
see what
He doesn't.
happens.
He doesn't like carbonated drinks. Hey, Mom, did you see Doodle's comment?
Yeah,
She said, "Oh,
yeah, I
maybe
will.
tell
I'll let
Duchess."
Duchess know. I'll let Duchess know, because I emailed the guy and told him, I was like, "Here's the code, da 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 da." And I don't know, like, because I was under the impression that they get shipped right out, and I haven't seen it, so I don't know. Which I'm like kind of sketched out.
And Salty, if you want a shirt, I've got the if y'all if
I
you want to put
do.
it, and if you want to put it on your page, Mom, I took a screenshot of the
It
card.
should be on my community page. I
Okay,
think. Yeah,
because
it's
I
in
took a
Discord.
screenshot of the card, so I can give it to you in Discord, Salty. So yeah,
I don't know.
Okay.
Was Chris on another channel?
Duchess showed the picture of the card where you can order the shirts.
Yeah, Mom, Chris went on Queen Bee. Is that who that was?
Yeah, Queen Bee.
Kimber.
Yeah, it was
And
Queen Bee.
Clue came up when they were talking, and during their conversation, Chris came up. He asked to
Okay.
come up because somebody brought up that Seth had mentioned the evidence in the bag that he had tagged and bagged in his truck that, Ellie never came and got or whatever.
Mhm.
Well, Chris had heard enough of that, I guess, and he asked to come up and address that. And he came out and said, to his knowledge, what that was. And what that had been was some clothing they did find here and there, wherever, and the cops didn't find it relevant to Sebastian. You know what I mean? Or whatever. That's basically what happened with that. But Anyway, they start having a conversation with Chris, and he's being Chris, being normal, being polite, being just talking. And at some point, Katie does start to talk. And then Katie got really comfortable. And Katie
Okay.
talked
I'm
for
gonna
the
have to watch
first
it
time.
because I was
Yes,
included
do.
earlier, but I can't. I can't with Dolly. Like I have my
Yeah,
own reasons, but
we
I can't with him.
weren't. We got you. But yeah, it's worth the review, Mom, because you would get just fast forward to Katie, and because when she starts talking about her baby. Do you know what I mean? What I've needed to hear from, not that I need to hear anything from Katie, but the things I know that the public needs to hear, the general public who don't know the case, need to see that face and hear the mom talk about her baby. That could even strike something in someone. You know what I mean? Alone. I don't know. But it's worth reviewing because you hear a lot about his mannerisms, his likes and his dislikes, his foods, like Kimber said, ask him if he wants a soda. Because what
he
is he gonna say, Kimber?
He's going to say no because he does not like carbonated beverages. He does he doesn't like fizzy because of the texture issues.
Yeah.
Oh,
He likes a certain kind of apple juice out of a
Yes.
bottle and not the plastic jug. Things
Right,
like that,
and he
his
likes
love for tofu.
yes,
Yeah.
and he likes
really?
sugar, and
Yes.
he gets his sugar in other ways because he does not like sugar because he does not like sodas. He
Okay.
likes a he likes
Yeah,
a certain kind of apple juice from Costco,
I've
and
got to
she
watch
does
it.
and she does mention what kind of apple juice it is. I can't remember the
Yes, the
name, but
brand. She names the
she
brand.
names the brand.
He was very particular, and my 17-year-old, he's not on the spectrum or anything, but he is very particular about certain foods and drinks, right? Even down to the brand and how it's packaged in some cases. So when she was saying these things, I was laughing because it reminded me of my kid, and he's a big gamer, but his cheese, he liked the Swiss cheese. And Katie did not because she thought it smelled, and he would like mess with her, like, oh, is it stinky? Which, funny stuff like that. She was just being
That's
mom and
awesome.
talking about her kid. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
I'm gonna have to catch it.
she talks about the fact that he was coming, that he was growing up. Of
Mhm.
course, he was growing up, he was in puberty, and that he was starting to get a little mustache, which that could be an important thing because what if he
Yes.
was getting a little mustache and, he's been missing, so he could have a mustache now,
Mhm.
you know, so we don't know that.
And that's so true
He could
because
have a
my
little
boy
bit of a
was about
beard.
15 when he started getting the damn mustache. I'll be like noticing it, right? And he's 17 now. Of course, he shaves it, but if he doesn't, like, it will not take that boy long to have a full on mustache,
Mine are
right?
blonde and
So,
redheaded, so they didn't. You
right.
can like see like the peach fuzz on both of
Well,
them. Like,
she talked about how when he was little, he was blonde, and my kid was so blonde. He, up until he was 5 years old, almost 5, 4.5, he had hair to his waist, long blonde wavy hair. And then we cut it, and he just fell in love with it, and he liked it cut shorter. Anyways, it's short now, like a boy, but kind of long, but still boy. But anyway, as he got around that age, 14, whatever, it began to get dark. So by the time he was 15, 16, he's 17 now. That boy has had almost jet black hair now for probably 3 years.
oh
And
wow.
just recent, yeah, went from blonde. And my other kids, I say my other kids, I have three kids that are grown, and then I have my other kid who's got a different dad. So anyway, I call him my other kid because he's so much younger. But he was the only one. My other kids had the same color hair throughout, basically. But yeah, he was a little blonde headed kid all the way up until it went dark, and then it went super dark. And she said that's what Sebastian's had done. Remember, we
Oh,
saw some photos where he had lighter hair, and then you could see the darker hair when he got taller and it got darker. I had noticed that, and it reminded me of how my son's hair did. So I would suspect he could have a head full of super dark hair right now, You couple that with a mustache.
Yeah,
So
and she talked about and she wasn't being derogatory, but she said he was growing up, and she said one day, she noticed, his underarms were, starting to, get an odor, and she didn't mean
yep.
it in a derogatory way because
No,
I mean I
boy
haven't had
moms get it.
I had
Come
a
here,
child,
boy, you stink.
boy moms,
Go
you
shower.
start you starting to sink, son. You're gonna have to start using deodorant, and
Yep.
you use this, you do that. I'm a boy mom, so I get it. I went through that with my son in puberty, and puberty was
Mm-hmm.
not a pleasant time because I don't know who cried more, me or him, because he did have mood swings during puberty, and they were not pretty. I'm serious. My son had mood swings. I took him to the doctor because I was like, because we went to the pediatrician because it was between 13 and 15, and I'm like,
Yeah, right.
what's
My
wrong with
kid had
him?
them during the freaking pandemic at the worst time. You know what I'm saying? And it was like this
And my
boy
doctor's
between
like,
home.
I'm like, can you not get? Can you? Is there something you can give? Is there something you can give him to him? Is there something you can give him for puberty? He's like, no, and I'm like, well, is there something you can give me until he gets through
Right.
puberty?
Right till it's over.
And
That's so
so
cool. What is that?
Do you see this? It says wash your nuts, and it's 2 acorns, and it's a soap on a
That's
rope,
so cool.
and
It's
it
so
is
funny
for
because,
my son.
yeah,
It's an inside joke.
we all go through it with them because there comes that time when you're like, boy, you got to start taking a shower every single day. I ain't been nowhere, mom. I don't care. You done been in that room playing that game for like 24 hours. Literally, I heard you cussing earlier. I know you done worked yourself up. You sweaty. Go take a shower. Girls ain't gonna want to be anywhere near you. That's what I would tell him. One day you're gonna care, and they're not gonna want to be anywhere near you because you're gonna smell. So you go
I'm
use
gonna
that
tell you,
deodorant.
my oldest, like when he was younger, you could not get this boy to shower. He was a gamer, and
Yeah.
like he would go in there, and I caught the little shit. He would go in there and he would run the bathtub, and then you'd go in there and he would be like on his tablet or something, like, get in the damn shower, just like
Yeah.
pull the door. Why are you not in the shower? And then when he hit, puberty and started turning into a boy, I make jokes about it, but it was so damn true. My water bill skyrocketed. You couldn't get him out of the shower.
Get them out, right? Yeah, go
So
figure.
this is an inside joke. I found it at Goodwill, and it says wash your nuts, and it's 2 acorns, because when he was younger, his dad would tell him, boy, go wash your nuts. So
Yeah.
it ended up being, and I found
Man,
it.
when
I was like, oh my God.
when the first 3 kids, the girls were the oldest 2, and then I had my other son. But when he got old enough and was taking those long showers, my daughter would be like, Mom, why is he in the shower for so long? It takes him forever. He's not even a girl. You know what I mean? I'm like, hurry up in there, son. Your sister needs the shower. Get out.
Right, get the
Crazy.
hell out, or you're gonna start paying the
Yeah.
water bill.
Yeah.
When boys hit a certain age, it's almost impossible to get them in the shower. You're like, go shower,
Yeah.
go shower. And my son, he'd
And
go in there, he'd come out, and he'd get in the shower, he'd be wet, he'd come out, and I'd be like, come here. And I'd be like,
I learned to
dude.
knock on that bedroom door too before I walked in. I was
Oh,
like,
yeah.
nah, not today.
But
Just even if I was good. I mean, I still gonna walk in, but I'm gonna knock first and give you warning.
But
I'm
my
about
I'm
to
yelling
enter.
down the hallway. I'm coming that way. Then I'm knocking, and then
My
I'm
son would
going
get out
in.
of he'd get out of the shower, and I'd be like, come here. I'd be like, sniff his hair, and
Let
I'd
me
be like,
smell you.
I'm like, you smell like a wet dog. Go back in
Yeah.
there and wash your hair.
Did you
What did
even use shampoo, boy? Get your ass back in
Did
there.
you even use soap? Go in there and wash. Go back in there, take a shower, and wash yourself. Because come
Yeah.
on, now.
Yeah. But yeah, it was good to hear about him and the different details that you could, just watch for. It was good information, so it's worth checking out. What does that say?
my 16-year-old would be jealous. He made me aware the other day he just got his 11th armpit hair. Congratulations,
Yes.
boy.
Right.
Wait till he's standing in front of the mirror going 1, 2, 3,
Yeah.
4, 5, 6.
Yeah. There's funny.
My son 32. He come in here and he'll raise his armpits. I'm like, Dude, go in there and trim that shit. Go in there and trim your armpit hair. I tell him,
We live French around here.
I'm like,
Man.
you don't have to shave your armpit hair, but just trim it. And he does. He keeps it trimmed. I'm like, you don't have to shave it because you're not a girl, but please trim your
My
armpit
boys
hair.
are so different. Like one is 30, he just turned 33. And then I got the 17-year-old. And the 17-year-old's like laid back and relaxed. He cannot stand to wear jeans. It's got to be like athletic pants, what Katie described Sebastian wore. It was like, that's what my kid has always worn. You couldn't force that boy into a pair of jeans. You know what I'm saying?
Night
And
day.
yeah. But my older one, oh my God, jeans and t-shirt, tucked in belt, everything, like night, clean, and not saying my other kid ain't clean or anything, but there's a difference. But he's like super, this other kid is like super relaxed. I'm like, dude, but when he goes somewhere, he wants to look nice, but he don't like no jeans. And my grandson is 8 and he's the same way. My son's like, you need to wear jeans to school, boy. I'm like, why? Like, if you go buy him good athletic pants and let him wear those with his hoodie, like all the other kids, where it's comfortable all day, was it written in stone it has to be jeans? Who said that? Society? I pick on my kid like that, but yeah.
Don't
It's
have
so
to be
funny.
jeans. Life should be comfortable.
I know, right? Look, I was so bad at one point. If I got a pair of jeans out of the closet, my kid and my dog both knew I was going somewhere. Otherwise, that wasn't fixing to happen otherwise. You know what I mean? I'm gonna stay in my pajamas all day long. Why change?
I work from home. My life is my pajamas usually. Unless I'm going somewhere, my life is my pajamas.
Right?
I love my
I don't even care. I like to be comfortable.
Looking, I do have an email. I thought it was loaded into Nightbot. It should drop it, but let's see, it might be under this one. I mean, I know my email, but it's so much easier just to copy it and put it in there. Yeah, right here.
Is Nightbot is that a real mod?
Nightbot is an AI mod. And he has no permissions, so he cannot block people in my chat. He cannot, he can't do anything other than drop links. And then all the mods, I believe everybody has the link to the commands. JC, is that you? Let me hear your voice.
Yes.
It's her. All right.
Yep.
I just have to check, man.
How are you?
One good time and good. How about you?
I'm good.
But he drops all kinds of fun stuff. Like if, let's see.
I saw some of the things it was saying that it's pretty cool.
DNA. So it'll drop. Yeah, Dandy is going to show you. So she dropped a spider web. So it's going to drop Mr. Steve and Mrs. Steve's link. See, True Crime Web. Subscribe.
That's cool.
To Clue. It's going to drop Clue's link.
I have spoke to Nightbot before. Wow.
And if you do this and do
exclamation point is a command that you initiate. You initiate the commands.
Info.
Oh wow.
And then if you do monkey, it's gonna drop Michael Vaughan's info.
How did you set that up?
Nightbot. It's just Nightbot. Okay. And you go through there and like the ones that come up on its own, like let me find one that's come up by itself. Okay, so
they still haven't found monkey?
No. This one is an order the safe kit. So you can order this kit for free. You can take your kid's DNA. It's like just like an investigator's kit. Fingerprints, whole 9 yards. It all seals up. It's absolutely free. So that's something that it automatically drops. Or like some of my links automatically drop in here, but they spam chat. So I don't have like a lot of them in there. Like TikTok, I never use my TikTok, so you can follow me, but you're probably not going to get any content over there because I do good to stay over here.
Yeah.
And then I like these, like these are all ones that I came up with myself. Like, believe in yourself. You're braver than you think. You're more talented than you know, and you're capable of more than you imagine. And then it like drops my email and my Twitter and like all kinds of stuff. She said, Kimber, laugh my ass off. You're like, hi, Nightbot. Good to see you. Hey, look, a lot of people actually talk to Nightbot.
Fox, I have proven that I will talk to anybody now because I will even talk to the AI Nightbot. So I know exactly how friendly I am.
He is a part of our community. So, you know, he's
So I see. So the other mods can put an exclamation point or whatever, and then they can give it commands.
Yeah, anybody can. I don't have it just for. I don't
Oh,
have it.
okay.
Mods. So like anybody can come in my chat and say
No,
like
he didn't respond. He didn't respond when I told him hi.
He didn't respond. So like anybody can come in the chat.
Kimber,
and
he ignore you.
hit the exclamation.
That's cool. So if you so you type the exclamation and like Sebastian, and then it would pop up the info. Is that what you did?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
What
you
did
go
you
in
type
and
in
you
to
set
get
your
it to put
commands, and you can set
Sebastian's name?
timer.
Okay.
I made his command a green heart, so you can hit exclamation mark.
Oh, I see it. Yeah.
All right, so exclamation point green heart. So
Yeah.
it runs off of exclamation point.
Yeah, exclamations like do this, and you can do like games. Like you can program it to put like
we use it when I was in the NFT community, we would do it a lot in Twitch streams. When you're playing games, you do like exclamation point mark turbo, or if you're doing marbles, these racing games. But you would, or boost, there was different commands we could throw out there. If we were doing these battles in Discord, it's a game, Royal Discord battle game thing or whatever, you would use that to launch your commands to make it do what you wanted, right? So I guess so that's what it is.
Okay, and you type, then when you typed iFox reform, that's to get the Amber Alert. That's the petition for the Amber Alert reform.
Yep, this is Arctic Fox's petition that he started.
Look at Dandy. Nightbot. Nightbot is a dick. You're so funny, Dandy.
Fox. There's like a fox in there. Fox. It'll drop Arctic's link.
Oh yeah, that's sweet. That's a great idea. So
I do have
if you're if you're on panel and you're busy, all you got to do is get
super quick.
Get all the people that all your creators that will possibly come into your room, line them up, and
be ready,
and then you can just drop their links. Boom, 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 boom.
See, it'll drop truths. And Deco, and let's see what to put in for her. And this, and
I take it Frankie Rose is out of Canada.
Yes, I love Frankie. Frankie is an amazing, amazing person. She's my Canadian, our Canadian, since Dandy's in here with us. So what's your question, JC?
Well, I guess I have another one now, but is there a way you sign up for Amber Alerts?
There's an app that you can download.
Oh, damn. I had y'all turned up too long.
It depends. In Florida, we go to FDLE.com, and we can sign up for all kinds of alerts, SA offender alerts of people who live in your area, move into your area, Amber alerts, silver alerts, purple alerts. I get them all.
Okay.
So you check with your state. You know what I mean? You Google it or go to your state website, and you should be able to sign up. Whatever state you're in, go to your state police, because in Florida it is FDLE is our state police. You know what I mean? In that sense. So, yeah, that would be what you go look up, and you should be able to sign up. Now, as far as it going nationwide, I think once the story goes, that's when really we see the nationwide alerts, because it's not, I don't think it's like launched nationwide all at once, one big launch. It's state to state to state
Yeah. Because
until word gets out.
Dago was saying that he's supposed to be getting nationwide alerts, but there might be something wrong with something, and so he's not getting as many or something as he used to.
Well, I don't know. There might be a way to get a nationwide alert once, if one goes nationwide like that. I don't know the protocol on that. But I know each state issues them from their whatever their governing agency is there. So that's where you would check and sign up.
Okay. And then also, Mom, I was going to ask you a question.
Yep.
Why? Okay. This whole Sebastian situation. Okay. We have the summer situation, and they're all out of Tennessee. And now I'm looking at Layla Santinello and Holland Snap and, the Riley Strain situation. Like, is there something in Tennessee's water or like what is going on? Like,
so Tennessee's a melting pot, first of all. So you have to keep in mind of how many interstates run through Tennessee. And it is a melting pot. So you have people from all over the world that live in Nashville, Knoxville, some of your bigger cities, even Chattanooga is a lot of people.
And we have 3 major interstates that run through here: 24, 65, and 40.
Okay. And Kimber, are you in Tennessee?
Yes, I'm about 25 minutes from where Sebastian disappeared.
Okay. So you and Clue are like close.
Yes, and Mom used to live probably about 30 minutes from where I live.
Okay. Okay. So you guys are very familiar. So, okay. What are your, is that like the reason, like, what are your, like, what's your thinking on why this is happening so prevalently in Tennessee?
So you see a lot of trafficking in Tennessee. You do. You see a lot of trafficking in Tennessee because of the interstates. And because let's see. So I can take you back to a case that's got zero attention, and her name's Caitlin Ledbetter. She's missing off of Turkeytown Road up in District 13, close to Knoxville area. And she is I've done numerous videos on her. She got into an argument with her dad and jumped out her window barefoot. Barefoot and Blonde was a series that I did. Barefoot, took off, never was seen again. The TBI stuck their head up their ass, didn't bring dogs out, didn't search, didn't take her case seriously at all. She's still missing to this day. She's been missing for a long time. Still missing to this day. And now I think she's 26. I'd have to look it up. But come to find out, her dad and her boyfriend, and this is information that's from inside. So anybody listening, this has come from credible resources, were allegedly in a relationship. Not only that, about 3 months after she went missing, the dad's girlfriend was found chained in the basement of his house, but the house had been set on fire. So what they found of her that was left chained in the basement. And the man still is not in jail. Caitlin's never been found. So different parts of Tennessee, it's local justice.
Yeah.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's local. I don't mean to speak out of any disrespect, but that's what it is. It's local justice.
Tennessee has a lot of small towns. There's a lot of small towns here.
Well, it's a very southern thing to do, almost throughout the southeast kind of thing. Especially the small towns and
the good old boys,
the good old boys town and country
the good old boy
town. Yeah, we all know how it goes. I live in I live like really close to the town, but I live in the rural area. But it's easy to see how things can happen as far as like the corruption situation, because they all know each other, right? They all work
Yep.
together, know each other, blah blah blah. So it's easy to see how those things form and why things happen. But it's crazy that the justice sometimes comes from right there, you know.
And I've also like, I don't know if within the state of Tennessee, but I know that certain cases get treated differently.
Well, now let me explain something about the Summer Wells case.
Okay.
I don't know that Don and Candace had anything to do with that. I know people think they do. People have rode their asses since Summer went missing. If they did not, they have put, once again, people have put Don and Candace through hell.
Yep.
Do I think that Don and Candace are both a little off? Yes. Does that make them killers or murderers of their child? Absolutely not. Did they take the other boys out of the home? Yes. Was there a reason? Yes. I saw the inside of that home.
Yeah.
It was not fit for human living. It was a mess. I don't even know how they walked in that house. I saw the inside of that home.
Yeah.
But with Summer, if Summer went out the back door of that house, I'm going to tell you, if you ever saw an aerial view of that house, JC, that house.
I have.
Okay. So you look at the surroundings of that house, and even though if Summer knew part of that terrain, that house sits in a very rural area.
Yes. Yes.
So there are a lot of factors you have to remember. And I know there's been talk of a red truck and all of that, but there are factors that you have to remember. If Summer walked off, there is wildlife out there. There are bears.
Remember our conversation earlier about wildlife where we all live and what could be out there lurking?
Yes. So there are a lot of things. So that there are things that could have happened, and there are reasons they might not have found her. It could not be, but Candace and Don were tried in the court of public opinion, just like Katie and Chris have been tried in the court of public opinion.
And Brandy and Tyler.
And
Yeah.
right, and I can't sit here and say that Don and Candace did anything, and it's been
5 years.
5 years, and I know they took the other two, the other two boys out of the home, but it's been 5 years, and they have no proof that Don and Candace did anything. None whatsoever. None, absolutely none.
Yeah, we're still at square one.
Right, and they're still investigating, but they still have no proof.
Yeah.
And the TBI, no matter what they want to say about them, they did find 15 missing children this year. During the Sebastian being missing.
They found 15 missing children since Sebastian's went missing.
They found 15 over in East Tennessee. Yes, 15
and
missing
yet that
children.
is not talked about.
They don't talk about the huge human trafficking ring that they busted and found. How many kids was it? It was like 30 kids altogether that was brought home. And then there was like 100 in Ohio that was found. And
right, but you
don't hear about that.
No.
But you remember the 15 they found in East Tennessee. Did you hear about that, Mom? The 15 that they found in East Tennessee? I think they were missing or runaways or something like that. Do you remember, Salty?
Yeah, and when a missing person case happens and the family gets private investigators involved, depending on the person missing, say it's a young girl, one of the first things they look into is could it have been human trafficking. And there's usually an age bracket, a certain type of lifestyle they go after for their victims. I guess you could say. So, it depends, and there was an issue because we have, the 2 major interstates run through my part of Florida right here, and you can get on the interstate here and literally drive straight to California and never get off that interstate.
Yeah.
And, or I can go the other direction and go up toward North Carolina, or I can go the other direction and go down toward Mom there, toward Orlando. There's a lot of ways, to get around through here and do things. You can
Yeah.
come through, say you leave Tennessee and you just kidnapped a boy and you're going to flee the area and you go south. And you end up driving through Tennessee, and what do you got? Georgia, Carolina, depending on your route. When you come through Georgia, you're going to end up in Florida.
Yep.
Right.
And if you're going straight down, south. And then where do you go? Do you go toward me on Northwest Florida, which you can then hightail it all the way to California? Or do you go down south toward Orlando, Central Florida, South Florida, Miami?
Then you can go.
Then do you go to an island for
I was
fucking
gonna
real?
say. I was gonna
You can
say.
get right. There's, so whenever that sighting, alleged possible sighting popped off, my biggest thing was let's blanket the Southeast with this boy's flyer. Because if that's a legit picture and that person is on the move, they're in the Southeast unless they go north, right?
Yeah.
My guess is going to be they're going to maybe go Southeast, larger. I don't know. I think, my thought process would be go that way. I don't know.
Wow.
Especially if you're already from the area, you're going to kind of stick to a region you might know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
There's actually 11 missing children that they found in East Tennessee, and I think it says April, but I posted the link in the back chat.
Okay.
There's an article about it, but they don't mention that. All they want to mention is what they don't find. They want to mention what they don't find.
That's what I'm boggled about.
In the Sebastian case, it's a very complicated case. Could he have very well walked out that door? Yes, he could have. There's nothing to say that he didn't. Do I think that law enforcement maybe should come out and maybe give a press conference once a month, whether they found anything or not? Yes. But then you also get into, there are other missing children in Tennessee. So, and those parents are sitting here going, so if they do that, then there are other missing parents, there are other missing children in Tennessee whose parents are going, why is my child not getting the same, getting the same publicity and the same attention? And do you know why they're not? The drama that is surrounding the Sebastian case. And those other missing children deserve just as much attention as Sebastian does. They deserve just as much attention as Sebastian does. And I think that this is where, and you can't, and Sebastian's name needs to be kept out there, but at the same time,
everyone else's.
There are other true crime things going on. There are other cases. There's cases. There's other missing children. There's a lot of, we got Idaho 4 going on. We've got Delphi. We've got a lot of other things going on that need to be discussed as well. So I think that these other things need to be discussed too. And then when something else happens in the Sebastian case, then we can go back to that as well, instead of every day
Beating the dead horse.
Talking about what could have happened, how we can fix it, unless we're actually going to, instead of talking about how we're going to fix it every day, unless we're going to actually stand up and fix it and figure out a way. We need to keep his name out there, but do something about it, or report on it when there's a break in the case.
Yeah.
And report the factual information No more trashing the parents. No more speculation. Let's just,
Because factually, there is nothing that said that either Seth or Katie and Chris has
No.
anything to do with it.
And I was on a panel with Chris the other night. My name is being mentioned in many chats, many on many panels, and I don't
I think
care.
you were highlighted in a couple of review videos. It's nothing, no big deal.
Yeah, that's right.
Kimber's a bad girl.
If
She
they're
are bad.
talking about me, they're leaving someone else alone. So that's okay. But I'm stepping away from the drama side of it, and I'm going to, focus on there's other things I want to focus on.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't, Tennessee it's crazy. The Raleigh strain thing, Riley came here with his frat brothers. Okay, Nashville. Have you ever been to Nashville?
No, but I'm going for CrimeCon.
Okay, if you come for CrimeCon, here I'm gonna give you a couple of tips, and Mom will go along with me. Do not stay with friends.
Nope.
Do not walk around downtown Nashville by yourself.
Okay.
Do not act like a tourist.
Act like you've been there.
Use the buddy system.
Okay.
So
Don't venture off. Yep.
Don't venture off. Use the buddy system. Downtown Nashville is not a safe place. Do not go towards the river. There are tons of homeless people down there. Do not get too close to the river because there is a drop off. Could Riley have very well got to a point? Could Riley have been walking, and where he was, he could have talked to that police officer, and where he was, if he was drinking, he sounded fine when he talked to that police officer. But sometimes, if you see somebody and you try to act sober, for a moment,
you
he
sober
could
up
have
real
talked
quick.
fine to them, but could he have walked where he was, because he was on Gay Street? Could he have walked where he was and then got too close right there and very well fell off? Absolutely, because that's a straight drop off right there.
Well, yeah, and I saw that because JLR was out there and he was doing the video, and I saw how steep it was.
It's a straight drop off, and would he have screamed? I don't know.
Right.
Because he may not have thought it was that far down.
Right.
Riley's and there are theory, would he have lost?
But then wasn't he found like 8 or 10 miles down the river?
Yes, but that river moves about 3 feet per second.
Okay.
Yeah, rivers are swift.
So it didn't
It's
take
very
him long
common.
to get to where he was.
If you go into the Cumberland, you're not going to be where you went in. You're going to be down.
That
down
river.
You're going to be downriver.
Because it's flowing.
The Cumberland River is a very narrow river, and it moves very swift.
Okay.
That's a nasty booger for a river. And I said it from the beginning. I was working in the background with PIs, and I told him in the beginning, I messaged him and I said, what the hell are they doing searching up there? He's not up there. They need to go find barges. He's going to be under a barge. He's going to be under a barge. And when they found him, he messaged me. He was like, holy shit, you were right. I was like, I told you, that's home. That is my home. I know that river. Like, I have a freaking anchor on the back of my neck. Like, that is my lifestyle. I am from a river city. I know towboaters. I grew up with towboaters. Like, hell, I almost married one. I said, they're going to find him under a barge. They need to get the hell away from where he went in at, because they're not going to find him there. Yeah, you might find something, and they did, thankfully, find his debit card. But they're not going to find him.
Yeah.
No, not going to be right there.
No.
He's going to be downriver. And if you were in here the night that Mini Monster was in Nashville when he went to help search for Riley, he wanted to go on West End so bad. Like, he was headed to West End. He kept telling me, he was like, Mom, I have a feeling. I need to go west. And Jen had to go pee. And then when they come back, they got boxed in by the police cars. So he didn't end up going down there because we lost too much time being boxed in by the police cars and then not knowing if it was Riley that they pulled out and,
Right.
all that shit. But
Yeah, didn't they
that is
find
a
2 other
mean
bodies
run.
while looking for him?
Yeah.
And
They
do
found 2
we
bodies and a guy fell in.
and didn't
Yeah.
and do we know who they were or have they been identified? Like,
One was a homeless man that because mom's son was down there, and I guess didn't he hurt his ankle or something, Mom?
Yeah. Yeah, he fell in. He fell down but he was down towards like downtown. He was down towards like almost not Fort Nashville, not like quite that far down, but he was in that area right there. And he fell and hurt his ankle. And if the way that he fell, the only reason they found him is because the Cajun Navy was down there looking for Riley. They're the ones that pulled up and saw him because my son, if on that live, you can see their boat like through the trees, but he was there real time, and his girlfriend was like walking up and down and looking. And if it hadn't been for the Cajun Navy being right there, he probably would have laid there. Because as far as my son was, he couldn't hear the man screaming. All he saw was he went and took her to pee at McDonald's, which if you've ever been to Nashville, they went to the McDonald's that has like the Elvis and everything behind the glass inside of it.
Okay.
Over by the Wax Museum. And he drove right back. And by the time they got back, they were boxed in by police and they weren't getting very far. But then we had the Hispanic male that was found and then a female that was found. But do you know the entire time that Riley was missing, he's in my Discord and he's on my community page, and I don't remember his name off the top of my head. But there was a kid that went missing the exact same week. Myself and one other person were the only 2 people I seen share that kid's name. And he's still missing.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And that happens so often, we don't realize how many per day go missing.
40 seconds. Every 40
Yeah,
seconds.
and minors, children that shouldn't go missing. Nobody should go missing. But an adult, like you're,
Oh, we
but your
lost
child,
Salty.
Hey, you there?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's crazy how.
Well, and it's not just minors. I mean, Holland and Layla, they were, they're young adults.
Yeah.
Paris,
Both of their cases,
Yeah.
though, if you look into their cases, there are so many moving parts in both of their cases. And
Yep.
And
like,
Layla
I mean,
and Holland's.
God. Yes, there's so many moving parts on those cases. Steve has been working those 2 cases since way back in the beginning. We had billboards up for both of them. There's just so many moving parts in those cases. And there are 2 that don't really get talked about. I mean, you had like this case that got talked about in the beginning when Bullhorn Betty had started her shit with Steve and all that was going on, and she's freaking causing chaos, and and then it just kind of dropped off, and you didn't hear anything else about her case unless you're on Twitter. Now, if you're on Twitter, you will hear about her case. You do see
Because of
updates,
SF.
see things like that because of Steve.
Yeah.
And and Steve is phenomenal, and I love Steve dearly.
Yeah.
Like I work a lot in the background with Steve, like a lot.
Yeah.
And
with
the
Steve
area
and
that Riley was walking in that night, he was walking on Gay Street, and the way he was walking, it looked like
odd.
that he was walking down, and if he had made it as far as where it looked like he was going to, he was fixing to cut up to that road that goes up by the stadium.
Mm-hmm.
And if he'd have got to that is the road between the stadium and that truck stop. And that is a bad area.
Place.
From that stadium.
The stadium is probably a bad
All
part
the
of town.
way to Hendersonville
No
is
shit.
a bad part of town. Like Dickerson Road, like if you've never experienced hookers or
Right.
driving
Okay.
You can't
watching
even
somebody
you
get stabbed.
can't You can't even be a woman and drive. You don't even want to be a woman in the car with a man and drive down that road at night because them hookers be yelling at you, being like, "Ho, what are you doing in my?"
Are you
I'm serious.
serious?
They are
Oh yeah.
crazy.
Oh yeah, growing up, the kids, we raised the kids where the property was, which was family property. They were raised off Dickerson Road. And, when they were growing up, we didn't use the term prostitutes. We called them ladies of the night or working girls because you saw so many of them. But you see these young girls that are just vibrant and beautiful and they're dressed to the T and they got the nice purse on. 2 weeks later, you see them and they look like they're 80 years old.
Yeah,
Like,
they
it
don't.
was so
Yeah, but
bad and it happens so fast.
they don't look like that anymore. They just
They don't
look
look all
like straight.
spiffy?
Huh?
They don't look spiffy no more?
No, they just look like straight up hoes now.
Oh my
Well, you gotta go out. You gotta go out by Murfreesboro. You get in Murfreesboro, Antioch area. Them's all high class girls over there.
They still, they still got that congressional inn over there and all that. That's still there.
Nuh-uh.
No,
They did not. I thought they shut that place down. Girl, that
No,
place
that's-
is a shithole. You talking about what is it? It's Dickerson Road, and then what is that road? The high school's on. Well, hell, the
So
DMV's on it.
you said this Dickerson Road. I'm getting the lay of the land there. I'm thinking in my head. You said that runs between there and Hendersonville.
It'll take you Dickerson Road.
You could take Dick Road to Bowling Green. Like it turns into Highway 1.
Right. Okay. Okay.
Wow.
And
then
yeah, like, if you come off the bridge, like if you were in my live, or if you go back and replay the live when Mini Monster, he said his name on here. Either way, when he was in Nashville, when they came off Briley Parkway, they were on Dickerson Road. So they passed a Waffle House and a McDonald's, and then they stopped at the stoplight. There was a homeless gentleman that was walking across the street. And, my son stops him and he's like, hey, gives him a flyer. He's like, have you seen this kid? Da, 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 da. He comes down and he took the wrong bridge. He took Woodland Street, or he took James Robertson. He took James Robertson instead of Woodland Street because I wanted him to come off downtown, but he took the first bridge. So Woodland Street Bridge is right there. And I mean, when you come off of it, you're in the stadium. And right behind that stadium, they've closed it down now, is what the boys were telling me. But that was Steiner Lift, and that was the junkyard. And that was another place that was bad back there. And then you got Shelby Street. You get into Shelby Street, that is the bricks. And I'm not talking about high scale brick houses. I'm talking about a good place to die over there. Like anywhere back there is a good place to die. Dickerson Road is dangerous as hell back there.
Although
I'll tell you
now,
how
just avoid Dickerson Road.
Avoid Trinity Lane, Dickerson Road, Nolensville Road. Girl, I had to email you a list.
Now they have cleaned. Now you know where Eastland is, right, Mom? Now Eastland. I'm gonna tell you, Eastland, they got some $1 million houses over there now. Because over there in East Nashville, there's a place now called 5 Points, and they got all these nice little restaurants, little bars. It's a really cool place, and people go over there and hang out and stuff instead of going into downtown Nashville, because you got to pay like $5,000 to park in downtown Nashville now.
Yeah,
But they go over there,
$27
they get all these really cool little places, and so they've cleaned all that up, and there's little nice houses over there around it. So they've cleaned a lot of that up. They can even clean Shelby Park up. You can even go over there and run and all. Yeah, they cleaned Shelby Park up. Yes, they did.
Oh, see, now that's unheard of. Like back in the
day,
day,
you used to go to Shelby Park. You might not come out, but no, they cleaned Shelby Park up too. But they still got the murder Kroger over there.
Yeah.
Oh Lord. So my husband, Foxoff says my husband main work base is in Memphis. He won't go out after dark, not even for dinner. Memphis has been bad for a long time.
Yeah, there's certain parts of Memphis you can, like Beale Street area, certain parts, but there's certain parts of Memphis, like around the area of St. Jude and stuff.
I think it's like that everywhere. We'll have you go to New Orleans, there's certain areas and things you don't want to do, or places you don't want to be in. like when you walk past the alleys, keep walking.
Yeah.
And there's a certain way to wear your gear, like your purse or your camera strap or whatever. But even Orlando, we being Florida residents, but being from where I'm at up here at Northwest, when my kids were growing up, we carried annual passes to Disney and Universal. We were down there all the time, but we knew there was areas we didn't want to go in, right? We weren't going to take the kids. We knew to stay where we needed to stay. But so everywhere, and it's good to know your areas and know, because there's like even over in town, there's areas I'm not going. No, no, no. I don't even like going over there.
Yeah.
And if you're gonna go to CrimeCon, like don't put publicly out where you're gonna stay. But are you
Yeah, don't.
Keep it to yourself.
Are you gonna
Yeah,
stay?
guard your private information and where you're at, where you're staying. That's important.
Yeah, guard your private information.
And when you encounter a YouTuber, do not give them your information.
No.
You are JC, and that's who you are. When you go to CrimeCon, if you encounter a YouTuber, you are JC, and that's all. That's all who you are. You don't give them anything else.
Right.
When I went to CrimeCon, I literally had my channel shirt on.
Right.
This is what I wore. If anybody asked who I was Mind of Monsters. They call me Sunshine. That is it. That's all you're getting. You're not getting my name.
Yeah.
It don't make a damn where I live. You're not getting none of that. Yeah, I live in Orlando. Figure it out from there, bub. It's a big city.
Yeah.
You know? But just be careful. And like, even if like you get in a chat and people are like, hey, I'm going to CrimeCon, da 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 da. You know, hey, let's meet up.
We do have a chat, and there are a lot of people talking about meeting up.
Yeah,
with
be
everybody.
very careful. Be very, very careful who you meet up with.
Okay.
Like,
and the numbers, like one-on-one, I mean, you don't know,
Make sure it's in a group.
and don't venture off.
Yeah, in a very
Don't
public
venture
place,
off.
and don't venture off with anyone.
At all. At all. And Opry Mills, well, I think it's
Stay
still
away
called.
from there.
Yeah,
that's where CrimeCon is. That's where they're having it this year. Is at
Opry Mill.
the
It's
Grand Ole Opry.
the Gaylord Opry.
Yeah,
Gaylord
that's
Opry
Opry
Land.
Mills. That whole parking lot is Opry Mills.
Yeah.
Like, be very careful over there.
Like,
because Raleigh Parkway, and it looks like a really nice area and shit, but don't be wandering off in corners of that parking lot.
No.
Right.
CrimeCon is at Opryland Hotel.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and girl, you ought to see. I'm gonna go on a rant here, okay? Because not only am I a part of CrimeCon, like they email me, like I've talked to CrimeCon in the background, like I had full permission because he was in a wheelchair. He actually got VIP access to everything. You know, my podcast got denied, and I will not pay for what the hell they want for those tickets. Because I could have bought them in Orlando for $75 if I hadn't waited freaking 6 months to find out that I got denied for Podcast Row. I'm not paying for tickets to go to that.
Yeah.
Well, if it's at Opryland, I'm sorry, it's not Gaylord Opryland anymore. It's Marriott, some bullshit. But anyway, because Marriott bought Gaylord out, I used to work over there in the engineering department, at the hotel. But if it's there, the prices are. Are you staying there, JC?
They're insane.
No, because the host hotel was too expensive, and I wanted to find somewhere else.
Those prices at that hotel are stupid crazy.
$458 for regularly, but we got it.
Yeah.
We got a discount for $270. Well, $250 plus the $20 resort fee, but I still can't afford that. So I'm staying somewhere very close by.
That's good. Okay. That's good. And like we said, not trying to scare you by any means. Enjoy yourself, have fun, take pictures, put them in a private Discord or something so we can see them too.
And there's some decent restaurants over there in that area.
Yeah.
And
I've saved a lot of money, so like I'm, I've already been warned about, the ticket, the sticker shock of the, food and stuff.
Mhm.
Well,
So,
the food's not too. I mean, the food's not that high
awful.
here. No, it is inside the hotel.
Yeah.
There's a decent little bar across the street if everybody wants to get together. There's a
Mhm.
decent little bar across the street called the National Palace. It's
Okay.
not too bad. There's a little sports bar over there. It's called the Scoreboard. It's
Yes,
not too bad.
I've looked up places to go
And then
because I am staying there an extra day, and because it's my plane ticket was $300 cheaper to fly out on Tuesday rather than Monday. So I decide, and I don't have to work on Tuesday, so I decided I could stay an extra day. So I'll have a whole day to like do stuff, but I mean, unless I meet somebody that I trust and like, am very confident in, I don't think I'm gonna go downtown. Like,
well, no, but you can. There's a oh shit, and I'll get the name for you, JC. There's a bowling alley not that far from y'all.
okay,
If you go towards Madison,
okay,
um, I'll I'll get the name of the bowling alley. It's actually like a bowling alley bar type thing, and
okay,
it's
yeah,
really cool. But I'll get my son to give me the name of it for you, and it's
okay,
pretty cool. It's
I
over
can't
there,
remember the
Mom.
name of that place to save my soul.
It's where the Kmart used to be in Madison, right there at
Mhm.
Brawley Parkway. But it's not a Kmart anymore, and they changed it. My son said it's really cool. They've got like
It's
a band
huge.
in there now and all that stuff. So, but it's
Mhm.
right there in Madison. It's right there when you get off the interstate. I'll get the name of that for you.
okay.
It's right by that. You remember where the Veterans Cemetery is in there in Madison, where the general's supposedly buried at the entrance at the top of the thing?
Mhm.
That's where it's right there by that where that Kmart used to be.
I can't think
So
of that. I've heard the boys talk about it. I can't think of the name of it. They said it's huge though. Like it's
yeah,
supposed to be really nice in there.
yeah, my
Kimber,
son's been there. He said it's really nice. And and then there's
Kimber,
5 Point.
I dropped my email in back chat for you.
Okay.
If you could email me, that would be great.
Okay, let me see if I can copy. Hold on.
You should be able to grab it, Kimber.
I'm grabbing. Hold on. I just want to copy it. I just want to copy. Oh, it's copied to my clipboard. Okay. But anyway, I'll get that. And then
I'm really
and then see where you're gonna be, you could get off that exit in Madison and you could
Mhm.
go to 5 Points. And
Okay.
I'll get a couple um I'll see if I can get you the website for 5 Points too. And
Okay.
it's not quite downtown. It's close to downtown, but you don't have to go all the way into
Yeah.
downtown Nashville. So
Yeah.
you might want to go there and do some stuff during the day because, like I
Yeah.
said, they got a couple of fun little bars. There's a pizza place. They used to have
Okay.
this great little New Orleans restaurant, and I loved it because they had all these beads hanging from the chandelier. So I wanted to come home and hang like beads from my ceiling fans and all this stuff.
Yeah.
My husband wouldn't let me hang beads from my chandeliers. I was like,
Yeah, like
I
I'm really excited about going and everything, but I have been I mean, I am aware of being in the community like this. It has been brought to my attention that I might want to be on high alert.
Yes. Yes,
yes.
head on a swivel.
Yeah.
The aquarium restaurant, I don't know if that's still open. It was in Opry, but when the Cumberland decided to flood the entire mall,
What restaurant, Mom?
The aquarium restaurant. That's one of the ones
No,
that I'm
it's back
planning on
open.
going.
It is open.
is it?
It's
Okay.
open. Yes.
Yeah, I'm
Yes.
planning on going there for sure.
Yeah, the Rainforest Cafe was there. Like
It's
I'm not even
it's
sure. I haven't been
open.
in Opry in so long.
The rainforest is still there.
Like
Is
when the
it
flood
really?
happened, when the flood happened in 2010, like I ran the Earthbound in Opry Mills Mall. Like I was the store manager of the Earthbound there. And like it was so crazy to be inside
Oh
the
my
mall.
gosh, you were living here in 2010?
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh
girl. I
my
lived there most
God.
of
How
my
did we
life.
never cross paths?
You beat the shit out of me, but we actually had rafts that we were in the mall, and it was
Mhm.
so weird to be in the mall in rafts. It was so
Well,
freaking weird.
okay. Here's the funny thing about that. Do you know that property should have never flooded? Because when Gaylord bought that property, when Ed Gaylord bought that property, there was a bunch of security things put in place so that that would have never happened. But that was 100-year flood.
Do you know that the tunnels alone should have held most of the water? Did you know there were tunnels?
What, under the hotel?
There are tunnels under that whole property.
Well, I knew there were tunnels under the hotel because I've been in every tunnel under that hotel.
There are tunnels that go from the mall all the way over and all the way back, and tunnels that run all underneath the mall, because our storage gates were in the tunnels. And I would not go down there by myself, because we had two girls. One of them was working at Dave and Buster's, and she went down there to the tunnels to go get some cups or something. And the guy that was with her, like, he assaulted her for YouTube purposes, practically brutally.
Oh my God. Because see, we used to walk those tunnels. We used to walk the tunnels at the hotel all the time because we had to, that's how we got around over there because they didn't, whatever. But we used to walk the tunnels. But we'd get lost. I'd be like, where am I? Where the hell are we?
I wouldn't go down there by myself.
And I don't lost. We get lost. We get lost in the damn hotel. So customer would ask us, we'd be in there and a guest would ask us how to get somewhere. And I'd be like, you need to go here and here and here. I didn't care if they got lost because you know what? I was going back to my office and I wasn't going to see them motherfuckers again.
Oh my gosh.
So we lost Salty. She said, I need to get to bed. Busy morning tomorrow. Thank you for having me up, Mind the Monsters and Kimber. Thank you for coming up. I'm honored to have you up here. I hope you enjoyed yourself.
Salty, call me tomorrow, heifer. Love you.
Yes, I hope to see you tomorrow, Salty.
She better tell me she loves me or I'm going to be mad. Oh my God, she didn't tell me she loved me.
Is she back?
Oh, she's back.
I don't know. Was that her? Oh, I don't know.
Yes. Wait.
That's you?
It is her.
What you doing, ma'am?
She said, I will. I'll be around tomorrow. Love you. Love you at Kimber.
Aw.
She's my
See,
girl.
we're so much more loving than the boys. The boys are so mean to each other.
I know.
They have me.
But no, see, I don't know how we never crossed paths, Mom. I just don't get it.
I don't know, girl. I've lived there. I moved to Clarksville in '95, and then I moved to Nashville full time. I moved to Nashville.
How did you live in Clarksville?
Oh, very carefully. Let me tell you.
You were
carefully.
That place is like crime ridden.
Dude, back then it wasn't really that bad. And then when you had the first what do you call it, military on military murder that happened, that's when it really started going down. Like you started seeing a huge change and all your army surplus is pulled out. And then now it's just crime ridden. It's horrible. But back in the day, like it really wasn't that bad. You had like the army surpluses and the military guys, and we traveled a lot. So we were in and out constantly. And then I moved to Nashville full time in 99, 98, 99. I think it was 99 when I moved to Nashville full time. But I've lived in and out of Nashville since I was 15 years old.
Wow.
Were you here when the Taco Bell murders happened in Clarksville?
You talking about the Taco Bell and the Pizza Hut and all that?
Yeah.
Or was it? It was Captain D's, Pizza Hut, and it might have been Taco Bell.
The Taco Bell guy, the guy that killed. Hold on. He was a service guy in Clarksville, and he killed the people at the Taco Bell.
I don't know. my finger on that one.
Hold on. Let me get his name. Now the
we've been up here gabbing, girl. Welcome in, Meta Mom Christy. Yeah, we've been up here just gabbing about all kinds of stuff.
And I'm
Are we leaving?
No. She said 5 hours. Wow. Oh my, 5 hours. Yeah, this is normal, especially if I get if I get on my soapbox and if I'm really like deep diving into something, I'll look up and I'll be like 5 hours. Are you shitting me? I've been on here this long. I love it.
Even I was like, oh my God, no. Hold on. I gotta find the Taco Bell murders.
And then I come on here in left field.
You're perfectly fine, honey. That's this was supposed to be a decompression with Mini Monster, and I told y'all he passed out on me. He passed out on me, and then he texted me and he said, "Oh shit." I said, "Yeah, you stood me up. See how you are?"
Oh, I think I seen him on here once.
He said, "I passed out, Mom. I passed out."
Yeah, I think he was. I think he might have dropped in one time when I was listening to you.
Yeah, he comes up.
Yeah,
when he doesn't fall asleep on me.
That's cool.
And he was on panel one night and he turned his camera off, and I wasn't thinking nothing about it. And like, I'm up here and I'm just, I've got a case pulled up and I'm just full of information, just doing my thing. And I look down and my phone goes off and I got a text from him. He said, "Mom, I fell asleep." I was like, "It's okay. Your camera was off. Nobody knew you were asleep." And hell, I didn't stop talking the whole time, so you're fine. You talk for 20 minutes? I was like, dude, I sit up here and talk for hours.
Right.
20 minutes ain't shit. Right. You kidding me right now?
Oh, that's cool. That's awesome.
Yeah, he's a gamer. He comes from the game community, and I converted him. He's always been a part of my channel. He's actually the one that built my Discord, and my youngest son helped with some of that. But my oldest son, is the one that built my Discord. He helped me. Like, he's the reason I know how to work OBS, and he set up my laptop, and like, he has been my biggest cheer fan throughout this whole journey. And he doesn't live far from Raleigh now. So when I called him and I was like, "Hey," I was like, "There's this kid's missing."
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, I didn't know if you heard me. Y'all go ahead. Y'all finish.
And I told him, I said, "This kid's missing. Would you go down there? Like, they need searchers. They need searchers that are locals that know the area." And he was raised there, so that's home to him. That's his hometown. And he was like, "Yeah, Mom, sure." And then, of course, he got there too late and the searchers were already gone. So he just kind of did his own thing. He went around and interviewed homeless people, showed the area, just was in the area for like 4.5 hours. Yeah. But he was just like, is completely engulfed in Raleigh's case now. Like, he sends me updates. He's like, "Mom, have you seen this?" So I've converted him to a true crimer. I'm happy to say. So that's now cool. He's watching documentaries and texting me cases and, "Mom, you need to look into this case," or "Have you seen this?" Or,
well, there is a I was also just going to tell you, there is a case going on. This kid has been missing since January in a town only 2 hours away from me, and I am just now hearing about it.
I'm not surprised. When Maddie went missing, do you know that the only reason that I found out about it?
Are you talking about Maddie Soto?
Yes, Madeline. Okay. The only reason I found out she was missing was because he got an alert on his phone. My phone, I never got an alert. I get alerts from Daytona. Never got an alert. He got an alert on his phone, immediately screenshot it, sent it to me, and I'm on top of it.
And you're in Florida. So you're in the same place Orlando. She is.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Yep. I'm right down the road.
I mean, I am in a different state, but it is only 2 hours away. And I just can't believe that, like, it wasn't. I mean, I guess I don't watch the local news anymore because
I don't either. It's too depressing.
So, and I'm only on YouTube, and I get, enough bad news on YouTube that I don't, really need anymore. And I do want to keep up locally and stuff, but I don't feel like I don't know. I just feel like they need to cover more missing people, I guess, and they don't, and so I'm kind of frustrated about it. But that's just me being a biased, true crime YouTuber. But he's been missing from Des Moines since January, and I am just now hearing about this.
Wow. Email me his name, and if you have a flyer, and I'll put something out on him. I'll share him on Twitter.
Yeah.
I'll put something out here, either on my community wall or I'll do a short or something. We'll get his name out there.
His name is Joshua Graham Caskey.
Joshua.
Winterset, Iowa. A little suburb of Des Moines. John Lorden just did a video on it and had his aunt and his sister on his channel and did a great job. Like, John is one of my favorites, and I think he does a great job with, but he's also done, like, John has also done like cases of my local stuff, like like my stuff in Nebraska. So I like to listen to John a lot. But
Yeah,
I just listened to his story today on Joshua, and it is just bizarre. One of those.
He does amazing work.
Yeah. And I'm just, the other question I guess I had is, are there just more people just vanishing in thin air, or are we just hearing about it more, or is it actually happening more? And what is going on?
JC, it actually happens all the time. And
because they say, the saying is people don't just vanish. Well, I thought that in the beginning, but it actually it's
I never thought it did, but
it does.
I watched a lot of Investigation Discovery.
Okay.
And people are like, oh, woo, woo. But Investigation Discovery is actually true crime. It is true crime.
Mm-hmm.
And you learn a lot from that. Right now, I've got it on in the background. They're going over John Wayne Gacy.
Okay.
But there is a show on that comes on Investigation Discovery. It's called Disappeared.
Okay.
And these are people that actually just like vanish. They vanish with basically without a trace. It's called Disappeared. And when you watch Disappeared, it's kind of like at one time I quit. I was like, I'm gonna quit watching it because there's never a resolution. But I get it, because there's not a resolution, because these people disappear disappear without a. But these people actually vanish without a trace. There's no evidence. They don't know what happened. The family members are like, they're just gone.
And it's really hard to come out, like in Sebastian's case, even in any of these cases, it's hard to say that there's suspicion of foul play without a body.
Mm-hmm. And they necessarily don't need a body. They need evidence.
They need
and
evidence.
They don't have any evidence of foul play. So there's no body fluids. There's no, it's so many. It's such a broad spectrum.
Like no missing shoes, no, now if they would find one of his shoes, or if they would find, a piece of clothing, or
forced entry, or, something that shows that their means of foul play.
Physical.
But they don't see that in his case as of right now.
And, JC, I jumped on the train at first for about 3 weeks, but I got off the bandwagon because in this country, you're innocent until proven guilty.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no evidence of foul play. There's no evidence to prove that he didn't walk out of that house.
Right.
So who am I to sit here and
point fingers?
And I'm removing myself from all of it. I'm not going to point fingers. And do I think that Seth needs to maybe
calm
talk
down.
to some? Do I think he needs to calm down? Do I think he needs to talk to someone that can maybe help him
cope?
Cope. Thank you. Cope. Yes, I do think he needs to talk to someone that can help him cope. I think he is in the anger stage, and I think that he is having trouble getting out of the anger stage. Um, he is a grieving father. I have said things that I probably shouldn't have, and he is a grieving father. I don't know what I would do if I was in his position.
Right.
But I do not think that he should be accusing Katie and Chris because he does not know. Do I think that he should be coming online and giving little hints to the other side? No, that's
No.
wrong. That's wrong.
Yeah.
I think that, you know, I feel that and Katie and Chris even all through this have not thrown shade at him at all. They have not.
Nope.
They have not.
Nope.
And, you know, everybody gets some. I don't know what kind of searching Katie and Chris have done. I can't say.
They've abided by law enforcement though.
They have abided by law enforcement, and they have not.
Because it would be traumatic to come, you know, I know you're looking for him and stuff, but what if you were the parent and you came across his remains? Like that would, you know, that's a whole nother thing.
Right. And that's another reason, because your first instinct would be to run to your child. But
And then that would be tampering with, yeah.
That would be
ruining a crime scene, potentially.
And not only that, that would be an image that a parent's never going to get out of their head.
Right.
No, there's a reason that law enforcement asks families not to search and
Yeah.
not to go to a dark place. But you have to keep in mind that I've actually talked to search groups. Like, I'm not going to put any names out there, but I was talking to a search group one night, and he was telling me, he was like, we had a missing person, and the dad insisted, like, he absolutely insisted on being there. I'm talking biological father, would not let up. He was at every search. He was there on point, didn't sleep, didn't eat, ran on pure adrenaline and worry. He was the one that found his daughter's remains.
Yeah.
Still isn't recovered to this day.
Yeah.
Because that's something that you can't get over.
Like, just be careful what you're looking for. That's because you might just find what you don't want to see.
And the last thing you want a grieving mother that's not grieving for death, but is grieving of a missing child, because the definition for grieving is to lose something you love.
Right.
Doesn't necessarily mean that they're dead. It just means that they're missing. They're gone. That element's been taken out of your life. So the last thing you want a grieving mother to do is walk up on their child's remains.
Right.
Because all of those memories of the laughing and the crying and all of that, it goes out the window. And your last memory that is front of your mind, those other memories are always there. But the last thing you see is, no, Kimber is not Mini Monster. He fell asleep on us tonight, Metamom. He passed out on us. So we went on without him. Need to change. I'll update the title.
Is Kimber Mini Monster?
No, Mini Monster has felled on us, little turd.
No, I'm probably old enough to be Mind of Monsters mom.
I don't know. I don't know about that, Kimber.
I'm 50. I'll be 59 this year.
No, you're not old enough to be my mom.
Oh, okay.
I would take you as a mom, though.
All right, I'll be your mom.
Be my mom. I'll show you guys. Sure. Since he bailed on us. So this is Mini Monster. If you go back to some of my other lives where he did not fall asleep, he comes on panel with his long, luscious blonde locks. Both of my kids have long hair now. So this is my Mini Monster.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, my kid and your kid could almost be brothers.
That's my Mini.
How old is he?
Dude, I'll show you the other one. He is 27.
He's a very handsome young man.
I was going to say.
Thank you. He is 27. He's my blonde. I don't think I have any pictures on the laptop of his hair down. Could probably send one to myself. But my other one is Fire Redhead. And they are night and day.
Really?
Like absolute night. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, they are night and day. They're like two totally different children.
Oh my gosh.
Like my oldest
So-
son, he's a big gamer, and my youngest son, he games, but not like Minnie does.
So, Mom, were you living in Clarksville? Were you living in Tennessee in 1994?
In 94, let me think. I got married. Girl, you got me over here doing math. I'm trying to think.
I suck at math. Get your
The
calculator.
math ain't mathin'.
Right, the math ain't mathin'. I think I
gotta
was
make
living
the
in
math.
Grove, which is
Okay.
right outside of Clarksville.
Okay, because that's the year that I was telling you that those Taco Bell murders where Courtney Matthews was not.
Uh-oh.
Did I lose you, Kimber?
No, I'm still here.
Okay. It cut
Okay,
out.
well.
My audio cut out.
Oh, he's handsome. I love the red hair.
Yes.
Yeah. This is my youngest. And he, if you guys look, he found a little turtle.
Oh.
That's
is when
one of
he was-
those. That's one of those turtles.
I don't know what kind of turtle it was, ma'am. He found a turtle. Oh, well,
I don't know what kind of turtle it was, ma'am.
he found a
Don't
turtle.
know, don't, ma'am. It was just a turtle, ma'am.
It was a turtle.
It was a
Now, I
turtle.
found a big turtle.
Hi, Carly
That's
Ray.
cute. That's cute.
Charlie Ray. Carly Ray. I am all over the place. Thank you for coming in, honey. Welcome in.
But no, that that guy lived in Clarksville and he did the Taco Bell murders. But I know who you're talking about. Hold on. I gotta look up the other one because
What the hell keeps happening to my
She's
audio?
cutting out.
It's mine. It says my Wi-Fi is all the way up. Can you guys still hear me?
I can hear you.
Kimber.
I just can't hear Kimber.
Kimber. She might have clicked off to go look up something.
Oh,
But it's
yeah.
very possible. She'll be back.
Yeah.
This guy was the turtle I found when we went to the alligator place. He was a big feller. Oh, that's horrible. Him was a
Oh,
big
wow.
feller.
Oh, wow.
He was just checking me out. He was like, "Hey, how you
okay, I'm
doing?"
back.
That's nice.
You're back.
Can
I
you
didn't
hear
know
me?
if I lost you.
No,
Did you
I
guys
went to
see
look at
this
some.
guy?
It was Paul Dennis Reed who did the Captain D's murders over on Lebanon Road.
That's what it was. I know because we had the fast food murders that happened, and then there was was it a Pizza Hut?
I think there was a Pizza Hut. But see, I used to do
Mhm.
payroll for Captain D's, but that was after Paul Dennis Reed did the murders. But he also threatened one of I did payroll for Captain D's and Shoney's, and he also threatened because I had a manager that was the manager for the one right there at 40. That Shoney's right there. That's probably one of the only Shoney's still in existence here in Tennessee. You know,
Anywhere.
girl, do you know they got a bar in that Shoney's now? It's
Are
all
you serious?
fancified. Yes, it's all fancified. But anyway, he worked at that Shoney's and his name was Mitch. But I think he kidnapped that guy or something. There was a whole big thing. But that was the Shoney's he worked at. But he went to that Captain D's and killed those young kids. There was a whole big to do, but he got the death penalty. They fried him.
I did not know that. That's good.
Yeah.
Did you guys hear that Red Lobster is closing down?
I did. Oh, dude. Look, the other
What is
night
going on?
we usually splurge, and Red Lobster is like my shit. Like, I'll be totally honest. Like, that is my restaurant. Like, I will go in there and drop $100 and not even think twice about it because I'm gonna barely walk out of that place.
Right.
Love me some Red Lobster. So the other night we were out and we went and got cigarettes and did, running errands, and I'd got a whiteboard for work, and I was like, I really want Red Lobster. And he was like, he said, what do you want to eat? Well, I was thinking Red Lobster. So I was sending him signals. Say Red Lobster, say Red Lobster. So, girl, do you know we get to Red Lobster? And this girl tell us it's going to be a 2.5 hour wait? Do what?
But
you got half of the restaurant empty and you're telling me it's going to be 2.5 hours? She said, well, we're short on staff. So, so okay. So we went to this place called the Bonefish Grill.
Yes, we have one of those too.
The Bonefish
I've
is
never been there. Is it good?
Dude, do you
need to go?
know that I was so miserable by the time we left that place?
Oh yeah, I've
But
heard
I
of it.
am hooked. And I told the waiter was amazing. He was so cool and just on top of that table. I mean, just like best customer service I've had in a long time. And I was pissing and moaning about how I couldn't go to Red Lobster.
Right.
Do y'all know when I go to we're going to Florida in
I need to try Bonefish.
the August something for the something. I'll figure it out later because it's not August yet. But anyway, it's that gummy, y'all.
The gummy done kicked in.
The gummy done kicks in. But when we go, I'm eating nothing but seafood that entire week. I'm going to gorge on crab legs, lobster, scallops. I'm gonna eat some oysters. I like oysters. I don't know. I don't eat them raw, but I will eat some baked oysters Rockefeller. Yeah, I'm all over it.
You guys, I do have a question. Do you guys recommend any place in Nashville for like the good Southern food?
The only place that I can recommend that is my favorite place to eat is not in Nashville. It's actually up towards Hendersonville, and it's called Center Point Barbecue.
Okay.
Center Point Barbecue is excellent. If you want some good Southern food, there is a place, and I have to think of the name of it.
Carly said now she's hungry. Thanks, ladies. Hey, what is the name of that restaurant? It's on their sign. It says the worst food in Nashville, the ugliest waitress you will ever see, and the worst service. It's like right there by the hotel that used to have the guitar. Like you're going up Dick Road, but you come out of, I think it's in Goodlettsville. I can see the building. What the hell is the name of that place?
I don't know.
Have you guys ever heard of the restaurant called Dick's?
I have not.
Oh yeah, they'll insult the hell out of you. Dick's Last Resort.
Yeah.
They'll put you a funny hat on and tell you that all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
There is a restaurant here. It's thunder in here. Evie, don't come over here. Everybody else is sleeping.
We had to go to our storm room last night at work. It was like 45 minutes until I got off, and I had no idea anything was even happening. And this is like at 1:45 in the morning because I get off at 2:30. And my supervisor's like, oh, Jace, let's go. We got to pack up. We got to go. I'm like, where are we going? She's like, the sirens are going off. We got to go to the tornado room, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I didn't even realize it was happening. So I just like logged out of my computer and all this and just started walking with them to the room. And then when we got to the room, it took like probably a half an hour or more for my computer to load. And then I finally got on, and then we couldn't leave the shelter room, and it was time for me to go home. But I'm like, okay, I don't care. I'm getting overtime for this. And then we finally got got to go back to the floor, and I said, Diane, I'm turning my call over to you. I said, I'm going home. But then I clocked out and it was still pouring out. So I hung out for like another half hour. It was crazy. And I didn't even know anything was happening. And the night before, that, I think it was, we got a major rainstorm. I mean, I think, and then was that the night that it woke me up? Like, yeah, it's been, and we actually had a tornado here like a couple weeks, 3 weeks ago now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and I didn't think anything of that because I'm just, I'm in Nebraska. I'm used to tornadoes, but I didn't even think really anything of it. I just went and chilled down because I was in my apartment at that time. I've since moved, but to the trailer. But I just went down and, chilled with my neighbors for a while, and I did laundry, and that was cool. But I didn't realize that there was an actual tornado. And then the last 2 nights, there's been some major storms. I know the one night was pretty bad because it woke me up, and then last night the sirens were going off, and I didn't even know it because I was just so engulfed in my work. But I think I'm hearing some thunder right now, though, so I don't know.
Probably gonna be these crazy storms coming in.
It's
Jason,
weird.
There's a really good restaurant. It's called Monell's. They have good Southern food.
Okay.
And then there's and Mom can attest to this. There's a really good restaurant that has supposedly really good breakfast, and it's called the Loveless Cafe.
Yes,
The
I've
Loveless
seen that.
Cafe. Yes.
I've seen that. And is there also a place called the Diner?
The Diner.
Or oh God, what did she I can't remember what she said. It has really good hangover food. Or is it called the
anywhere that you find that's like a greasy spoon that you're gonna have good Southern food. Like anywhere that's a greasy spoon, it's gonna be phenomenal. Like out in Whole, there's a place called Beans and Taters, and it's literally a converted, which this is hours from Nashville. It's literally a converted mobile home. Best freaking white beans I ever put in my mouth, ever.
Oh my God.
Meta Mom says every chat I go into, it ends up talking about
food.
So true crime, coffee, and food all go together.
You know what?
Monell's and what else?
Monell's and the Loveless Cafe.
Loveless Cafe. Okay.
The Loveless Cafe from what I hear, they have a wonderful brunch, great breakfast. My husband and I are going to go to the Loveless Cafe and Monell's. The only thing about Monell's I hear is if you don't have a lot of people going with you, they kind of sit you with other people, but it's not a big deal, whatever. But I hear they have really great food.
Mm-hmm.
And there is a restaurant, and I can personally attest to this. There is, and I don't know if y'all have one there, but there's a restaurant at Opry Mills. It's a Mexican restaurant called Chewy's. Wonderful food.
Yeah, we have Chili's. I went there the other day.
Chili's?
Yeah.
Chewy's.
Oh, Chili's.
Chewy's.
Chewy's. CHUYS.
Yeah, I think because I've been looking on the internet for places to eat, and I do think that I came across that.
Yeah, Chewy's is really good. They're a really good restaurant. Opry Mills has some. They got some pretty cool places. Their stores are a little pricey. You just have to kind of catch stuff on sale because my friend loves to shop there, and I go in there and I'm like, okay, first of all, we're going to get robbed in the parking lot, so we're not going to have enough money to shop here, but it's all good, but whatever. So we go in there and I'm like, well, and she's like popping tags, and I'm like, I'm not paying this for this. I'll just go to Walmart and buy it or whatever. But no, thank you. And I find some stuff every once in a while, but she likes to shop at like Ann Taylor and stuff. And I found some cute stuff there and I bought a couple of things, but I'm like, no, 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 no. No, I'm not paying that much money for that.
The only reason you're paying in prices is because it's an Opry girl. They didn't
And
tax
it's a,
$20 on it.
and it's and it's Ann Taylor or Ann Taylor, whatever. And I'm like, no, no. Mm-mm.
Carly says here in California it should be hot already. It's cold and cloudy one minute and warm and stuffy the next. Someone's been playing with our weather. Dude, I'm in Florida and it is so like sometimes you'll go out at night and it's almost like you got to grab the hoodie to take the dog to pee. And then other times you'll go out there and it's smoldering. Like the weather cannot make up its mind, but they're saying we're going to have the worst hurricane season we've seen in a while down here. So I'm
You
super
can't do.
excited.
No, I'm not super excited about some hurricane weather. It has to wait till after I go on vacation.
Wait till
We have not been on a vacation in. My son is 32, so let's see. We have not been on a vacation since he was like 10. So
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Well,
so
hopefully you'll sneak in and before all the craziness starts. We still got a couple more months before it starts, and then it trickles off, and then it starts back up at the end of
my
October.
son,
1st of November.
my son was sitting down the other day and we were talking about going on vacation. And of course, him and his girlfriend are going and all that. And I'm like, whoa. He's like, what? And I'm like, this is the first year I don't have to worry about it. I don't have to watch you in the ocean or, I can sit up there on the beach, drink my wine, drink my beer, whatever. And I don't have to worry about,
And you get to do you, mama.
I get to do me and get my tan on and mind my business, and I don't have to worry about you.
Just remember the words in the mama. Titty deep. That's the limit. Titty deep. We don't go no further than that.
I don't even know if I'll go that deep.
Did I ever tell y'all why I don't go no further than that? You ever heard the story?
No.
So we live in Daytona. We live in Daytona. And I love the water. Like I'm from Water City. So I love the water. I'm not thinking about the fact that it's full of sharks. So I'm out there, I'm swimming, I'm playing with the kids, the whole 9 yards. We're bodyboarding back up to the shore, just having the time of our life. So
Oh my gosh.
we go down there one day, and it's just me and fiance, Mr. Monster here, way before his wreck. And he's like, baby, just come out there with me. Just come way out with me. And he's a surfer and he's Florida man. So he does all that shit, can barefoot ski and all that fancy schmancy stuff. So he's like, I can swim good. I'm a surfer. I've been raised here, da-da-da-da-da. I'm like, riptides, dude. Riptides. Not going out there that far. Look, it's calm today. It was not calm. The freaking 6-foot waves is not calm. Hello. So he's like, just come out here with me. It'll be fine. So I'm like, all right. So we get to where I can't touch anymore. And he's literally swimming with me, like attached to him, like a freaking leech. And he's swimming out and like where the waves, we're playing in the waves. So the waves are slowly bringing us back up. And this big wave hits and I can't see. And I'm like, salt in my eyes. What the hell? I just should have known better than to let you bring me out this far. So he's like, no, you're fine, baby. You're fine. I'm like, okay. He's like, just trust me. So a couple seconds later, he looks at me and he goes, don't freak out. Do what? Have we not met? What the fuck you mean don't freak out? What the hell's out here? So I start looking around. I'm like, what the hell is it? He's like, there's a shark. There's a shark where? And I look over and this shark, I could literally reach out and touch the damn thing. He's like, right there. I'm like, oh no, see, I'm gone. And you better swim because you're finna get eaten because I'm not going to be out here bait for you to get eaten, sir. So right then and there, ran on water. I was gone straight to the beach. Never again. Have not I step foot back in the ocean. I will put my feet in it, but that's it. Because trust me, baby, I ain't gonna let nothing happen to you. About got me ate by a damn shark. So I don't
Not fun. I
do
mean, funny,
the
but not
ocean. It's
funny.
funny now because I'm not in that damn water. But it wasn't funny
Mhm.
then. So
Right.
he comes up and he's like probably waist deep out there, and he's like, "Look, it's gone, it's gone." And I'm way the hell up by the seawall, screaming at him,
Yeah.
"It's right there! It's right there!" It was literally right by his foot, and he's standing there going, "It's gone, it's fine." I'm like, "No, it's touching your foot. Look down."
No. No,
And
it's
he's
not
just like,
gone.
"It's okay." No, no. So now I don't
Yeah,
even go
see,
deep.
yeah,
So
and see, those sharks are usually the bull sharks, which are the most vicious. Because
really?
see, I have a book. It's called something, and I've been reading it, but it's about the 1912 Jersey shark attacks, the shark attacks in Jersey in 1912. And bull sharks are the only sharks that can swim in fresh and salt water. They can
We have them
also
in the
swim in
Mississippi.
fresh water.
Yes, ma'am. We have them in the Mississippi. A friend
Yeah.
of mine was a towboater, and he would send me videos. Like this was way before my YouTube days. He would send me videos of sharks, of bull sharks in the freaking Mississippi off the side of the towboat. I'm like, "Are you serious? What the
Yes.
hell?"
They can
And he's like,
swim in.
"They can go in both." I'm like, "Oh,
Yep.
see, that is why I won't be getting back in the Mississippi."
So
Yep.
one of my pastors, and he actually lives in Florida now, but when he moved to Florida, he was so excited because they did this thing. You know, on the movie Heavyweights where they have the blob? Do you remember that?
Uh-huh.
How
The blob?
yeah, the blob on Heavyweights. It's like this thing where one person jumps on it and the other person's on the other end, and then it's like a teeter-totter kind of. So if you jump on it, the other person's going to go flying into the water, basically. So he moves down to Florida, and I don't know if it was like a youth group or I don't know if he was like he was part of a group of some sort, and they said, "Who wants to be the first volunteer to," and he was new and he was excited, and they're like, "Who wants to be the first volunteer to get blobbed into the water?" And he's like, I will." So he's on the other end of the blob. The guy jumps on the blob. He goes flying into the river or into the, lake or whatever it was. And he's like, "Oh yeah, this is so cool." And then like as he got in, he realized, and then he was swimming back. He was just kind of like, dilly-dallying around, like whatever. Found out he was being chased by a gator
Oh,
and
hell
had to outswim the gator
no.
to the shore. And he's like, I was so excited about volunteering to do this, and he's like, I don't think I've ever swam faster in my life.
No,
And
man.
I'm
If he
like,
outswam a gator, he got lucky because some bitches are fast in the water.
yeah. And I don't know if he was so far ahead of it at first, but he was like, so excited about going into the, getting blobbed into the water or whatever. And then the next thing he knows, he's, a gator's right up on him.
Mm-mm.
And I mean, my dad has actually been chased by a moose.
Huh?
Yeah, out in Yellowstone. Because I mean, my family's from out in Wyoming, and Yellowstone's not too far. And so we went up there all the time. And my dad was out with his friends, and he had the dog, and they were in the camp area. And then there's like a grassy, like there's like an open like grassland, and then you can go down into like the brush. So my dad was taking the dog for a walk or something, and all of a sudden, like the dog got ahead of him, and all of a sudden the dog stopped. And we have a lab, and he just stopped, and he was just looking and looking. And my dad's like, "Well, what the hell is he looking at?" Like whatever. My dad looked down about, I don't know, maybe maybe a football field away, or I don't know, maybe half football field. I don't know how far, but he looked and there was a moose and she had her cubs and they were on the trail walking, and all of a sudden this moose just charged him, and the dog turned around, started running, left my dad in the dust, and my dad was like running, and he said that he could feel the moose's breath, like her breath on him, literally, until he got to like the grassy area again. And then when he got to the grassy area, like the open spot, he kept running, but I guess the moose turned around and but I think she was protecting her babies. And moose are huge. I mean,
oh hell yeah.
So I was like, oh my gosh. And then like also they were camping one time in Yellowstone, and on the other side of the fence was a big like black or brown bear, and they got a picture of it like rearing up basically. It's a really cool picture, but it's a little too close for comfort for me. But
dude, what I enjoy is when you go to Yellowstone, like if you take the tour, like on a tour bus, so you get near the park and they give you a book, and it's like this really cool book. I'll have to find mine somewhere. I'll show you guys. So they give you this really cool book, and then the tour guide proceeds to tell you that, you know, this is the largest volcano in the world, da 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 da. It's a super mega extreme volcano, but don't worry, if it goes off, you'll never know. What the hell did you just say? Oh, by the way, look, there's some wolves over here on this side. These have been brought in, you know, I'm like,
oh yeah,
whoa, 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 whoa. Hold up with the wolves.
Can you go back to what you said before about the volcano, and if it goes off, I'll never know? Back up. Rewind.
Wolves are beautiful. Let's go back to dying in, you know, right. And then you get to the park and they're like, you know, you see the geysers, because, you know, that's what
Old Faithful,
elk and the geysers, you know, come on. So you go and you see the geyser, and there's all these little signs with the crossbones and skulls, and they're like, you will die if you touch the water. Your skin will bowl off. I'm like, oh, well, so glad we took this trip, you know. Everything wants to kill me.
I'm so glad I took this trip, because I just wanted a vacation where everything wanted to kill me.
Everything.
Yeah.
Thank you,
everything.
Carly.
yeah,
for coming in. Good
there's
night, love.
several places where you have to stop for like where there's like moose crossing or elk crossing or whatever, and like there's, you know, sometimes they, you know, are in packs, and there's a lot of them, and like if you don't be careful, they can come up on you.
And note to self, if you see a moose for the first time, don't be me and go, oh my God, it's a moose. Because everybody with you will go, shut the fuck up. It'll attack the truck.
There's a place in Washington you can go. It's close to the Canadian border where you can go in and pet wolves. And me and my son are talking about going there because I want to pet wolves.
We went to an elk farm.
Them.
We went to the elk farm in, I don't know, is it Idaho or Montana or somewhere, but there's an elk farm, and you can go and like, not when they're in mating though. They don't like let people go on tours when they're in mating season, obviously.
Yeah,
but
they're probably not very friendly when they're in mating season.
No, they are not. But if you get to go on an elk tour to the elk farm, you get to like pet the elk and like see them up close. It's really cool.
I don't know, Kimber, have you ever took the kids to the buffalo, to the reserve where the buffalo are?
No.
So if you come out of LBL and like right there at the Tennessee-Kentucky state line, there is a buffalo park, and there's elk and buffalo. And so I've been through there millions of times with the kids, because they love, anytime we'd go to LBL, they'd like, can we go see the buffalo? Let's go see the buffalo. And it's like $5 to get in. And you pay like the little $5 thing, and it scans and the gate opens, it lets you go in. So one year we decided we were going to go during the winter. Well, you know, they brine salt the roads. Well, I didn't think about it being salt. So the whole ass end of the car is covered with brine salt. So we're driving down through there, and the cold is the best time for the buffaloes, because they don't really come out a lot. You see them like laying, and, you know, they don't really graze or anything in the summertime because it's too hot for them.
Oh my God, they're licking the back of your car.
Dude, Not only was he licking the
What?
back of my car, he bit my car and lifted my car up, and I'm literally having a fucking panic attack, and there's
Oh.
people right in front of us, so there's no, like, driving on, and he's
Oh.
just like my car's just lifting and going back down and lifting and going back down, and I'm dying. I'm like, "Oh my god, it's gonna kill us. It's gonna ram the car, and we're all gonna die because it's gonna run out of salt." You know?
Yeah, we have buffalo out by where I'm from. We have buffalo because they raise them.
Mhm.
But sometimes, like if we go out to the part where you can drive up the hill, we'll see the buffalo and the donkeys. And I'm like, I've seen buffalo hundreds of times in person, and I'm terrified of them every time. Like, I've seen them up close, I've whatever. Their heads are just huge.
Massive. Even the babies are huge.
Yeah,
Like,
and
and
it's like,
I see a baby, I'm like instantly on alert. I'm like, "Where the fuck's your mom?
mm-hmm.
Don't come near my car."
And then like their bodies are just crazy. Like, I'm going the weekend after I get back from Nashville, my cousins, because I'm in Omaha, so we have the Henry Dorley Zoo. I don't know if you guys have, heard of it or whatever, but my cousin's bringing her family up, and we're gonna go to the zoo on that Sunday. And I haven't been, like, I'm in Omaha, and I haven't been to the zoo in years.
Oh,
It's
wow.
not something, yeah, it's not something that, I mean, I want to go with people, but it's not something I want to do in the extreme heat, because it just gets so, it's a zoo. It gets nasty, it gets sticky, it gets,
It stinks.
muggy and gross and flies and bugs and everything. I mean, I'll do it once in a while, don't get me wrong, but I haven't been to it in years, but they've added so much stuff since I've been there, so I'm really excited to go see everything that they've added.
That is awesome.
Yeah, the aquarium is probably one of the coolest things. I mean, I would say the aquarium, as a kid, the aquarium was my favorite thing. They've added Stingray Beach though, and I really like that. Since I've been there, they've added the African safari, and I'm really excited to see that. So
That's awesome.
yeah, I mean, since I've been there, and because I think the last time I went was like 2016 or 17 or something, but they've added like this millions and millions of dollars of African safari, and then they've added something to the elephant exhibit. So we've actually had I think we've had 3 or 4 elephants be born since I've been there.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, and one time there was twin elephants, which is really odd.
Aw.
But yeah, they're so cute. And then
Obsession with giraffe.
I think they've also gotten some elephants from another zoo. I think they recently got another elephant from another zoo to come in. So yeah, it's exciting. And there's been baby giraffes born recently.
Yeah, I won't never forget when the baby giraffe was born in Cheatham County, Nashville. It was just like I was literally trying to peek through the cracks to see him. I was like, I really want to see him. I know he's here.
The baby.
The baby. I wanted to see the baby.
Yeah.
It was such a big deal, and it was phenomenal.
I remember when that happened. That was when the zoo was in Dawson.
Yep.
Nice.
That's good times. Good times.
I think I'm gonna drop off here and get me some sleep.
I hear you, girl. It's almost 3 here, so I'm gonna jump down too. But thank you, ladies, so much, and thank you, Salty, for coming up, and everybody for being in chat. I appreciate you guys. You're awesome. And we'll do this again. I'm gonna try to make this a habit where I actually have an open panel, and we'll get up here and just decompress.
Thanks,
Talk
Mom.
about whatever.
I enjoyed it. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, thank you so
much
for coming in, Kimber. And
I'll
JC,
go
thank you for
down
coming
too,
up.
but
Good night. JC, I'll get you that info, honey.
yeah, and I
Good
was just gonna say, I'll probably get with both of you an email or something to kind of let you know where I'm at, and
absolutely,
you guys can keep tabs on me while I'm down there. help me
Yes.
out a little bit. So, but
Turn your
thank you
location
for
on,
having me
let
up
somebody
so much.
know where
I
you are.
appreciate it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a perfect idea because I'll be the closest to you, JC.
Yeah.
So, and I'll give you my phone number just in
Okay.
case you need help.
Okay. Awesome. All right. I will see you guys later.
All right,
Bye.
sweetheart.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
Thank you so much for coming up.
You're welcome, honey. Bye.
Bye. Thank you guys so much for hanging out tonight. It's a phenomenal live with some great guests. You know, Mini Monster, our special guest, fell asleep on us tonight. But again, I want to say thank you for everybody that came in and chatted tonight, all my mods that popped in. Doodlebug, Tony, Dandy, thank you so much. You guys rock my socks off. You know, I love my community, and I end every live the same way. So we're going to end this one with, if you see something, say something. It takes a village to raise a child. Never give up, and know you're not alone. And of course, we're going to run our missing kids because we don't want to forget these babies. If it's going to run. Is it going to run? I don't think it's going to run. May have been on the live too long. There it goes. So we know kids don't just disappear. They don't vanish into thin air, but we keep their names out there. We share their faces. We share their names. And we make sure that we keep them in our hearts and our memories, and the families in our hearts and memories. Every face you see on your screen is a child that I've brought into my heart. And I ask, please use your social media. Share these kids. If you're a true crime creator, share their names with credibility as if it was one of your own family members. As always, guys, I appreciate you. I wouldn't be here without you. And have a good night.